Rainy night, overpass, Maybach. Yes, you have rebuilt the Maybach in the Dragon Clan world, and soon after, you will be chased and attacked by Odin in a violent storm. In order to change your fate of being beaten up, you joined a place called the Dimensional Chat Group. Congratulations on entering the Dimensional Chat Group. The group chat nickname has been automatically generated, Elevated Bridge in the Storm. The space-rich woman is me, welcome newcomers. The famous V, welcome, newcomer. The king of endurance on the Severin welcomes newcomers. Just in the moment of meeting, you were bombarded with a series of repeated messages. Looking at the group members on the chat interface in front of you, you thought that this time it might be a real chat group. In a world where spiritual energy is reviving, this new group member, with an interesting name, Lu Ruyan, is eating melon seeds and gazing at the Dimensional Chat Group. As a true homebody, she certainly knows the meaning of your group nickname. Joking aside, rainy night, overpass, Maybach. Once these three words are mentioned, which bookworm doesn't know the reference? It seems to be Chu Zihang. She didn't say much and started typing directly. So, new group member, let me observe your future destiny. As soon as this was said, the group chat immediately boiled over. What? It's time for the Blood River segment again. After becoming a legend in the City of Night last time, is the group leader sister going to spoil the future of another poor group member again? In the Dimensional Chat Group, every new member is spoiled when they first join the group, with the aim of mutual benefit in creating a good multi-dimensional world in their own hands. This expected spoiler segment has also become a source of entertainment for the old members. After all, who doesn't like a story king? Dimensional little freshman, your surname is Chu. Your name is Zihang. You are an outstanding student at Sherlon Middle School. Handsome and cool. You are considered a top student male god on campus. And even outside of class. You are not slack. You are proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. And you have also obtained a special level certificate in swordsmanship. In the year of your third year of junior high school, a typhoon named Dandelion swept through your city. Your family divorced. Your mother remarried. And your father became the driver who picked you up on rainy days. However, that day became a nightmare that you couldn't shake off. On the overpass, your father Chu Tianjia waved a knife towards the gods, and you fled in embarrassment. After the rain stopped, you frantically searched on the overpass, but you couldn't even find your father's body. At that moment, the last ray of sunshine in your heart disappeared. Later, you joined the Castle Academy and, like your biological father, awakened your language spirit. Your language spirit is called Junyan, meaning the king's flame burning high like the sun in Babylon. As for the rest of the story, I like to leave things half said. Unlock it when you get to college. Phew, Lu Ruyan output a bunch of content in one breath, and instantly collapsed on the computer chair, her eyes showing satisfaction. The dead memories suddenly started attacking her. Originally, this knife-like plot had been sealed in her memory, but today's new group member forced her to recall it all. However, thinking that there would be more of such things in the future, she didn't care, and refocused her attention on the chat group. I have a touch of melancholy drama. At Viaduct in the Storm, come on, be strong. This kind of thing is quite common in the City of Night, but if I were to encounter it, I would probably turn into a cyber psychosis at the very least. Alas, tragedy. Ha, the cyber immortals are like this. They just need to keep adding cybernetic enhancements, while we Sebarutan people have more to consider. While the group members were discussing enthusiastically, you seemed a bit unable to hold on. It seems like our group leader thinks of himself as Chu Zihang, and yes, his group nickname is quite misleading. But even if you are Chu Zihang, the tragic stuff like the Dark High Viaduct where the rain falls wildly hasn't even started yet. So all the tragedies have to wait on the side. There was no time to mourn for the owner of the spirit Lord Yen, and now the one who arrived at the scene is the sun god Chu Zihang. Is there a possibility that I am not this Chu Zihang? Who are you? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan instantly felt invigorated. In the stormy weather, who else could it be but Chu Zihang on the elevated bridge? She'd looked through her memories, and there really wasn't a subplot character dedicated to this scene. Viaduct in the Storm, I'm a Maybach. Group leader / Sub-Zero Munchkin, huh? Xinqinglu did not tense up at the first glance at the group. What the hell? You're not Chu Zihang, you're a Maybach? That's too abstract. Group leader / subspecies Munchkin, seriously? Group leader / Sub-Zero Munchkin, if you're a Maybach, aren't you just a high-grade automobile that can't even transform like Megatron? Viaduct in the Storm, aha. Viaduct in the Storm, and I can't move a muscle right now. Only my vision can move, and I have no way to probe myself for self-checks. Lin Mai exchanged information on the interface, although the hang has arrived. However, he is now the same as crossing into the line of driving recorders. Belonging to the game plan does not have the freedom of design. Otherwise he would have been free. I'll just have to wait and see about control access while driving. Chu Zihang was still practicing his sword, and there was still half an hour before class ended. Then for the time being, during this steady time of groping, it was tentatively decided to get acquainted with the other members of the subreddit chat group first. By the way, let's see what to do with this ridiculously large amount of 999 points on hand. Group leader / sublime little munchkin, I've never seen your situation before in the month I've been a group leader. Group leader / subspecies munchkin, there are other human machines in the group, but they can act on their own. Group leader / subspecialized munchkin, but maybe you're good at something else? For example, your doors are slack, but the organ flexibility just makes up for it? Dame V, God's gold. Dame V, caused me to somehow whistle while driving. The rich woman of the universe is me. What? So the newcomer is a car? The rich woman of the universe is me, at Serpentine on the King of Wrestling. May I ask how this group of Autobots feels about this? Cybertron on WrestleMania King, huh? Cybertron on WrestleMania King, just to be clear in advance. My camp is Decepticons. Nothing to do with Autobots. Cybertron on WrestleMania King, but I, Megatron, still have the means to transform normal cars into Transformers. It just comes at a small price. Transformers World. The vast expanse of the world. Inside a landable airship. Starscream, do we have any extra Autobot energy cores here? Megatron spoke faintly. Its eyes glanced to the adjutant's henchman next to it, and it already had all the means in mind to control and pin down this minion who had the intention to turn against it. After all the drama, Megatron is confident that he can keep a firm grip on the information gap and win the battle. How do you lose when Flying Dragon is right in your face? Yes. Starscream forced himself to stay calm. In the past few days, since they deliberated on attacking Earth's Autobot city, Megatron was like a different person, both in terms of decision-making and coordination, all of which were surprisingly correct. The way it looked at itself now also gave it a vague sense of unease, as if it was seeing through it. Alright then, when I call you in a few minutes, go pick a better quality one and come over. As for what I'm going to do, you have no right to ask. Megatron nodded slightly, and then he sank down in consciousness and rejoined the subterranean chat group. It had been half a month since it had added the group, and the points from signing in totaled only 50 points, not even meeting the 100-point requirement to open the group mall. The current plan is to sell an Autobot energy core to reach the minimum floor of the mall's functionality so that he can continue with his evil ambitions. One day, it will make all the people of Earth live a life of slavery with 8-hour workdays, providing 3 meals a day plus snacks, milk only for breakfast, and a nap of only 1 hour. Ha 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 ha. Tremble, Earthlings. Viaduct in the storm. So, what's the cost? Cybertron on Wrestle-Resistant King, Vini 50 and install an energy core for you. Viaduct in a storm? Viaduct in the storm, raid less? Lin Mai was at a loss, but he had just signed up for 999 points as soon as he entered the group, right? The neighborhood of the city's children's palace saw a slight decrease in the crowd. Is this point worth a lot of money? Lin Mai pondered for a moment and opened the mall first. Theoretically, all the benefits given by signing in are just fluff, and the fastest way for a group member to get points is to add valuable items to the mall. So there's not much of a gap between Europe and Africa. However, seeing Megatron rush to this, Lin Mai's heart still couldn't help but rise a little bit of skepticism. After all, there weren't many gold fingers that were so conscientious about giving benefits to newcomers. It didn't take long. As expected, the list of items was presented. Exorcism Peachwood Sword. Level 1. Price, 100 points. Remarks, special attack for things that have passed away, but only serves to interfere and does not cause substantial damage. Storm Recovery Potion. Level 1. Price, 100 points. Remarks, a healing substance that is so useful that it can immediately repair wounds up to 10 centimeters in diameter and prevents the rusting of mechanical parts to a slight degree. Boss Wei, did you sell this energy core at a loss? Lin Mai couldn't help but spit out. This little thing that requires 100 points. The Cybertronian is a real combatant fierce. 50 points to him is about the same as no money at all. Forget it. It would be rude not to take advantage of a bargain. With that in mind, he began searching the group for the bonus feature. Viaduct in the storm, this. Cybertron on Wrestle-Resistant King, think it's expensive? Megatron mused slightly, gauging the hesitant tone of the new group member. Is the price a little high? After all, after chatting for so long, it hadn't seen a group member who had opened a mall in a group chat, and the only group owner it wasn't sure about still had to hide it. Hard enough to make it a little shaky. It's not impossible to lower the price if a newcomer asks for it. Generally speaking, 50 points is still pretty hard to come by, so the big deal is to give it a wide berth. Think of it this way. Megatron was about to revise the text when the next moment he saw a red thing appear in the group chat. Viaduct in the storm, bonus. Viaduct in the storm, I got some points for signing into the group for the first time, and looking at it, it should be enough to count. At this moment, Xin Qinglu was home. No, is this newcomer so Europhile? Xin Shanglu took a look at his group points balance. Yesterday also just barely broke through 200 points. And this Maybach actually a shot is 50 points of red packets. It's all catching up to a quarter of your own balance. How rich does that have to be? As the group owner, she still knew the rules of the Sublime chat group. And the daily check-in was capped at 999 points. She didn't dare to estimate too high. But seeing Lin Mai throwing away so much money, she still couldn't help but raise her curiosity. Gotta be signing up for 100 points in one day? So, Xin Xingluo clicked on Lin Mai's avatar and entered the group private chat. Sublime Little Munchkin, hello. Sublime Little Munchkin, ask something. How many points did you sign in on your first day in the group? Pure curiosity. Won't tell the other group members, and I'll give you a red packet to compensate afterward. End of chapter. Ding. Hearing the beep, Lin Mai froze for a moment. He'd already turned on no disturb for the subreddit chat group, so it was logical that the only time it would ring was when he circled himself. So what was with the sudden bang? Could it be that there is a balance payment notice here as well? Exit the current screen. It was only then that Lin Mai noticed that the group leader's avatar was flashing and had gone into private messaging. Oh, so it's a private chat. He skimmed through Xin Xingluo's chat records, and then whirled around to quickly enter text on the consciousness keyboard. So, what's the price? Viaduct in the storm, so, what's the cost? What a costly monstrosity. Xin Xingluo saw at a glance that this was a red packet of gluttony. The newcomer had talked like that to Megatron when he was in the group before, and now it was getting worse. However, she also thought it was quite outrageous. A Maybach actually has intelligence? Now I have to believe in animism. When the second half of the aura recovery is over, would it be possible that your own hand-me-downs at home would be able to harbor artifact spirits? Thinking carefully for a moment, Xin Xinglu felt that it was meaningless again, and immediately returned his sight to the private chat interface. Sublime Little Munchkin, give you V50. Viaduct in the storm, okay. I'll take a screenshot first. Viaduct in a storm, image. Let's see how many. Xin Xingluo's legs were crossed on the computer chair, and after sending a red packet wrapped with 50 points, she immediately realized to double-click and tap the picture in the interface. Fogweed. 999 points? Cyberpunk 2077 World. The City of Night. A bustling shopping street. V drove a black sword in the stone and slowly rolled down the window, watching the group chat logs with fascination. But it didn't take long for him to stop laughing. Newcomers so rich? V couldn't help but almost stand upright in the carriage as a whole after seeing the exclusive red packet. 50 points. Just like that? It's not like this is some cheap crazy Thursday. And with this amount of money, he'll be able to turn on the mall feature as well. I should have known better than to recommend some remodeling prosthetics. V sat down slowly, traveling smoothly, crying with his left hand over his face. The gap between the rich and poor in group chat is horribly wide. He entered the group chat a week ago, but so 7 days of signing down, he himself has gained 60 points. Leaving the opening of the mall function can be described as extremely far away. That's just it. Since we're trying to burn the City of Night to ashes, this little thing is still bearable. But since the new group members are so Eurocentric, wouldn't it be better for me to start hugging them now and get close to the water? V sprouted an idea for a werewolf. What Lin Mai didn't know was that the entire group had now taken him as a general mascot of the European Emperor. After sending out the red packets, he waited in place, observing Megatron's movements in the middle of the group chat. Inside the original, Megatron is actually a pretty charismatic villain, essentially a minor by birth and with the ability to command in the grand scheme of things, drawing a lot of fans. There are some things that Optimus Prime can do that it really might not do as well as it does, and Lin Mai is facing a huge problem. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, red packet. Cybertron on Wrestling King, arranged an energy core for you. As for transformations, if there's anything you don't know how to do, you can find me in private chat. It's kind of an after-sales service. King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, not claiming? Viaduct in the storm, there's a bit too many passersby here. And an energy core appearing out of thin air if I claim the red packet could make my situation dangerous. Kendo Hall. Highway parking. Lin Mai resides where he is, while the shiny black body is full of observing passersby. There's no way around it. He's a Maybach. After all, as a top-of-the-line automobile in this era, it was a rarity even in coastal cities where wealthy businessmen were in abundance. Besides, even if there hadn't been any passersby to watch, the appearance of an object out of thin air would have been enough to startle a lot of people. Not being able to collect the bonus is the reason for the dangerous situation he is talking about. The rich woman of the universe is me, huh? Cosmic rich woman is me, newcomer. Isn't your side of the world a transcendent world? There's a spirit of speech. So even if there's an object that appeared out of thin air, it's normal, right? Dame V, having a speech spirit is not equal to being able to flash. Unequal seconds. The rich woman in the universe is me, Only play the stunt, is it? Believe it or not, we will burn you into ashes? Dame V, don't dare sis. Group leader / subspecies Munchkin, well, it's a bit more complicated to say the least. So let me answer. Group leader / sublime little Munchkin, the speech spirit users in this world are a small group. Normal people don't even believe in the paranormal. And when it does occur, it's a paranormal event. Group leader / sublime little Munchkin, even Castle Academy is advertised to the public as a prestigious university that doesn't describe anything transcendent. The rich woman of the universe is me, oohoo. Cosmic rich woman is me, then. If you analyze it like this, you can understand that in the world of the newcomers, the transcendent powers are at a disadvantage instead? Group leader / subspecialized Munchkin, that's right. Group leader / sublime little Munchkin, but the upper limit of power is likewise very high, so it's still pretty easy for newcomers to boost their strength. Group leader / subspecialized little Munchkin, it's just, not sure a car can awaken a speech spirit, huh? Xin Xinglu said here, wanting to speak. After all, the dragon race's speech spirit was related to bloodlines, originating from the 4 great monarchs and the White King. A car couldn't have a bloodline by any stretch of the imagination, so the speech spirit was nonsense, but comforting nonetheless. After all, you're going to Jinghua, he's going to Yanda, I'm going to Digong. Everyone has a bright future, right? Moreover, with the newcomer's fortune, it may not be impossible for him to take the position of the mechanical Heavenly Father, the Bodhisattva Namo Gatling, who has 600 revolutions in a single breath, and transmits all living beings with great kindness and great compassion. Nope, Xin Xingluo suddenly realized something. When the Dragon 3, the ancient dragon embryo can erode the iron ship into one, that Maybach raw drink dragon blood is not also no problem? I'm super. Could this be? Flesh and blood suffering weakness and mechanical ascension? Halfway through the day, the kendo hall finally dismissed the class. Chu Zihang put the bamboo knife back to its original position, picked up a towel and wiped his neck. His slender and powerful arms were covered with beads of sweat. He was still in a fierce battle for today's training. Pavilion Master, did I do okay? The Musashi Pavilion Master looked at Chu Zihang hesitantly. This young man's kendo talent surprised him. Only just a few months after initiation, already swimmingly against several people. If it continues like this, I'm afraid that I will have to serve my old age at the end of the day. It's possible, very possible. Zihang, you were born to be this material for practicing the way of the sword. Oh, Chu Zihang nodded with a facepalm. He pushed open the glass doorway of the kendo hall and gazed over at Maybach, and the scruffy middle-aged man beside him. P.S. 2 daily shifts starting today. End of chapter. What brings you here? Chu Zihang looked a bit surprised. He had been practicing his sword just now and hadn't noticed a Maybach parked outside. What? You can't give your son a ride? The middle-aged man rubbed his disheveled hair. The boss sent me out. It's not too safe for you to take a cab alone. The eyes of the two men quickly collided. Get in the car. Chu Tianjiu glanced around, pressed the car key hanging from his waist, opened a gap between the even and, in a whirlwind, pulled open the rear door, showing a spacious space. Aha! Chu Zihang nodded slightly, his face unchanged as he stepped into the interior of the carriage. Ergo, the Maybach was started. The beastly 5.5-liter turbocharged V12 engine starts to check itself out. No vibrations are felt inside the car and the engine's hiss is isolated. The top-of-the-line sedan of the current era sped through the streets of Xuchang Road in full view of everyone. Lin Mai's feelings at this time were slightly special. Rather than activity, he was broadening his behavioral permissions. The engine startup of the party had given him the ability to self-check at will. With the rolling of the tires, and the first opening of the doors, he also possessed sentience for both. Even said to make some simple movements, and wanted to install an energy core from it, which was more than enough. Still, please have an orderly transformation. It would be a bit of a netherworld if the doors suddenly opened on a main road and forced a downward spiral upright. Viaduct in the storm, the engine is now activated and able to control the carcass itself. Group leader / subspecialized Munchkin, congratulations. I'm the rich woman of the universe, looks like my guess was right. The newcomer can't stay in the same place. Congratulations. Dame V, congratulations to the new group members for joining our human-machine family. And besides me, you'll have old comrade Megatron for company. Cybertron on King of Wrestling Resistance, Krull. King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, the only thing on the scene that can be called a man-machine is UV alone. King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, at Viaduct in the Storm. What about the red packet? Planning on picking it up when? Viaduct in the Storm, let's wait until I move to a safer place first. Viaduct in the Storm, red envelopes in the group chat are available for 1 day. Looking at the dialogue on the interface, Lin Mai couldn't help but have a bit of a hard time straining himself. It was the first time he had ever seen Megatron have such a sense of integrity. The villains are all a bit of a devious nature, but in the group is not decent can not. Are all partnerships? The main and mutually beneficial win-win situation. The group members have a heart-to-heart with you, and you play with the group members' brains. If this happens, I'm afraid it won't take long to be isolated. It's better to deal with each other honestly. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, okay. Cybertron on WrestleMania King, I'll get off first. I'm almost to Earth. I'll attack Autobot City right away. Dame V, how much longer? King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, one day, when the group live stream will be turned on. Dame V, fine. Dame V, in a few days. I'm going to clear out the company dogs too. So let's hope we can refresh the group quests with points for the benefit of the guys. Cosmic Rich Woman is me, damn it. The rich woman of the universe is me. Why do they all have things to do? But the annihilator I purchased hasn't arrived yet. Big name V. Dame V, sister. We're all forced to do these things. You're the one who's completely idle. Lin Mai slowly shut down the subreddit chat group. Sure enough, there's more of a gap between people than there is between people and dogs. He himself is still thinking about how to be a transformer. People's rich cosmic woman Esta has already driven a star annihilator. And even V has a dream of liquidating a company dog. Forget it. I'm just an innocent Maybach. We'll talk about it later when it happens. With the chat group, getting stronger was not a worry. And one could even become half Cybertronian in the near future. But how to get stronger quickly was the key. Odin in the original stood in the storm, reigning as the king of the sky and the wind, and shattering the dragon-slaying dreams of the S-Class hybrids with a single slash. And all the signs made Lin Mai feel that just becoming an Autobot wasn't enough to fight them. And now them all. Because Lin Mai's history was only 999 points and did not break the 1000-point ceiling. He could only purchase special items with a rank of 1, and could not visually improve his battle power. Still need to sign in more and do more group tasks. The dish is just more practice. Before you have a 98% chance of winning, you may jeopardize your life by acting rashly. The thought that he was potentially fighting against the primordial species of the dragon race that had existed in the vast ancient world. Lin Mai then had to bring up the agenda of getting stronger. It didn't take long for the Maybach to stop. After leaving the children's palace, it was obvious that the place was full of celebrities, with all kinds of high-class, luxurious cars parked in one of the highway parking spaces. It's late. Looks like we'll have to park in the underground garage. Chu Tianjia wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Are there so many people at Serval Middle School? It's obviously the weekend, so it shouldn't be overcrowded by any stretch of the imagination. It's the school's art festival. Ooh-hoo. When Chu Tianjiao heard Chu Zihang's sharp reply, he immediately stopped asking questions. Why don't you get out of the car and I'll park? Aha. Chu Zihang nodded. He then pulled open the door of his car and walked towards the entrance of Serval High School from the cool air-conditioned breeze of the compartment. Not bad for my son. Chu Tianjiao looked out the window through the glass window that closed the door and muttered. Actually got into the school by virtue of hard power. It's really good, and will be a talent in the future. If I get into Elite Yen University, or a foreign university, that would be good for me to brag about. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and was about to take out his lighter to light it, but put it back inside his pocket, just looking with sighing eyes at the sea of people who had already disappeared from Chu Zihang. Serval High School is a prestigious aristocratic school, but of course it also admits commoners. But to want to become a peddler here, and to become the king of popularity, Chu Zihang could be considered unique, and even his accomplishments could be considered an unimpeachable exception. Of course, with a stepfather, Chu Zihang's family is able to match the grades. This was naturally what Chu Tianjiao wanted to see. After lingering for just a moment, he marched off in the direction of the underground garage. Strange, why is this Maybach smooth today? On the journey, Chu Tianjiao frowned. For some reason, he always felt that the car had a watery, silky smoothness to it today, and that both the performance and the feel of the operation were better than normal. End of chapter. Chu Tianjiao didn't dwell on this much. After driving the Maybach into its usual parking spot in the underground garage, the car keyed off the engine, pushed open the door next to the driver's seat, and idly walked out of the parking lot. Then, it was a slow stroll through the neighborhood near Serval High School, and Lin Mai finally got air after seeing Chu Tianjiao leave. It's finally ready to be claimed. Lin Mai looked at the exclusive red envelopes in the chat group and couldn't help but feel a touch of composure in his heart. Although the underground garage is guarded by surveillance, his location is also the dead center of the field of vision, and it can be easy to extract the red packet items here. As long as it was quickly devoured, it didn't matter if it was discovered by 1 or 2 people. With the mixed race forces watching over it, the paranormal basically can't make any waves as long as it's not exposed to the public on a large scale. With that thought, he realized into the chat group. Viaduct in the Storm, colored. The Viaduct in the Storm has received an exclusive red packet from the King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, Fire Structure. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, medium. Dame V, can't hold it together. What with Yujo's fall-resistant king? Dame V, at the viaduct in the storm. Newbie dogs. Remember to review this in the group so I can see if this olden cargo is any good. King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, Seaburton on Wrestling Resistant King, you kid wait for Al. Wait for the chat group to send out the mission. No good juice to eat? Along with the red packet pickup, a black and purple interlocking spherical block of energy quickly appeared in front of Lin Mai, curling with hissing winds as if just touching it would trigger horrifying consequences. Energy Corona, Sea of Consciousness, Mind Core. The three parts that should be there were safely intact, and it was clear that this was the fire of the Cybertronians. 99%. Rare. Lin Mai's heart was satisfied. True to form, Boss Wei easily did what Big Pillar couldn't. Nowadays, as long as you absorb it, you can have the ability to transform into an Autobot and a large amount of energy, which is considered to be a foundation in this dangerous world of the heavens. As a group member of the Sublime chat group, Lin Mai wouldn't always stay in this world to develop. There are still times when you need to participate in a team task inside a group chat. The dangerous ones could not be taken, but the ones that were safe and able to whore out group points for nothing. It would be rude not to go any further, and Lin Mai was not likely to air out the opportunity to get stronger. And the fire, now, is the key to unlocking it all. Thinking about it, Lin Mai instantly stopped hesitating and stretched out the door of the car, refining it in an instant. Buzz, seemingly sensing the touch, the energy core in front of them began to disintegrate layer by layer, turning into an elite and bright filamentary energy pouring into the Maybach's body. Lin Mai subconsciously tried to pull the car door back, but what immediately followed was the amount of knowledge of the Autobots. Infinite, as if they had been hit by the infinite empty space. The whole car froze in place and could not move. Cyberpunk 2077 world. V got out of the blackish Anaka sword, looked at the tall future buildings and the flashing neon advertisements at the top, and pulled his camera out of the car to take a picture of himself. Suddenly, he remembered something, and his expression couldn't help but become grave. Wait, the group leader said that the fire structure contains the mind core and the Sea of Consciousness, which stores the Autobot's personality and memories. I don't suppose you'd send a red envelope to bring it over. 2. V opened the group chat and upturned the chat logs, quickly finding the exclusive red packet sent by Megatron. Clicking on the heralded image shows a rigorous structure that, despite minor damage, does not affect the normal operation of every module in the core at all. Bad. Mr. Wei, you've committed a crime. Big name V, at Sebutane on Wrestle King. Something's wrong. There's something wrong with your red packet. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, what is it? The rich woman of the universe is me. What? There are melons in the group again? Daimyo V, did you give the fire to the new NPCs without shaving off the Sea of Consciousness and the Mind Core? Transformers World. Chief, we'll be on Earth soon. Expect less than half a day. In the middle of the airship, Starscream pointed to the map. However, when it raised its head, it saw that Megatron's gaze was wandering, not looking out at the sea of stars in front of it, but as if it was gazing at something in the void. Chief? Starscream waved his hand in front of Megatron's face, understanding that it was again the same situation as before. According to the words of these subordinates of theirs, it's catching on. While Megatron has become resourceful in his decision-making and inexplicably improved in all aspects of his abilities, his only downfall is not that he's too perfect, but that he can wander off from time to time. What it didn't realize was that Megatron was watering down the subreddit chat group at the moment. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, no problem. Dame V, no dude. You call that no problem? With the Mind Core and the Sea of Consciousness, are you sure it won't confuse the new group members' original memories? Big name V, if you have a split personality, you're done for. In our world you can get cyberpsychosis. What are you doing playing fifth person here? Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, stop. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, I removed most of the Mind Core and Sea of Consciousness, but I retained a portion of it, and it is only when you absorb that portion that you realize you are using the fire structure of our Cybertronians. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, though rest assured, this part is a morphing technique and will have no effect on memory. After the explanation, Megatron's consciousness returned to reality and looked to his trembling adjutant, Starscream, in front of him. Oh, Starscream, what can I do for you? It's okay, Chief. In the middle of the underground garage, halftime, Lin Mai returned to his senses, observing the black body of the car, and an indescribably strange feeling welled up in his heart. He now has two drives. The first is fuel and power hungry. The other uses an energy corona, using the near never-ending energy in it, to change into an Autobot. The former can only perform simple actions such as turning doors and traveling tires quickly. The latter, on the other hand, Can control the parts of the whole body and instantly assemble a transformer ranging from 3 meters to 50 meters. And the doors can be instantly transformed into long slabs of steel blades. But I can't believe I've already learned to transform? Lin Mai felt slightly surprised. In a whirlwind, he figured out that it was the reason for the mind core and sea of consciousness that had been mailed over. It's laced with private goods. Otherwise it would take a while of training to say the least if he wanted to get used to the second drive. End of chapter. This boss Wei is quite thoughtful. Lin Mai looked at the chat log and lamented the wisdom of this Decepticon organization leader. If there was only the energy corona, then it would be mostly impossible for him to master the skill of morphing. And if a whole fire was sent, the only thing that would happen to himself would be assimilation. It won't be Lin Mai who joins the chat group then, but an Autobot on borrowed time. In other words, right now is the most reasonable solution. Is this the body of a transformer? He felt his body carefully and lamented. As long as Lin Mai thought, he could manipulate any part of his body to transform into a cyborg. For example, transforming tires into arms and fingers, without much effort. And the sharpness was even more gold and stone. Chopping up a wall was not a problem. Think about it. Lin Mai's consciousness dived deep and entered the chat group. The old rule is that you must post a buyer's review testimonial when it arrives, to foster a good culture of communication. Viaduct in the storm, the goods have been received. Very tasty. The children love it. Next time to buy. Dame V, that strong? Dame V, can I use it on sensitive skin? Viaduct in the storm, don't say sensitive skin. Even if you're a shield. An excavator, the Shiv all-in-one works great. Viaduct in the storm, at my intensity now. I should be easily muslin a cow. Big name V, I'll go. Dame V, this had to be bought. The rich woman of the universe is me, true or false? If that's the case, I'll put it on my family's mining truck as well. Watch the messages from the group members. Lin Mai couldn't help but release a smile. Being able to hit a bull was certainly playing terrier. His true strength hasn't had a chance to manifest itself yet. And Megatron probably won't be selling the Autobots fire at such a low price once he gets those 50 points and opens the Swarm Mall feature. You've picked yourself up on this one. Next time, if any new group members come over, I guess they won't be able to taste such a fresh benefit. Knock knock. Suddenly, a few dull voices came from the distance. Lin Mai suddenly retracted the door. This deformation is not excited to show in front of the outsiders. Steeply lit lights and extinguished, disguised as a completely normal Maybach. It took half a moment before he moved slightly to trace the source of the distant sound with his sight. However, when he looked at the scene he was dumbfounded. That seems to be, a Deadpool is chasing a child? Luminify only felt fear at this moment. He just wanted to escape the school's art festival, so he excused himself to use the restroom and slipped into the school's underground garage. But who can tell him why? There are such monsters in this hellhole. Big brother, I didn't want to mess with you. You love to chase whoever you want. I'm not some passing masked knight, and I don't have any rush syrup. Why are you chasing me? Luminify fled forward in a frenzy, even spewing out white rotten words as if they were worthless. And behind him, a black shadow with all four limbs advancing rapidly approached, roughly estimated to be about 1.4 meters tall, smelling like a rotting corpse superimposed on a piece of flesh. Hearing Lumini's voice, as if more excited, the dark figure accelerated as its limbs kicked and stomped on the ground with great vigor. Come on, the finish line is up ahead. Luminify's mind was relieved to see the bright light in front of him and couldn't help but lower the speed of his feet. Boo! Abruptly, the monster crashed into the iron curtain. A deep mark appeared on it, and the whole roll-up door was already in jeopardy. And Luminaire realized that the front was not an exit. It was a passageway that had been closed off. The hanging incandescent lamps were the source of the light scene, and the green safety exit signs had only been able to flicker faintly. Obviously, hit a dead end. This. Lumini stiffened and turned his head, and in an instant he saw the horrible smile on Deadpool's disliked face. The two men looked at each other, like rotten meat squeezed into a ball of rotting corpse face. Although you can still barely see the 5 features clearly, but that is obviously no longer a person. The icy coldness spreads from the soles of the feet to the top of the head. Don't Luminaire yelled and turned his head to run. If I had known that, I shouldn't have minded the heat of the festival and should have waited in the audience. Under the adrenaline boost, Lumini ran the fastest speed he had ever been born with, so much so that he didn't think he could be pushed to such limits. Even in the old grade school games, he hadn't fought this hard. Huffing and puffing, feeling the scent of the approaching breath and the sound of the edges of his clothes vaguely rubbing together. Luminify's feet wrenched for no reason and he suddenly tripped. Done. He was ashen. Before he could join the literature club to meet Wenwen Chen, was his life coming to an end? I, Lumingfei, have fallen into a long sleep. Luminaire murmured in a low voice, only feeling his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. A sluggish wind blows in from outside the pipe. Gray memories flipped quickly through his mind of his parents leaving for a business trip abroad, his uncle's Mont Blanc, his cousin's square build, and his aunt yelling at him to do his chores while he coyly just nodded his head, and the death luminaire expected did not come. Dang! In just a split second, the loud sound of a heavy object hitting the ground attracted Luminaire's full attention. He barely rolled over, only to see a black figure whose entire body was made up of machinery steeply present before his eyes, roughly 3 to 4 meters tall, with sharp steel blades reflecting white awns, and under the body of the cyborg. The dead man who had chased him just now had been cut in half at the waist, snorting blood, and the remaining muscle tissue seemed to be trying to make a struggle, only to be sharply sliced in two. The mechanical steel blade was too sharp, splitting gold and breaking stone, slicing through the opponent's tight muscle and bone tissue in just a moment. Luminaire's mind went blank. How could he not expect that there were not only monsters in this world, but also mechs? No, this doesn't seem to be a mecha. This isn't a transformer. I'm afraid. And this chest fire structure, why does it have the Maybach product logo on it? When did the German automotive industry switch to mechs? Even World War II arsenals weren't that outrageous. The amount of information that was too dense instantly washed over Luminify's barren brain, and he only felt that everything in front of him was like a dream, and the light beams above his head began to spin around. Finally, Looming Fei could no longer support himself and collapsed on top of the parking lot ground. Lin Mai didn't expect any surprises. He had planned to help out when he saw the road, but after hearing Luminify's last words about his long sleep here, he was not calm. This decaying child was the protagonist of the Dragon Plane. Having come into contact with the protagonist, how could this chat group not reward themselves with some points over? Ding! Detected influencing the fate of an important character, Lumini, and changing the world line to a certain extent. Rewarded with 5,000 group points. Gotta speak of the devil. End of chapter. Current group points, 5,999 points. Successfully breaking through the functional authority requirements. Now unlocking the level 2 group mall. The group chat beeps in your ear. You can get group points for changing the fate of important people. 2. Lin Mai has discovered a new continent. He had reverted to the form of a Maybach by now. Standing in his original parking spot, the blood on the steel blade evaporated away, and even the smell of blood was gone. So it's still a road to riches? Lin Mai secretly sank in. It seemed that he would have to get in touch with the original characters more often in the future. After all, this wasn't even the main plot, and getting 5,000 points for nothing on your own was obviously a lot tougher than what you could earn by signing in normally. And the biggest bonus point one can see right now is the Night of the Viaduct in a couple months. 2 hours later, as the festival came to an end, Chu Tianjiao returned from his leisurely return to the old neighborhood outside of Shirlan High School. Seeing your car all as it should be, he took out his car keys at once, and after opening the door, he started the voice engine and sped towards the entrance of the school. Zihang, get in the car. Chu Tianjiao spotted Chu Zihang in the crowd with a glance, and immediately waved loudly from inside the window. Aha! Chu Zihang nodded slightly from afar, and then walked towards this high-grade Maybach, opened the doorway that was already half opened, and left in style amidst the crowd's exclamations. Once inside the compartment, the temperature went down. There's a little refrigerator in the back seat. Didn't think of that. Chu Tianjiao debugged the temperature of the air conditioner and looked at the road ahead with a face of enjoyment. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be able to experience such a comfortable environment. I should say it's worthy of the $9 million class. This car is worth it when you buy it over. And Tiansu Chao doesn't have this treatment. Chu Zihang was silent. In fact, he wanted to say that Zhou Tianzi was an ancient man. How could he think that he could not experience the modern cooling air conditioning? But seeing Chu Tianjiao's frowning face, he did not want to bother. There was a time when this man had been living happily ever after on his own as his real father. By the way, Zihang, what did you perform? Chu Tianjiao inquired back. Me? I performed the sword dance. But then the organizers, seeing that the audience's reaction was so intense, asked me to take a bamboo sword and practice sparring with the other kendo club students. Chu Zihang pondered for a while. His words calmly said, cut and run? You must have won them all then. Well, they weren't as strong as me, and I just lightly put some force on my sword, and they fell. Hearing Chu Zihang's reply, Chu Tianjiao's mouth raised a smile. Worthy of being my son, strength is great. You're going to be the all-around male god on campus. Oh. Chu Zihang skimmed his head. In fact, he already was. Even though he was only in his 3rd year of junior high school, he had a clear face and was tall and thin, and both his appearance and talent attracted a bunch of girls on campus. There are dozens of identical statements about him on the confession wall, but for him, who had always kept his heart closed, these messages were unlikely to affect his mood, and would just be buried inside him. Like a hamster never spitting them out. Remember, study hard and then get into a good college. Be protective of your mom, okay? Yeah. Chu Zihang nodded. So good. Chu Tianjiao looked at Chu Zihang in the rearview mirror. A touch of kindness showed in his eyes, but then quickly faded. A man like him is no longer qualified to protect Chu Zihang's mom. At this very moment, the underground garage. Chips, are you sure Lumini is still here? Wrapped in an overcoat? Sakoku Mamoru looked over at the woman standing across from him with a slightly questioning face. No problem. We installed the locator device just a few days ago. Not to mention that he's too predictable to attend a performance event at the festival. Suanshi spoke faintly. You put a B-rank bloodline Deadpool in here. But are you sure you'll be able to stimulate this kid's bloodline instead of tearing him apart? Sakoku Mamoru was skeptical. From before this operation began, Chip Girl Suanshi was reckless enough to ask for a Deadpool from her boss, and insisted that the thing be left alone with Lumini. Alone. Let's be alone. Their own open speech spirit meditative illumination can realize optical invisibility. On the sidelines to observe. Something happens to save the scene. The result of this decision was also vetoed by the boss. It was only now that the two of them had traveled a long way back to this underground garage. Sakuraku Mashira was searching for whether he had come to see the progress of the mission or to collect Luminify's corpse for him. Don't worry, sister, I have never failed a mission. And I'm the one who's up and down a few $1 million a minute. Do you know how hard it is for me to come over and carry out a mission? Let's go find him together and be done with it. Suanshi's tone was as relaxed as ever. Okay, can't argue with you. With a helpless sigh, Sakuraku Mamoru pulled an electronic map out of his shirt and began to look for the red dots on it. As expected, Lumini is still local. Whether it's in person in the garage or already inside Deadpool's stomach, though, remains to be seen. Go. Sakoku Mai murmured out obscure dragon texts. With that, the two's bodies gradually transformed to pitch black, and after just a few seconds, they were already black as ink. Then the ink color suddenly dissipated, dissolving into nothingness like a bit of ink dripping into a tank of water. 69th of the periodic table of words and spirits. Meditation. The two, after releasing the meditative illumination, no longer uttered words. Even their breathing was gradually slight under the deliberately practiced ninja skill. This one was a covert operation. They didn't just have to find Lumini. They had to get him to the top of the bus home. So covering their tracks was the minimum agenda for this mission. It wasn't long before the two found the unconscious Lumini. I can't believe it's actually alive. Shocked. Sakata Mashiro muttered after probing his hand to his nose and detecting a faint breath. The boss said he can't die. Suanshi crossed her arms with a proud face. Yes, 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 you're the biggest. Okay. Confirming Lumini's vitals. Sakuraku Mamoru was quick to notice the dissolving festering Deadpool next to him, only to be cut in two. Other than that, the cut is extremely smooth, like the surface of a lake with clear blue water. Chips, do you think the muscle and bone hardness of a B-rank Deadpool is getting hard metal levels? Seems like it. Suanshi nodded and swallowed. That can cause such a smooth cut. Could it be that Lumini is holding a diamond sword in his hand? And that the power of the spirit of speech can cause damage at a hardness level above that of diamond? Sakuraku Mamoru felt his scalp tingle. Looking at the collapsed Lu Mingfei, it was the first time she felt the outrageousness of an S-class bloodline possessor. End of chapter. Let's get back to Lumineers. Suanshi, as a civilian employee under her boss, was the first to think of identifying the injury. If it's a head trauma coma, you might need to bring it in for a medical checkup, or it'll be embarrassing if you end up with a concussion. Aha! Sakoku Mamoru nodded. With a gentle effort, she rolled Lumini's thin frame over to look at the back of her head. There's no sign of any bleeding. Seeing this scene, the two of them froze. So how in the world did this guy faint here? Chips, do you have a clue? Sakutaku Mai pointed at the paralyzed Luminer, a bit puzzled. Nope. Suanshi shook her head. Fainted from shock? It's possible. If Luminify had never been exposed to the world of mixed blood races, and suddenly had his bloodline awakened in this kind of life and death situation, he would indeed pass out due to the stimulation. Agreeing with the viewpoint, Sakoku Mamoru nodded. If it was only to this extent, Lumini should have awakened after sleeping for a little while longer. This was the best possible outcome. At least it didn't require taking the guy to the local brain hospital to be checked out. Look at it this way. She followed up by sensing her surroundings. There's also no scent of other people passing by in this vicinity. Lumini should have already awakened a speech spirit that we don't know about. It may be capable of more than just cutting. Sakoku Mamoru's statement is not without merit. However, Suanshi, as a member of the duo she had been appearing with, shrugged her shoulders and said nothing about it. Who knows? Let's wait first. The boss asked for it. We can't leave until Lumini gets to the bus stop. Okay. Sakode Mako sighed and waited in place. Under Hades' illumination's speech spirit, the two were able to see each other, but there was no third-party sight that could observe them after their optical invisibility. Even Luminaire didn't have the slightest feeling. In the evening, Chu Zihang's house. The large-size villa in the CBD area is equipped with delineated parking spaces around it, with many expensive vehicles in order. Since being sent here by Chu Tianxiao, Lin Mei then stayed on standby with the engine and lights completely off. With 2 starting programs, he thought he was in a different class from the mundane cars around him. In other words, not in the same class. Kidding aside, the Cybertronians are automotive gods. Can't they be compared to these mechanical creations? Taking advantage of his boredom, Lin Mei realized to enter the chat group. Viaduct in the storm, good evening. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, well, can you transform? Viaduct in a storm, it's okay, but the transformation is limited to a range of 3 meters to 50 meters, and the weapons haven't been tested yet, except for the doors transforming into steel blades. Dame V, so handsome? Dame V, 50 meters let me think about it. It should be as high as 1/10 of an Arakasaka tower. I'm afraid that normal military technology can't deal with you. Group leader / subspecialized little munchkin, that big? Group leader / subspecies little munchkin, the average transformer is only about a dozen meters tall, I believe. Besides, why is it kind of amazing that your body can still be big or small? Group leader / sub-zero little munchkin, Megatron isn't that big either, at least to my knowledge. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, a matter of talent. King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, 2 forms of Autobots are common, and by this description, newcomers should be able to get infinitely bigger as per the hardware configuration. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, but is there anyone else who wants to buy fire from me? King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, now on sale at a special price. 1 for only 500 points. Big name V, huh? Dame V, when you sell to newcomers, aren't you selling them 50 points apiece? How can the price still go up? Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, ugh. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, there are some things you'll understand when you turn on the group mall. Transformers World. Megatron sighed. If it wasn't for the low grade of the items in the group mall, who would be willing to jack up the prices? That's all it's worth in hand right now. It's going to have to hold this business together when it gets to Earth's Autobot City. If you don't raise prices now, it will be harder to raise them later. Never in a million years would I have thought that as the leader of the Decepticon organization on the planet Cybertron, I would actually have a day when I would have to raise my permission level, even praying that the level 2 mall would have something good. Dame V, it's a shame. Dame V, if I didn't really have no points on hand, I'd really want to buy one right now. Daimyo V, say, I'm a human machine too, right? Can I use this energy core? Group leader / subspecialized munchkin, not recommended. Group leader / subspecialized little munchkin, this thing is so much more violent than those prosthetics of yours. I'm guessing you'd get cyberpsychosis if you touched it. Even if you're a cyber goddess. The rich woman of the universe is me, so exaggerated? Cosmic rich woman is me, come to think of it. If you could also turn into a 50-meter giant, it would be easier to sweep your side of the Arakan Tower. Big name V, no. Dame V, when I have the size of 50 meters, I'll just be a living target. Daimyo V, as long as I declare war. With the Arakasaka Corporation's ability, the entire Night City could go haywire. Big name V, all I can do now is continue to maintain my status as a mercenary and struggle through the disjointed forces of various companies. The rich woman of the universe is me, Tisk. The rich woman of the universe is me, then you're pretty miserable. Big name V, right. Daimyo V, we'll upload a virus at Winter Moon Electronics in a little while, so let's call it a night. It's time to rest for a while. Exit the chat group interface. Lin Mai was deep in thought. To be sure, V is still in the pre-intermediate stage. After all, the late V is too fierce. Under the weakness can harden the Arakasaka company, with my remnants of the body into a blaze. How to look at it is not like the group members who are still doing the mercenary business nowadays. Just as he was pondering, a sudden beep sounded in his ears. Ding! Chat group releases a group task, assist group member, Dame V, in completing the employment of uploading a virus at Winter Moon Electronics. The number of participants is limited to 2 people. End of chapter. This one beep coincidentally rang in the ears of all the group members. Surprisingly, it directly triggered the group quest function. At those words, Lin Mai was slightly surprised. It wasn't that he hadn't played Cyberpunk 2077 and knew the plot and maps in it like the back of his hand. But the only thing that didn't ring any bells was this Winter Moon Electronics. The reason is simple, this one company is smaller. Even if it ends up hitting Arakasaka Tower, it doesn't have any part in it, and it's the only one who's a mercenary V would be willing to take on a crappy job of this caliber. However, since the group quest has been refreshed, there is no reason not to take it. To earn points, not too shabby. Lin Mai's consciousness picked it up decisively. Ding! Congratulations on successfully grabbing the quest qualification. As the first group mission, This mission will have a simultaneous group livestream on participants, the viaduct in the storm, big name V, and will be given group points based on merit. It was accompanied by a succession of beeps. Lin Mai was about to see what else was going on in the group chat when the vision in front of him suddenly distorted, followed by an irresistible suction force. The next moment, like a toilet sucking up water, the entire Maybach instantly traveled to the other world. Cyberpunk 2077 world. No! This can refresh the quest? V was a little confused. He hadn't taken over to the chat group for a short time, and had done a lot of work for hire in that time, but this was the only time he had managed to refresh the group quests to come. If you don't know, is there a mechanism for this? Or is it purely randomized, and snagged by the new big guy? The veteran mercenary speculated with his hand on his jaw. Two things are stacked on top of each other, which makes V a little hard to strain. Is a car going to suddenly appear next? He watched and listened quietly as the group chat beep gradually moved toward the last character. Boom! As his voice ended, a black high-class sedan different from today's era suddenly appeared in front of him, and the aristocratic and paper-drunk atmosphere originating from the rich instantly filled V's sight. This. On the main floor of Tuki Electronics, V covered his face as he looked at the large group of people who had suddenly appeared in front of him, not realizing that the atmosphere of the first group meeting would be so odd. You, the big viaduct guy? V looked a little hesitantly at the Maybach in front of him and opened his mouth to ask. It's me. Lin Mai opened his mouth, and the headlights came on, mechanically piecing together this one voice. The rich woman of the universe is me. It's really a car. King of wrestling resistance on Cybertron. It makes sense. After all, life finds its own way. With the initial meeting between the two pop-ups instantly flashed across the view, with group member avatars dotted alongside them. V ignored the message at once. He was still planning on a quickie tonight. It wasn't like it was a very important mission. There was nothing to delay. So he reached out and pointed to the building next to him. So we're, what? Going to finish the group quest now? Hearing this, Lin Mai's eyes suddenly looked towards the building that towered over him on the side. I think so. In the worldview of Cyberpunk 2077, every corporation has the ability to wage war. The towers, symbolizing the change of power, would naturally be built to a height of at least 100 meters, fully proclaiming the company's dominance within the city. As the saying goes, no snowflake is innocent in an avalanche, and every company dog becomes an enabler in its own right when it works for the company. That's fine. V nodded. It's agreed. This time it's to infiltrate this branch. I'm in charge of uploading the virus and destroying its system, so we have to be as stealthy as possible. There's no need for that. Lin Mai instantly completed the transformation. The parts of the entire car were cobbled together to form a humanoid about 3 meters tall, and in the blink of an eye the side wielded a steel blade to knock out a few security guards at the entrance. Ergo, lifting the collars of the two men, who had fallen into a daze, and pointing their irises at the entrance to the company building. Tick! In just an instant, the security gate had opened. V looked dumbfounded. So efficient? But seeing that Lin Mai had already made a move, he naturally had no room to stop, and instantly kept pace. One car and one person sneaking smoothly into the company's interior. The rich woman of the universe is me. I'm going. Cosmic rich woman is me. The newcomer's combat power is surprisingly strong already. It seems like he can really beat a bull and not just brag about it. Group leader / subspecialized little munchkin. It's not as simple as beating a bull. Group leader / subspecies munchkin. This maneuverability. This power. It's already good enough to be half a Cybertronian. Being the first live group broadcast, all the members of the group were still curious about the content of the mission. What's more, there's no pandemonium advertising here. It's just a different place to chat. So naturally there's no displeasure. Isn't this a bit much? V tapped the elevator on the first floor and whispered towards Lin Mai, who had taken human form next to him. I just put them in a baby-like sleep. Lin Mai shook his head in complete denial. V, looking at the lanky 3-meter body of the Autobot in front of him, he could only sigh helplessly. Bad. This was for the group mission MVP. Ding dong. As the elevator door opens, the spaciousness of the interior is instantly revealed. Without further ado, the two of them stepped into its interior. According to the buyer, the computer system is on the 20th floor. It's late at night, and there's only one security squad stationed inside a small company like this, so we'll sneak in then and the whole thing will be solved. V spoke in a small voice. His gaze glanced to Lin Mai on the side, and he wondered just how much the other party had heard. As a professional mercenary, he had done this more than once and naturally knew how to minimize the difficulty. However, the chat group has now released the task, which is not to put themselves on the fire. Any other groupie would be sweating in the face of such a cutthroat Autobot. I'm sure. If the other person opens their mouth to respond, so be it. But now Lin Mai was completely trippy and just didn't want to say a word. which made V feel palpitations. In fact, Lin Mai was aware of it. His plan, however, was a little bit reckless compared to the other side. After all, he was planning to stun everyone. In the presence of these corporate dogs, all Lin Mai had to do was speed pass, without any technicality, and knock out every single one of them with his own body. See God and kill God. See Buddha and kill Buddha. After all, that's the proper way to get a rating. And if it comes down to it, there may be a need to see blood. Just then, ding dong, the elevator reached the 20th floor. P.S. 3 more shifts today. End of chapter. The metal door opened slowly. The expected rain of gunfire did not surface, and the other end was rendered dead silent. The rich woman of the universe is me, huh? Cosmic rich woman is me, where's the security? It's reasonable to assume that fainting 2 doormen has caused a commotion, right? It's a little weird. V speculated on the situation. Theoretically at this point the security team would come out and preemptively attack, and even if it wasn't a firepower crush, there would be a group of melee brawny men surrounding the elevator. This was the first time he had ever seen this, but if it's unguarded, then it's a godsend. The next thing to do is to static step to the host. Boom! A mechanical humming sound suddenly rang in his ears, just as V was shaken and signaled Lin Mai to lower his voice. Gunfire had begun in the corridor, with intense bullets flying from all directions, and then a wild wind swept in front of him. The scene was, well, too chaotic. It could vaguely be seen as a black cyborg, hard against the countless bullets forward, easily choking a security guard's body and lifting it in midair, letting his hands go. The car door transformed into the forward swing of a steel blade articulating the sound of a falling body. With that, Lin Mai quickly turned around and bounced off the bullet. In the midst of perhaps a terrified scream, the side of the raised steel blade bluntly struck the skull. Stinging sparks erupted between the friction between the bullets and the mechanical body, and in just less than 10 seconds, the messy battle ended with the entire security squad unconscious. Okay, go upload the virus. Lin Mai's back looks especially reliable. V, looking at the rookie Autobots swimming around in front of him, he realized what a bunch of animals all the Cybertronians really were. Obviously could have just slaughtered the City of Night, but it turned out that he still had to play along, just cooperating with himself to complete the task of uploading the virus. Maybach really? V cried to death. I just wanted to sneak in. How come you cut all the guys down? Okay. V nodded sweatily and continued the task. People are still unconscious for a limited time, and just because it was a reckless pass doesn't mean it was brainless. Through the corridors of the 20th floor, the area cleared of security squads was extremely peaceful, and it didn't take long for the two to discover the location of the branch's computer mainframe. There are specialties in the arts, and now it's V's turn to strike again. Murder, theft, uploading viruses. As an essential skill for mercenaries, V had practiced the third party to perfection, and within seconds had hacked into the complex electronic circuits of the mainframe and uploaded what was in advance. All of a sudden, red warning lights flashed throughout the building. Mission accomplished. At the same time, the quest beeps of the secondary chat group once again sounded in the ears of the two participants. Ding! Detected mission objective achieved. The person with the most credit for this mission, the viaduct in the storm, earning 500 group points. Dame V gets 500 group points. Mission completed. Repatriating group members back to original world. Chu Zihang's house. At the parking space, the first thing Lin Mai did after returning to his original world was to open the chat group again. This is the calmness and confidence of the older generation of artists. As expected, the group members were at that moment hotly discussing the scene of the first group mission just now. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, Tisk. Sieberton on Wrestling Resistant King, at Big Name V. How come I haven't seen you on this mission? Aren't you a legend of the City of Night? Well, at least show your hand to the gang. Dame V, is there a possibility that the nature of this mission actually requires sneaking? Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, after killing everyone else. Wouldn't that be sneaking around when no one's looking? Dame V, I'll go. Big Name V, at Cerberto on the King of Wrestling Resistance. Are you really a genius? Cosmic Rich Woman is me. It takes strength to try to force a hard security squad. Cosmic Rich Woman is me. If there is no newcomer to give you the first block, you would have died long ago. Thanks to you are also a high-tech talent. It is recommended to prepare a thermal imager defense. Dame V, makes sense. Dame V, try the whole thermal imaging thing next time you sneak. At least you can tell exactly where the ambush is after you get out of the elevator. Cosmic Rich Woman is me, if you want. I also have a version of the thermal imager here that you can wear directly for only 200 group points. Dame V, one hand to pay and one hand to deliver. The rich woman of the universe is me, good. I'm the rich woman in the universe sending an exclusive red packet to the famous V, thermal imaging camera. The rich woman in the universe is me, Starpiece products. The quality can be guaranteed. Used to the next life will not be bad. Waterproof. Fireproof and bulletproof. Big name V, Star Peace Corporation. Just the name alone is tops. Dame V, don't worry. I'll study how this red envelope feature works. The famous V sends an exclusive red packet to the rich woman in the universe, 200 points. The subreddit chat group has just become the exchange. Lin Mai finally understood the circulation of currency. If he was the only one sitting on a large amount of group points, this kind of transaction could not be carried out. But with an additional V it would be different. Everyone in the group chat now had 100 points or more and had successfully unlocked them all. This is certainly not a bad thing. After all, Lin Mai had something he wanted to buy too. He was just waiting for an opportunity. When more and more members of the group joined in the future, the power of all these different worlds would be the sustenance for his growth. Viaduct in the storm, right. Viaduct in a storm, at Dame V, do you have any speed-enhancing prosthetics on your end? Cyberpunk 2077 World. V walked out of the Winter Moon Electronics branch building and spun around to flee the scene in The Sword in the Stone. Why did he keep his history as a mercenary? The answer is that it's as lucrative a job as selling hookers. 80,000 euros in hand. V's face couldn't help but feel the joy of a good harvest as he watched the collection notification light up on his cell phone. Mercenaries like him were essentially the fringe of the city of night, and he still preferred to call himself a fringe walker if he could. Tonight's mission was the easiest in my life. However, the prosthetics that add to the speed of movement. V looked at the chat group with a hesitant expression. There hadn't been more than a few transformations he'd performed now, let alone recognizing the effects of these prosthetics. And the question asked by the new NPC was clearly a little over the top. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with something. Oh, Weizhentian. As a powerful military-grade prosthetic, it fits perfectly with the new big guy. End of chapter. Big name V, Weizhentian. Viaduct in the storm, I can offer 1,000 points. Dame V, 1,000 points? Dame V, this will have to be a trade. I'll try to get one in a short time and just pay for the delivery by sending a red envelope. Viaduct in the storm, okay. Lin Mai contentedly exited the chat group interface. It's done. As a traveler, he was naturally aware of the horrors of Weizhentian. The essence of its origin is to slow down the passage of time. Thus the acceleration of this thing is too loaded for any human to use more than a few times. But Nehi is a car. Even if it is overloaded again, it will not suffer from cyberpsychosis. So only he put it to use bad points. Inverted Antipodean belongs to is. There is only plowed out ground, not exhausted oxen. If V managed to get the prosthetic body, then Lin Mai could have an ability similar to Time Zero and Shakura's speech spirit. To some extent, this would already rival the top hybrids, with only a slight difference in combat experience. Waiting for the next big reinforcement. It's still no match for Odin, but it's still no problem to solve the accidents in this coastal city. Lin Mai thought so in his heart. There were also undercurrents under the calm life. At least in front of himself, the three important figures of Chu Tianzhou, Chu Zihang and Lu Mingfei had already appeared. And with Sakode Mamoru and Sansei as a duo under the boss's banner running all over the world, the likelihood of them showing up in this city is slim, but by no means zero. Hiding one's identity while changing the fate of important people as much as possible is one's goal at this stage. On the bus. Boy, wake up. The end of the line. Luminify sat up in an energetic manner and looked at the hygienic cleaner's aunt on the side. Auntie, what time of night is it? It's 8:30. It's good to be young. Fall back to sleep. Big Mom replied with emotion. Thanks auntie, I'm going home. Seeing this, Lumini grabbed his book bag and scurried out of the bus's open shrugged doorway, running towards the opposite station. If he didn't go home at this hour, his aunt and uncle were going to scold him all night. How could Lu Mingfei not have thought that in this time period when he had just started his first year of middle school, he would have encountered a bizarre event that no one else could have encountered in their entire life combined. First it was being chased by monsters in an underground garage, followed by an encounter with a scary Autobot, followed by passing out on his own until 6 p.m. and even falling asleep on a bus. How can one be so unlucky? The more he thought, Lu Mingfei tears are almost out. He is now incomparably hate that did not participate in the art festival of their own, even if they follow the literature club to read a section of poetry recitation or he often felt that he was a bad child, lonely as hell, not as smart and excellent as Chu Zihang who was so loved by everyone, nor did he have the confidence of Zhao Manhwa. Even his academic performance was a few of the bottom of the class. He didn't dare boil the water, and then he wouldn't be the only boiling thing in the house. At night, warm yellow streetlights splash the streets and the wind blows the leaves of the street trees. Luminify stepped over the crosswalk. In the midst of the diffuse lights, in the midst of a steel beast speeding by, he ran shakily, like a mannequin whose clockwork was about to run out. Eventually, by the time he reached the other side of the road, he finally couldn't support his body once more and sat down with his legs spread out. Lumini's body trembled slightly, but he wasn't sure why he was shaking, or if he just felt more comfortable sitting down. As if that would save him from having to deal with today's events. He was in a purple mood. Just then, the glare suddenly hit him in the face as he was met by what appeared to be a black limousine, whose door suddenly opened and a slender shadow of a young girl stepped out of it, blocking the flickering halo of light. Lu Mingfei, Shadow, who had stepped out of the car, spoke, her voice crisp and nice, mid-range and recognizable, looking very surprised. What are you doing here? Lu Mingfei always sounded a bit familiar. Su Xiaobu. After thinking for a few seconds, Lu Mingfei reacted. Meanwhile, his eyes gradually adjusted to the light, and the young girl in front of the flashing headlights in his vision became clearer. Sure enough, it was the female classmate that he usually secretly spat about as a female tycoon and bandit. Su Xiaobu, a girl who was always arrogant and rich, and was nicknamed Little Heavenly Maiden in the class. Only, now the other's face was not only singularly condescending, but also surprised. Lu Minar, what are you doing here? Su Xiaobu asked again, puzzled. I took the bus and passed the stop. Lu Mingfei pointed awkwardly at herself. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of the license plate. Maybach? Lu Mingfei's eyes suddenly panicked. How this still has a nightmare return link. The legs are not soft. Suddenly stood up and ran in the opposite direction. Ha? Su Xiaobu looked confused. Hey, Lu Mingfei, this is a new car my dad bought. If you want to go home, this lady doesn't mind giving you a ride, she exclaimed. But I didn't expect that Lu Mingfei was running even farther away, and after a few seconds he was completely out of sight, as if he didn't hear his own voice, just running without hesitation. That a figure of sports have to fail, in this case is running faster and faster, as if eating stimulants in general. Forget it, Uncle Lee, let's drive home. Su Xiaobu sighed. She couldn't figure out why the other party had so much malice towards the Maybach, and turning her head, she spoke to the driver in the front seat. Yes, ma'am. Uncle Lee nodded and stepped on the gas, and the Maybach suddenly headed in the direction of Su's house. As a driver, all he could do was stay out of the way and just follow Missy's instructions to the letter. Long legs? Is this guy really S-class? Su and she looked a little bit unable to look at it. Picking up the arm of Sake Demai next to him, why would he be afraid of Maybach? Sakoko Mamoru shook his head. I don't know, maybe fear of the rich? If Lu Mingfei had an inferiority complex, then they would still be able to understand. But to be afraid of seeing Maybach this time was completely beyond the duo's understanding. I can't understand it. Sakotaku Mamoru lifted off the meditative illumination, and the two of them suddenly appeared under the streetlight that Lu Mingfei had just run through, without the slightest bit of unnaturalness, as if they had always existed here. It's unbelievable that an S-rank hybrid species that perhaps possesses a spatial chopping speech spirit would have such a despicable personality. Swanksy spat. Instead, Sakita Makoto's eyes looked to the moon, thinking of the possible sorrow of blood that might be there. End of chapter. Wait, speaking of this hatred of the rich, Sakode Maki mused for 2 seconds. Does Chu Tianjiao's family have a Maybach as well? Yes, top configuration 62s. Su and she nodded, then tore open the package of a packet of original potato chips bought from a convenience store. Her slender fingers reached in and took out a piece as she chewed and replied, why are you asking this? Aren't we all under the boss's umbrella? And this car was given to him by the boss before. She looked strange, although Lu Mingfei was afraid of Maybach. Chu Zihang and Lu Mingfei didn't have much room for contact. Nothing, just an unwarranted association. Sakoko Mamoru said perfunctorily. The physical exertion of driving a meditative illumination for a long period of time was great, and if it wasn't for her extreme durability as a ninja, I'm afraid that at this point she wouldn't be slightly tired, but exhausted. Che, can't figure out how you ninjas think. Swanksy chortled and grabbed a stack of chips out of the bag, not handing them to Sake Demai, but swallowing them all in one bite in her own mouth, chewing on them with her teeth to eliminate them. As a perennial chip eater, she knows that sometimes there's no way to be satisfied with just one. So when she feels bad, always pull out a big stack and let your taste buds fully embrace the flavors of multi-layered, modern craft foods. Meh. Sakode Mamoru just grinned. Having been a fellow employee with Chip Chick for so long, how could she not know the other's habits? And the best way to handle a situation like this was to change the subject. Let's go and meet up with Chu Tianjiao. We haven't exchanged the information from observing Lu Mingfei today. If we let him know about the possibility that Lu Mingfei has awakened the spirit of speech, he should show some reactions that are different from usual. In the light of the street lamps, the two once again transformed into dark ink spots, like rainwater dissolving in the rain, and headed towards their common destination. In the late night hours, Lin Mai tested many of his own conditions, hearing and vision in addition to his hardness and deformation abilities. First of all, hearing is the same as the period of being a human being, And still not being able to hear words clearly from a long distance away shows that one has not become stronger by receiving the fire structure. As for vision, it's a different story. Nowadays, Lin Mai's observation skills were more than a notch better than when he was in the kendo hall, and he could even see the fibers on the flowers and plants clearly. Apparently, hearing is related to the signal receiver, and the vision is related to the strength of the soul, which improved significantly after gaining the knowledge of the Cybertronians. It wouldn't be bad to upgrade these two sometime. It should provide quite a bit of convenience when it's time to fight. The sword cuts the flesh, the heart cuts the soul. The Autobot himself is kind of well fed, with both the talent to change his size through the strength of his parts and the power of the group member worlds to back him up, which is kind of a big deal. Lin Mai thought so, but until then, it's still important to improve the general direction, such as hardcore combat prowess. Let's see if there are any goodies in the mall. He held his breath and opened up the subreddit chat group. After opening the level 2 group mall, without Lin Mai having to think about it much, the items in here would definitely be more valuable than before as well. And spending off group points doesn't affect breaking through to the next level, which is an action in your favor any way you look at it. With a thought, the list of mall items came out. Floating machine gun, level 2, price, 2,000 points. Remarks, by consuming oil or electricity, inflicts any number of beam attacks to the front. Chainsaw conversion module, level 2, price, 2,500 points. Remarks, it is possible to add a chainsaw to a sword to increase its sharpness without consuming any energy. With a thought, Lin Mai immediately looked at the two items at the top and checked off all two items. Kids make the choices. Adults want them all. Group points balance detected, 7. 499 points. Do you choose to purchase the floating machine cannon and chainsaw modification module? A total payment of 4,500 group points is required. Yes. At those words, Lin Mai nodded. 500 group points paid, as the group points quickly jumped to 999 points. Two items from the mall were quickly moved off the shelves, displaying an obvious, sold out. Obviously, not quite the same as the wholesale stuff in the level 1 mall. These two allotments will go off the shelf as soon as they are purchased. Please wait a moment. Ding! All items have been issued. With the sound of two crisp beeps, Lin Mai instantly felt two streams of pure power that converged into his body. The steel blade transforms itself into a chainsaw blade. The float cannon, on the other hand, can be summoned at will and makes up for the disadvantage of not being able to use oil and electricity when using fire structures. Is this the outfit? Lin Mai felt the door carefully and felt ready to transform this thing from a harmless steel product to the king of cold weapons, chainsaws that smell blood. As for the floating cannon, naturally, it could be summoned at will to defend against the enemy. Unnoticed, his Maybach saw another wave of enhancement. At this moment, an abandoned factory. This was the agreed upon meeting place. And Suanxi and Sakodmai had already arrived before Chu Tianjia traveled a long way to get here. Didn't the trippy girl come? Suanxi looked at the man and inquired. Didn't come. Chu Tianjia looked around, then directed his gaze at the duo standing in front of him. Let me start with the information I've gotten. Lu Mingfei's classmate, Su Xiaoboom, whose father, Su Jiannan, is not of dragon descent, but has had dealings with Japan's serpent Orochi Hachiya as a well-known mineral business tycoon in the city. He rubbed his forehead and grimaced. Don't look at this news as bull ********, but Lu Mingfei himself I can't monitor what's going on, and you have to understand that I'm an old man with a midlife crisis, and I have to pick up my kids from school every day. It's hard. Su Xiaoboom, the name instantly resounded in the duo's minds. Sakodmai and Suanxi looked at each other. Wasn't this the girl who was planning to pick up Lumini and drive him home tonight? Her father had actually worked with the Orochi family? Expand on that. Sakoko Mamoru stepped forward and spoke. Chu Tianjia was slightly puzzled. He kind of didn't expect that this potato chip long-legged duo would actually be interested in this. However, it quickly sank in. He himself was the commissioner of the S-Class Executive Department of Castle Academy, and in terms of recalling and elaborating on information, it could be said that there was no one more capable than him in this part of the zone. Unless that has the mirror pupil speech spirit of the 3 No Girl Zero rush to the scene, or else really can't touch the Chu Tianjiao's ability to rule the information. After a long time, Chu Tianjiao slowly opened his mouth. During this period of time, Su Jiannan has been looking around for cooperation in order to broaden a smelting industry chain for the Su family's enterprises, and the volume of buying and selling has come out extremely high, far surpassing that of other peers. As expected, it went to Genji Heavy Industries, the leading company of the 8 Japanese Orochi families. End of chapter. Good man. Genji Heavy Industries. Suanxi sucked in a breath of cool air. The volume of this thing, but she also can't afford to touch the porcelain. With a hand in both black and white, money and power, and even the island's gathering place for dragonborn power. It was basically a first-rate position in the entire world of mixed-blood species. What kind of family is this Lu Mingfei's classmate, that he can actually work with such a big shot? Tangerine Masamune, now the great head of the Orochi Hachi family, and the substantial head of Genji Heavy Industries, and the two had completed their meeting in this city a few days ago. But Orange Masamune himself doesn't seem to be a half-breed, and I didn't sense that when I was spying. And that young man who came with him, named Genjisei, his bloodline class is very high, higher than you and I and the three no-girls combined, I believe. Chu Tianjiao rubbed his hair, associated with the horrifying look in the other party's eyes when they looked directly at their plainclothes selves through the window. It could be determined that it was at least S-rank, and it's a hybrid species that has awakened the spirit of speech, bringing such a bodyguard to support the scene. It is obvious that there is a big danger if this business negotiation does not work out, but the good thing is that it has already been negotiated, and neither side of the business war has made any unpleasantness. So it is. Sakutaku Mamoru nodded, silently memorizing the name Genjisi. We have an important piece of information here as well. Say it. Chu Tianjiao nodded without hesitation. This scene he has seen many times. The other side always have to sell a secret. Lumini has awakened the spirit of speech. Suanshi opened her mouth before Sakoku Mai, completing the snatch straight away. Ha! Chu Tianjiao was at a loss. When? While you were picking up Chu Zihang from school, Lumini awakened the spirit of speech in the middle school's underground garage, suspected to be a tributary of the King of the Sky and Wind, with the ability of spatial chopping. Early the next morning, ding! Logging into the chat group has been detected, and a check-in has been performed automatically. Points for this check-in, 999 points. Lin Mai was super awakened by the system beep, where intelligent life is concerned. Then sleep is required, even for Autobots. I can't believe there are still so many today. Listening to the beep in his ear, Lin Mai was slightly surprised, but quickly disdained this. After all, this amount of points could only be regarded as a trivial matter for him now. The main source is still group quests, red herrings, and changing the world line. Assuming that the next day was 999 points every day, it would take 2 days for himself to unlock the level 3 group mall, not to mention purchasing items inside that could easily be over 10,000 points. After only a moment, Lin Mai exited the points screen. First thing in the morning when you wake up, open the subreddit chat group and check it out. Viaduct in the Storm, good morning. Cybertron on WrestleMania King, good morning. I've already started hitting Autobot City. Big name V, yes. How many Cybertronians did you bring over to fight on your side? Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, dozens of them. King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, those that are with me now. Let me count them. Red Spider, Shocking Thunder, Farce, Bomb, Recoil, Shrapnel, Megatron, Shockwave, Beam Splitter, Reflector, Spotter, Skyfire. Dame V, what's the name of the dish here? Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, huh? Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, it's just a display of arms. I'll be live streaming in the group when the fight officially starts. Remember to reward me with some storm recovery potion. King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, I purchased 1 or 2 of these online, and I feel they are still very useful. And although the notes state that it is a slight degree of protection against rusting, the restoration is top-notch, and can repair extensive wounds on Cybertronians. King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, video. See groupies posting videos. Lin Mai was instantly interested, and immediately realized to double-click to open the video. Only the first thing to be presented was a mangled mechanical arm, which was covered in scars created by the battle, and certain parts had even shattered to the point of being unbearable to look at. But the next moment, as the other hand opened the lid of the recovery potion, the gilt-colored liquid poured down, and the large wound began to flow backwards in layers, countless parts reassembling. In just a second or two, the broken mechanical arm had completely recovered, as if it was brand new from the factory. And here the video finishes on a black screen. Exiting back into the subreddit's chat group interface. The effects of this potion are that strong? Lin Mai was in shock. That 100 group points really seems like something. At least it solves the problem of Autobots not being able to get their blood back whenever they want. Imagine a bunch of Autobots who can keep getting blood back if they can't take seconds attacking you together. It's an epic enhancement any way you look at it. Viaduct in the Storm, against all odds. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, and this thing can fix rust, too, although the docket is for a minor fix, but one of the few ways to do it. King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, with this storm recovery potion, there's a good chance that a Cybertronian will be cured of rust while fighting against you. Cybertron on the King of Wrestling Resistance, after this, you will face the wrath of a full-blown Cybertronian. Big name V, how about this? Dame V, I just tried it too, and it only heals my prosthetic body. There's no way to restore my physical body. Dame V, as introduced. It can only repair my 10 centimeters incision. Dame V, but treating worn prosthetics is to be able to repair more than 1 meter that has broken defense. I'm the rich woman of the universe, huh? Cosmic rich woman is me. It's starting to get fierce. Meaning that the rainstorm recovery potion's recovery effect on machinery is 10 times more effective than that of us fleshly mortals? Star Dome Railroad World. Ista stood inside the space station, looking at the rainstorm recovery potion that had been withdrawn from her hand with a shocked expression. I hear there are a lot of cyborgs over at Urilo 6. If we can combine them with this thing. She had a sudden bold thought. In this universe, there exists a catastrophe called the Legion of Antimatter. If one was able to create a group of highly refined and powerful mechanical units and supply storm recovery potions accurately, wouldn't that minimize the cost of attrition? Boss Megatron. Truly a man of God. Cosmic rich woman is me, thanks to Mr. Wei for providing ideas. I know how to cope with the disaster over here. Big name V, huh? Dame V, why do you all have bold ideas? Just me, I feel like I'm buying at a loss. Before the chat screen, V looked at the rainstorm recovery potion that was empty of cups after repairing just one prosthetic arm. End of chapter. Some world where the aura is revived. So it seems that the effects of the storm recovery potion are quite outstanding. Shin Xingluo lamented after reading the chat log. Looking at the flask of potions that shimmered with a strange light, she reached out and tipped it over, gazing at the dots of light in it that fell like an hourglass to the bottom. In the subreddit chat group, both the group owner and group members have the same rights. So again, it costs 100 group points, only in addition to this gilt liquid potion bottle. Shin Xinglu's table also had a level 1 props ghost repelling mahogany sword with the words "All evils will not be invaded" written on it. Halfway through the day, she averted her gaze and slumped comfortably into her computer chair. It's quite a relief to sleep with this thing on. I just don't know which world's groupies can be suddenly attacked by dead things, so it's obviously a cockamamie one. At the same time, Lin Mai browsed the level 1 mall. Let's buy 5 storm recovery potion first. The group points break through the permission levels do not hide the mall that was once there. Unlike the enhanced output of the Tier 2 mall, the Tier 1 mall is more crotch-pulling at first glance, but in actuality, it's all about good value, and the entire item pool is filled with an atmosphere of reverence for mechanical ascension. Group points balance detected, 3,998 points. Do you choose to purchase 5, Rainstorm Recovery Potion? A total payment of 500 group points is required. Yes, Lin Mei instructed. In a flash, the 5 storm recovery potions transformed into pure energy that circled in the air, slowly integrating into the carcass. With its gilt color, it can be summoned along with the floating machine gun at the slightest call, and has become part of this Maybach's arsenal. So that's how it would be to help mend the recovery if there were no hands. It dawned on him. This chat group is quite humanized. If these 5 bottles of potions hanging directly in the trunk, then it is estimated that 500 points directly fizzled out, and will soon be thrown away by the owner of the car, Chu Tianjiao, or be found to be the real use. So this ghost-repelling mahogany sword. Lin Mai's eyes once again looked towards the mall. Things that have passed away. By the way then, Deadpool and Corpse Guard are considered in that category, right? He pondered for a moment, then whirled around and bought one down online as well. Might come in handy when the time comes. Is this purchase ended? Current group point balance detected, 3,398 points. Over. Lin Mai shut down the group mall with a thought. He was unaware that he had become the only member of the group who was able to use the ghost-repelling mahogany sword properly. Viaduct in a storm, went shopping in the mall for a while and finally spent my points. Dame V, spent. Dame V, dare I ask the new guy, are the items inside the level 2 mall particularly expensive? Viaduct in the storm, yes. Viaduct in the storm, each item costs more than 1,000 points, and will be sold out after buying it. Limited to 1 purchase, but it's still a great boost to strength. The rich woman of the universe is me, true or false? Cosmic rich woman is me la, think about it. After all, the opening requirement would require 1,000 group points, and it makes sense that the goods inside would be sold at such a high price. Universe rich woman is me, alas. Every day to sign in just so much points, and do not know when to get together 1,000 points. Can only wait for the mission. The rich woman of the universe is me, I'm tired from work. I'll take a break first. Group leader / subspecialized munchkin, taught. Group leader / subspecialized little munchkin, why does it feel like you're all tired of being social animals? Exiting the chat group's interface, Lin Mai's sight returned to reality. In addition to Esta and V having a job to do, he naturally had his own job, which was to pick up and drop off the father and son. Tick. With the car keys pressed at the waist, the door slightly unfolded a gap. Chu Zihang and rushed back Chu Tianjiao have sat in the spacious carriage. The engine started and the roar of the internal combustion engine sounded as the gasoline was consumed under the added weight of speed. It didn't take long for the car to drive away from the Chu Zihang family's villa area and head towards the highway. What did you do last night? Chu Zihang looked at Chu Tianjiao in the front seat and spoke with some hesitation. Had a few drinks. Work socializing, I guess. Chu Tianjiao casually said. Hybrids can show a slight amount of fatigue despite their high energy levels. Especially for Chu Tianjiao, who had been monitoring Lumini for many days. He could no longer control the dark circles that naturally appeared on his eyelids now. Oh. Chu Zihang didn't ask much. Lin Mai silently watched this with his sight. Of course he knew Chu Tianjiao's work. This middle-aged man definitely wasn't as simple as just having a few drinks. Unfortunately, the other party doesn't believe anyone. The car's driving record is limited to Shirlan Middle School and Chu Zihang's house. 2 points in one line. And then beyond that the locations are all rushed over by themselves. As long as you have a chance to excuse yourself afterward. Then by grabbing Chu Tianjiao deeply in this line, the fate of some important people can certainly be changed. 0. Sake Dama-e. Su and Shi. Today's timeline. Lumini is still only in the first grade, so it may be able to trigger what kind of butterfly effect. Of course, it's better to live like this for now. 30 minutes later. Serval Middle School. Highway parking. The roar of the Maybach's engine was set in a location that stood out near the entrance to the school, and Chu Tianjiao and Chu Zihang got off one after another. Remember, pay attention in school, Chu Tianjiao admonished. Aha! Chu Zihang nodded his head and then walked into the school gate, fading away in the distance of his vision. After seeing his own son off to school, Chu Tianjiao sighed, then tightened his jacket and headed in the opposite direction through the old neighborhood. The next person to arrive at the scene was Lumini. He obviously hadn't slept well last night. His face was pale and weak, and the school bag behind him was as heavy as a mountain, as if it could overwhelm that skinny body at any time. Aha! Suddenly, after seeing this car of his, Lu Mingfei was like seeing a ghost, directly accelerating his pace and rushing into the campus. Seeing this, Lin Mai couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This car is also famous. In this world, people before the saints on the underground garage one time, in order to Lu Mingfei kind of leafy character. After all, will be afraid. It's true. If people grow up in the same environment, their future personalities are only magnified in equal proportion. In other words, the current Lu Miaomiao, Zhao Manhwa, Chen Wenwen, and Su Xiaobang should not be far from the future. Just as Lin Mai dived in to watch the passers-by, suddenly, a system beep sounded. Congratulations to the new group members for joining the Sublime chat group. The group chat nickname, Iron Man with a Big Heart, has been automatically generated. And in the meantime, the group chat, which had originally fallen into a dead silence, also boiled up. End of chapter. The rich woman of the universe is me, welcome newcomer. Dame V, welcome newcomer. Cybertron on WrestleMania King, welcome newcomer. Such a familiar trifecta of bubbles caught Lin Mai off guard, and looking at the active crowd of groupies, he followed suit and sent a message over. Viaduct in the Storm, welcome newcomer. Marvel Universe. Ethan, did you hear anything? Tony Stark looked aside to the sherbet middle-aged man and gestured with his hand. Inside the brain. No. Dr. Ethan shook his head. Tony pondered for a moment, then spoke. Then let me make sure it's not a hallucination. His consciousness sank down into the subdimensional chat group. As he delved deeper, a chat interface that looked no different from normal social software appeared inside the field of vision, and on it were the chat records since he joined the group. Everything seems to be normal, except for the fact that one's nickname is randomly generated. Broad-minded Iron Man, here? Group owner / Sub-Zero Munchkin, Sub-Zero chat. I believe you are Mr. Tony Stark. This man knows me? Tony was taken aback. Although he frequented above the TV channels, if this malicious intruder into his brain knew his identity, then common sense would say it was scheming. Installed a time bomb in his brain? Or wanting shares in the company? Two thoughts instantly intertwined in his mind. However, he forced himself to swallow his saliva and continued to speak inside the chat group. Broad-minded Iron Man, what do you want? Iron Man with a big heart, with the power of Stark Industries. We can help you achieve something within our reach. Whether it's a signature girl on the cover of a fashion magazine or becoming a billionaire with a multitude of reputations. Group leader / Sub-Zero Munchkin, huh? Group master / Sublime Little Munchkin, you misunderstand? I'm not from the same world as you. And these group mates are also from the worlds of the heavens and the worlds of the worlds, with a main focus on a mutually beneficial win-win situation. Group leader / Sub-Zero Munchkin, if I'm not mistaken, you'd be at the terrorist base right now, making preparations to escape with Dr. Ethan, wouldn't you? Serval Middle School. Parking. Is the timeline of Iron Man I? Lin Mai gazed at what was going on in the subreddit chat group and fell into a deep thought. Comic book universe combat can be high, so high that it breaks through the multiverse level, or it can be low, limited to popping buildings or even bricks. But either way, The addition of this new group member provides an avenue for the group to become stronger. But, isn't it a little too hellish to be broad-minded? Among the original storylines, Tony's chest was hit by shrapnel and even had a magnet installed specifically to prevent metal shards from entering his heart. And even once the battle armor was gone, the hole remained. It can be said that Hell opens the door to hell, and hell comes home to roost. How is it not Iron Man with a heart of gold? Lin Mai was beyond spitting, but was mentally calculating what value Iron Man could bring to the table. First up is the power plant of the Iron Man armor. With that thing, one should be able to fly, as well as unlock high-intensity beam attacks and a host of technological power-based developments. The poor rely on mutation, the rich on technology. This body of his might also be able to have a speech spirit and drink dragon blood, but the main direction was still mechanical ascension. Imagine, in the midst of a king versus king battle, roiling with speech spirits, chanting about the power of technology that belongs to you might be a different kind of romance. Secondly, there are other things in the Marvel universe. Whether it was the Infinity Gems or the Cosmic Tesseract, as long as these things could be gotten at a later stage, then it would be quite a big boost for oneself. After all, this world system is too fancy to think about, with favorable items traceable and unavailable. Therefore, Iron Man is a fat sheep, faced with such a hairy, meaty, juicy new pack member. Lin Mai's thoughts were, open weed. Tony had been shocked beyond words. He gradually realized that what this person in the chat group said seemed to be true. Is this my future? Compared to the endgame battle that could easily be the birth and destruction of the universe, it seemed that the crisis he was facing today could not be considered a danger at all, and was nothing more than a small fight. All that needs to be done at this point is just to get the initial generation of battlesuits developed. Broad-minded Iron Man, I see. Wide-minded Iron Man, gentlemen. After I escape from the terrorist base, would you like to come and visit me in my company? And I will entertain you with the finest service. Big name V, Dame V, is there a possibility that there are no hard conditions for group quests, and that our current permissions can't support traveling through worlds? Big name V, but if you want to thank us, just send us some red envelopes back when the time comes. And remember, no money, it's a product of technology. Broad-minded Iron Man, okay. Cosmic rich woman is me, Ilu a sad little plot. The rich woman of the universe is me, but the world over there is so awesome. I'm sure the gifts won't be too bad, right? Iron Man with a big heart, don't worry. Tony Stark, treat people with integrity. Broad-minded Iron Man, after mastering the technology of making battlesuits, I'm sure I'll be happy to share it with many of my groupmates, and if I can escape this time, I can also share shares. Group leader / subspecies Munchkin, Group leader / sublime little Munchkin, forget this one. We can't spend it over here if you give us shares. Group leader / subdivision Munchkin, really think your Stark Industries made it to the heavens and the earth? Seeing the situation, Tony just smiled. And in the simple exchange of contact, he got to know the other members of the group as well. But the fact that this side of his world was so wonderful was something he hadn't expected. Being in a Middle Eastern terrorist base by himself, Tony's every move was being watched, so he could only simply assemble the modules and wait to put the suit on before he could drive it. Ethan, pass a wrench. At that, a wrench was given from Ethan's hand to Tony's side. Tony drilled into the mechanical fittings, his forehead already producing a sheen of sweat in the sweltering heat. But at this rate it probably wasn't far from completion. Right about this time. Bang! 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 There was a sudden knock on the door. Someone outside the door shouted something sternly in what appeared to be Hungarian, but it was too far away to be heard. Damn it! They're coming! Ethan, hurry up and start the power. Tony stood up in the assembly module, laboriously assembling the parts on himself with a wrench, but the noise outside the door was growing more and more intense, as if it was about to break in. It's too late. Ethan watched the loading bar on his computer with the same urgency. Suddenly, the chat group's beep suddenly sounded. Ding! The chat group has released a group mission to assist group member Iron Man with a big heart and his companions to leave the Middle East terrorist base smoothly. The number of participants is limited to 4 people. End of chapter. Transformers World, Earth. Surprisingly, the group quest was swiped at this time. Megatron had a complicated expression. If it hadn't gotten out of the way, I'm afraid it would have patronized the Marvel Universe by now. This Iron Man, isn't it good to join the group early? So you have to make the group party at this time of the year? Just, Starscream, go scout the base 140 kilometers to the west. I'll send someone to meet you later. It shook its head and commanded the red cyborg at its side. At the same time, with a movement of his mind, he exited the interface of the subdimensional chat group and made a rejection of the reception of the group's mission. Star Dome Railroad World. Group assignment? Esta did a double take. Though she herself was the station's director, commissioned by the Black Tower, The recent years here had been quiet, and there was no need for an administrator of her caliber to worry about it. After all, aside from the antimatter legions that appear at any time, there's really no plague in the area. And the big deal is that when Galactic Baseball Man Star comes back to deal with it, it's just a matter of waiting for Galactic Baseball Man Star to return. When you come across a group assignment like this, it's a reason to take a break and go out and stretch your legs. Pick up. Up to this point, Esther had not hesitated. The interface for group tasks fades. Immediately, an irresistible force of attraction erupted from the location of the original interface, pulling her toward another universe in an instant. Another new assignment? Lin Mai saw this, but hesitated a bit. After all, the sudden disappearance of one of your own cars in a large crowd is likely to cause an anecdote. But look at the scene of the moment. In addition to his own Maybach, $9 million or more class of car has also screwed into a line. The heart of the worry gradually relaxed. After all, with the experience of the last time, returning after participating in a group mission, only an instant of time would pass in the main world. Even if someone saw a car flashing repeatedly, in the end they would surely just think it was an illusion and would not be much suspicious of the scene. Join. With a thought, Lin Mai clicked to receive the mission. Then the chat group panel faded from view, and eventually the chat was better than nothing, dissolving into the traffic outside the gates of Sir Balin High School. At the end, a voice braked out. Ding! Congratulations on successfully grabbing the quest qualification. As a second group mission, this mission will open the group livestream at the same time. Participants, Viaduct in the Storm, The Great V, The Rich Woman of the Universe is me, Iron Man with a Big Heart, and will be given group points based on merit. Note, this subgroup mission level 1 star. Buzz. At the end of the beep, the familiar attraction came again, sending Lin Mai straight to the other world. At this very moment, Tony was still anxious. Despite hearing the beeping in his ears, he still couldn't put his head down and ignore the situation in front of him. As the two of them were facing what seemed to be a desperate situation on one side, Ethan rushed over to help assemble the battle armor as well. But it was too late. Say something quick and stall for time. His expression was eager. Hurry, it's all assembled now except for the mask. Just waiting for the loading bar to end. I think he's speaking Hungarian. I don't know it. Ethan scratched his head in embarrassment. The energy needed to power such a large tin man wasn't just talk, and the loading bar was only about 30% of the way there now. Then say something random. Okay, I'll try. Ethan was about to say something when there was a violent and unmistakable explosion from the doorway. He turned his head to see that the door had blown open in the smoke and 3 terrorists were on the floor. Alive or dead? Now save the spit. Tony said. They'll be back again soon, so put your mask on me and get behind me. With that said, his eyes were dead set on the loading progress on the computer, only needing to complete this final step. He himself could mold the iron battlesuit and get out of this place, knowing that Ethan will die in the original plot. Tony's mood at this time is naturally more important to preserve this close friend with whom he made a short-term acquaintance. According to this current timing, it seemed that he could not reverse the fate of the other party who would die no matter what. That's not going to work. I'm going to go buy you some time. Ethan ran to the door and picked up one of the terrorists' pistols, something flashing in his eyes. Tony, you stay here and protect yourself. Ethan, stick to the plan, Tony yelled. Suddenly, just as Ethan was about to go out, a sudden sound of space distortion came from within the room. Click, as if glass had shattered. All the light sources in the field of vision became flickering, followed by several silhouettes that were completely inconsistent with the picture of this place stepping out of the void. A man and a woman. Anna Maybach. Ethan? In the midst of his bewildered eyes, this Maybach actually quickly completed its transformation as well. The machinery began to diverge from the vehicle's form, climbing and squirming as it assembled itself into a completely new shape. Only this time it was no longer the humanoid height of 3 meters, but a full 8 meters. The top broke through the rocks at the top of the cave, and the 2-story height made Lin Mai look like a steel titan. Ethan looked at the group in disbelief. Firstly, the pink-haired girl in a silver dress with a sallow black skirt, and secondly a mental boy with a mechanical prosthetic body all over his body. Tony, is this the help you got? Words. Tony scratched his head. He really didn't know how to explain this group of otherworldly visitors. You can't say you shook people with your brain, can you? Maybe. What do you mean maybe? Ethan spat. The words came out but his face was in a much better mood. In this case, even if it was just a few more people, the situation would be different. What's more, Tony's helpers are a group of appearance looks extremely bluffing existence, especially that 8-meter high big cyborg. Looks simply like from the Transformers Inside Out. Cool death. Okay, now hide behind me, Tony said as he picked up his visor. His expression serious. Just because he had multiple people backing him up didn't mean he could let up now, until he had tested the strength of these men. The main source of his security was still his own steel battlesuit that had been pieced together on an assembly module that only needed power. Ethan was about to say something else when the sound of dense footsteps was heard and the bald terrorist leader had walked in with a dozen terrorists with guns. Squeaky, rough footsteps crushed wooden door branches, and their eyes happened to meet the steel battle armor at the forefront, and the three unlocal-looking members of the group in the rear. The gun chamber is already pulled the safety. Just need to pull the trigger. The sky will be covered with bullets splattered out. In a split second, the two groups faced off on this. End of chapter. Gulp. The chief gulped, his face falling slightly into a messy expression, but quickly righted himself. He growled something unintelligible with an angry look on his face, and then the men around him opened fire on Tony's still poorly protected visor. A dozen bullets hurtling through the air. Bang! 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 The iron battlesuit weighs several hundred kilograms, and when the power program is not activated, Tony can't move at all. He's just a living target. The not yet installed visor fell with a single blow, and in Tony's field of vision, a couple of extremely fast bullets sliced through the air looming over him. However, at the next moment, before everyone could react, a blade of light cut down the bullets in the air out of nowhere, and it was V, who had already crossed his sword forward, who blocked the attack. To initiate a duel in such an offensive manner really puts me down. V's eyes were sharp as he whirled around and rushed towards the several terrorists in front of him with his high-frequency vibrating knife, his figure blending into the pitch-black environment like a silver rain swallow. Lin Mai and Esta looked at each other. Aha! Estar also understood where her vocation lay, and with a slight flourish of her staff in her hand, she quickly joined the fight. The sounds of firing intensified. The terrorists looked to V, who had rushed in front of them, and their fingers frantically pulled the triggers. The chamber of the gun was slightly heated, and the bullets that were fired were guided by the rifling to spread straight out, turning into a rain of bullets, but they were completely dodged by the other party's ghost-like movements. The sparks of the bullets contradicted V's miraculous movements, and even the other party just crossed over, as if time was suspended, and the whole person went straight through all the barrage. In the next moment, the high-frequency vibrating blade sliced through all the flesh as far as the eye could see. Paddle! In a flash, all 5 terrorists were cut down to the waist. The few remaining minions cum chiefs had realized by now that something was wrong. Knock! Esta's attack came in a flash. The staff in his hand was pointed at the ground, and in a flash a straight ray of heat went straight through a man's body, his clothes igniting in no time, and his body turned to flying ash in seconds. Boom! And in the next moment, several people standing next to it were hit by a meteor that fell from the sky. Chasing damage followed, and 4 blasts landed swiftly on the body, burning through all of it in moments, unable to escape, leaving a charred mess in the flames' scorching wake. Tony, these friends you got. Ethan looked a little hesitantly at the scene before him. Tony had a complicated look on his face. I can kinda see that each of these guys is skilled in their own way. What kind of technology is this? Biotechnology? The power of the members of the group was completely lost on him, and it was true that they were worthy of being visitors from other worlds, capable of destroying a person's complete worldview with a lift of a finger. The last time this feeling appeared was when he didn't get a perfect score on the only Chinese exam he took. What kind of skill is that? V's eyes looked at Esta with slight confusion. Meteor cluster. Esta shook the staff in her hand, and then used her battle technique once more, launching an indiscriminate attack from an extremely long range. Well, now I'm the weakest in the whole group. V sighed helplessly, and then his body moved out once more as if it were an instantaneous movement, cutting in half the few remaining figures that had only just run to the door. Flesh and blood sprayed over the rock wall behind them. Knowing that there was such a thing as an MVP, the group members sold out and took care of their enemies in fancy ways. Thus, the crisis in the cave came to an end for the time being. Programming 70%. Tony rubbed his eyes and glanced at the computer, his face incredulous. In his eyes, it was as if a century of war had passed, and the perception of time slowing down by the man who was going to die turned out to be not even a readout of the iron battlesuit? Is there any justice in this? These group members killed so many terrorists in probably less than half a minute. With this group of people, it might be really easy to destroy this terrorist base without the presence of transcendental forces. I'll escort you out. It was at this time that Lin Mai, who had been lurking behind the scenes, finally made his appearance. The giant Autobot stood upright, as a pair of hands, mechanically condensed throughout, lifted up. Tony could only feel his field of vision pulling ever higher, toppling through the rock wall overhead. Rumble. Tony then got a view of the cave beyond, and the terror in the eyes of those terrorists. They had formed a machine gun position, ready to shoot Tony and his party when they came out. But what the hell was the other party doing coming out at this angle directly through the cave? Also, what was that big tin robot again? Bang 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 bang. Their scalps tingled as they quickly turned their guns and fired towards Tony and Ethan's location. However, Lin Mai held out his other hand to cover the direction of the incoming bullets. In a flash, the frequency with which the machine gun spat out its tongue of fire was mirrored by the sound of mechanical fingers blocking the beating of iron. Is this level of firepower? Lin Mai was slightly amused, and forcefully micro-meals. If this machine gun position was full of firepower capabilities from the cyberpunk world, then maybe a few concentrated attacks like that could still break their defenses. But at this level, it's ultimately just scratching an itch. It would be nice to try out my new tactics. A thought crossed his mind, and he immediately put it into effect. Immediately, the right arm quickly unfolded and transformed into a chainsaw steel blade. The sound of rumbling and flowing was distracting, and the violent teeth churned the air in a circle. Chainsaw conversion module. Buzz. Accompanied by a steeply slashing white aura. In the midst of the devastating power that Esta and V couldn't understand but were greatly shocked by, the machine gun rods on the opposite side of the street were churned into locking pieces in no time, and some even stood a little closer and were directly bloodied by the high-speed rotating blades of the chainsaws. Gurgling bubbles of blood rose one after another, horrifying the other terrorists to the point where they couldn't move a muscle. Even the duo, who were members of the group, did not dare to come close to within Lin Mai's attack range as their pupils quaked. When did the new group members get so strong? V even swallowed his saliva. It was obvious from the way he stood that Maybach was terribly strong. Lin Mai also felt something different. That was that at this size he was clearly much more tired from striking than he was at 3 meters. And this forward and backward motion had consumed roughly 30% of his stamina. V, after this battle, remember to sell me the Xian Wistan you got. Lin Mai gave a simple reminder, then returned his gaze to the battlefield. As for the remaining enemies, looking at the terrorists in the other caves, a floating cannon immediately lit up behind Lin Mai. Boom! Charging is completed. Electric light condensed into a beam of light quickly like heavenly thunder through the tens of people's bodies, encompassing the entire cave or instantly collapsed, steeply raised to the ground. The terrorist had only one thought before he died. What? I hit the Maybach? Gazing at the mountainous logo on the giant Autobot's chest, but moments later all of them fell into a baby-like sleep, blood flowing out of the buried mountain rock. After a while, tick, Iron War armor programming complete, 100%. A beeping sound came from the computer, and the blue glow of his chest reflected on his face. This was what brought the duo of Ethan and Tony, who were already watching in fascination, back to reality from the battle of the many group members. End of chapter. Battle suit is finished loading, Tony muttered. He had thought about walking out with the Iron Warrior armor, and right now it really was the safest episode. Only, this security was given by the group members. According to the original plotline, Ethan would inevitably be sacrificed and he himself would use the iron battle armor to complete his revenge by clearing out this entire terrorist base. Now both of them are secured. If you look at it by that standard, the goal of the cluster mission has been achieved. Why hasn't the teleportation from the original world come yet? These eyes were slightly blank. Apparently, the goal of the mission is to protect the new group members and their companions from this Middle Eastern terrorist base. And right now we haven't moved yet. Esta shook her cane. Only after seeing Lin Mai reclaim the chainsaw modification module did they move forward beyond the desert. Just like the last group mission, Lin Mai stunting everyone is not the end, and you end up going through a transient animation, waiting for V to finish uploading the computer virus. Thank you all very much. The escort out of the terrorist base will not be needed. Tony stood on the palm of Lin Mai's hand. Every joint of the battle armor that could already be driven was quite handy, and his sincere tone came out of it. Next, let me use the battle armor to take Dr. Ethan away. Suddenly, the steel battle armor, which was still as steady as a mountain, suddenly rose up in the air, carrying Ethan as he swiftly flew high into the air. The roar that cut through the air became a blur in just a second or two, and eventually, only the silhouettes of the duo could be seen rapidly disappearing into the depths of the desert. Even with the unimproved first generation, the iron battle armor still has the ability to fly at high speeds. Ding! Detected mission objective achieved. The person with the most credit for this mission, the viaduct in the storm, gaining 3,000 group points. The famous V gets 2,000 points. The rich woman of the universe is me gets 1,500 points, and the big-hearted Iron Man gets 1,000 points. Due to the difficulty of this group mission being 1 star, an additional 500 points will be given to each participant. And now that the mission is over, the group members are being repatriated back to their original world. There are extra group points? V had been shocked at the sound of it. Dare I say his last mission didn't even have 1 star? That's only 2,000 points total. Esta sighed. She thought she'd be able to take the level 2 mall this time around, but it looked like she'd be going back to unlock a permission at best. Lin Mai, on the other hand, maintained his mechanical persona in place, not commenting on the outcome of this group mission. Don't say a word. Play the master. Group leader / subspecialized munchkin, let me. Who watches the group live? Do the explaining on this 1-star quest? Group leader / sublime little munchkin, the last group quest only required sneaking, and was so low in difficulty that the sublime chat group side of the group would have categorized it as a 0-star quest with no extra rewards. Group owner / sublime little munchkin, and as the star level increases, so do the extra group points, roughly corresponding to the level of them all. Look at the pop-ups of the groupies in the live stream in front of you. So it is. V suddenly came to his senses. The last mission was indeed simple, and even Lin Mai's non-appearance was enough to solve it. But this time it was a real need for the group members to step in and help. The association alone made him sigh. I can't hold it together. And the seat of blame is actually myself. But it's also true that if hidden difficulty is to be considered, the danger of this other world is frighteningly high. And it certainly wouldn't be as simple as just a 1-star quest. In this day and age where you get points for groping, it's better to be a jerk yourself next time. Buzz. With the sound of loading completion, the figures of the crowd turned into a stream of light, brought back to their original world by the familiar teleportation suction of the subdimensional chat group. Marvel Universe, Karma Taj Village, a quaint hall, an antique solid wood table with a brass teapot and ceramic teacups with a greenish-black glaze trailing over the surface, embossed with fine flower petals. Venerable Ancient One sat on a futon in the back. There were no wrinkles on her face, yet no one would draw the slightest sense of youth from her aura. Strange. Just a second ago, it was like she sensed something from another universe, but the sensation was fleeting, as if nothing had happened. Lin Mei breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had transformed back into his car a moment before teleportation, or else he wouldn't have been able to explain himself to these pedestrians with his 8-meter-tall giant Autobot. Pedestrians are thinning out at the entrance to Serville Middle School. There are actually periods of school traffic that converge at 2 fixed points, at the beginning and end of the school day. Let's look at the current group points next. Lin Mai's eyes flashed. With a movement of his mind, the view function of the group's points instantly lit up in front of his eyes. Group point balance, 6, 898 points. Detected mall experience, 12, 498 points. Successfully breaking through the functional authority requirements. Now unlocking the level 3 group mall. Seeing this, Lin Mai was stunned. Then he reacted. The total accumulated group points were indeed enough to open the level 3 group mall. Only that he was currently not qualified to purchase goods at this level. After all, just seeing that purchase price of tens of thousands of points was scary enough. Never mind. Let's try to save up points from today. Lin Mai sighed. Currently there are 2 channels to be able to boost your power. One is the goods in the group mall and the other is to get items by trading red envelopes with group members using group points. In a nutshell, points are power. Big points are beautiful. Lots of points are good. Spinning around, he slowly opened the chat group. In response to the group mission that just ended, sure enough a number of group members have already posted testimonials. Big name V, harm. Big name V, the big Maybach guy is still fierce. I would have been dumbfounded to see so many machine guns. The rich woman of the universe is me, indeed. Cosmic rich woman is me. I was going to hide behind the iron battle armor, but when I looked back, the man was gone, and the next thing I knew, I saw an Autobot rise up from the ground. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, this one is just flesh and blood bitter and weak. Mechanical Ascension. Big name V, don't talk if you didn't participate in the mission. Old Man Megatron, King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, calling out human machines? Much joy in the chat group. Lin Mai pondered for a moment, then quickly typed into the chat group. In addition to exchanging group mission participation, there was one more thing I had to do myself. Viaduct in the Storm, at Dane V, is the prosthetic body for sale? End of chapter. Looking at the combat performance since Lin Mai was certain that the other party had gotten Xian Wistan, or else they wouldn't have been able to dodge the bullets at all. Even though the level of firepower wasn't as high as over there, it would certainly be injured. Something like this idly holding a high-frequency vibrating knife for seconds of sky and air is solid. Big name V, sold. Dame V, for Xian Wistan. I only have military grade on my side. The same quality as the one I'm using on my body right now. Big name V, at the Viaduct in the Storm. Honest business. Same old price. You offer 1,000 group points. I'll sell you the prosthetic body. The rich woman of the universe is me. Wait. The rich woman of the universe is me. You were negotiating a deal with someone yesterday. And today you're using a prosthetic body? Dame V, woman. You will never understand the ambition of a group member of a subreddit chat group who craves group points as if you were procuring an annihilator. The rich woman of the universe is me. Tisk. The rich woman of the universe is me. Luckily I'm a Buddhist groupie and not interested in points. Cosmic rich woman is me, but this prosthetic body sounds quite advanced. It's not easy to get, is it? Big name V, it's still true. The great V, I dare say that the process of capturing them was the craziest thing I've done since I resolved to burn the city of night. And it's absolutely epileptic beyond your wildest dreams. Group leader / subspecialized munchkin, fine. Dame V, Vini 50, listen to the full follow-up. Group leader / sublime little munchkin, forget it then. You'd better finish the deal with the other Maybach first. Cyberpunk 2077 world. V's car pulls up above the ridge of bad soil and looks at the box in his hand, only to see that it contains none other than a complete Weizhentian. Ugh, I can't even try to cheat a group point. V sighed. The process isn't really that amazing. It's nothing more than driving alone to Bad Earth Ridge, going around to the back of a house and digging up a treasure chest, opening the chest, and having the prosthetic body inside. Simply a simple way of obtaining Weizhentian that I found by up-scrolling through the previous spoiler logs. But when he thought of the V50, he couldn't help but think of Megatron, who had sold Autobot Fire to Maybach at wholesale prices only a few days ago, and couldn't help but be amused. Just then, a message came in from the chat group. Viaduct in the Storm, sent. Viaduct in the Storm sends an exclusive red packet to the famous V1000 points. Looking at the chat group interface, as an Autobot whose gift is supergiantization, Lin Mai has the size that only multiple Cybertronians combined can have, and can even get bigger and bigger as the hardware is enhanced. The only drawback, however, is the lack of mobility, consuming more stamina. The 8-meter level shows a touch of decadence in terms of speed, falling to the level of an ordinary Autobot. How do you split a viaduct with a knife like that? Besides, installing the prosthesis is a problem. So let's take a step forward. Lin Mai sought out. He had only been exposed to fire structures, not military-grade prosthetics yet. The fire structure can be refined in moments, but the prosthetic body is a bit uncertain, and it's not yet clear if it should be mounted on top of one's carcass. Dame V, good. The Great V sends an exclusive red packet to the Viaduct in the Storm, Sion Weinstein. Dame V, is it convenient to collect now? Viaduct in the Storm, Ken Collar. Dame V, okay, I'll go offline first then. Along with the red packet pickup, Lin Mai instantly hacked into the carriages of the car recorder, the sight of which does not rise to let outsiders know. After all, if it was known that the car could randomly refresh an item inside that didn't belong to this world, it would probably be quite explosive, and perhaps it would be abducted by a master locksmith one day. Soon, next to the front seat of the carriage, a spine-mounted prosthetic body, glowing with light and flowing with technology of unknown technical content, then appeared out of nowhere, suspended in the air. It's okay. With this in mind, Lin Mai twisted the handbrake in the carriage and refined it in a moment. Buzz! The moment the grip of the handbrake touched the prosthetic body, both of them immediately bloomed with a faint light, and then the latter directly replaced a part of the car's body to join it. In just an instant, the OS-type prosthetic body evaporated into thin air, and no one was able to witness its existence. Sion Weinstein loaded successfully. It's done. Seeing this, Lin Mai's heart rejoiced. It was true that it could be stowed just by touching it. He had planned to adjust the seat to hide it underneath if it couldn't be stowed, but it was certainly excellent to save such a maneuver now. The only downside is that the replacement original parts leaked out from under the car, but no harm done that is. This Sion Weizhentian, it's pretty high quality. After feeling it carefully, Lin Mai understood the principle. It has no effect on its own spirit. The effect of the skill is to slow down the flow of time by 85% while remaining unchanged itself for 8 seconds with a cooldown of 30 seconds. In the case of an expert fight with a deadly move, reducing the opponent's time flow by 85% was equivalent to increasing one's attack and movement speeds by more than 6 times. With a body like that, it is true that with slightly faster reflexes, one is able to dodge bullets. At this point, Lin Mai exited the interface of the Sublime chat group with satisfaction. Serval High School, Literary Society. After learning about Luminify's awakening of the spirit of speech, Sukodmai and Suanchi began to monitor Luminify to make sure that the other party would not act out of character as a result. Long legs, do you think this guy has really awakened the spirit of speech? Swanxi was a bit confused. It was hard for her to imagine a young hybrid species who had just awakened his powers doing this kind of work willingly. Looming Fei didn't go to give a lecture, nor did he exchange literature and art with the other men and women in the literature club, but instead, he diligently did the duty of serving tea and water, and even cleaned up on the side. It all started when a slightly prettier girl inside asked him to, "What's this girl's name?" Wen Chen. Sakade Mashiro opened his mouth with his forehead in his hands. If Lumini's fear of Maybach before could be explained as a sorrow of blood, then this scenario would have nothing to do with that. After all, not every mixed race is a lickspittle. Never mind, that's enough surveillance for today. Suanshi shook her hand helplessly, and the two of them emerged among the bushes on the school grounds. Just watching the other parties skirmish in the literature club is really uninteresting, and I don't know when this guy with a lion in his eye will break out into his true nature. End of chapter. What are you going to do after this? Sakode Mamoru walked out of the school gates and made small talk with Sansei, who was off to the side. The two had just reached adulthood, and although their speech already showed maturity, they were still slightly youthful between their hands and feet. What else? Suanshi shrugged. The boss asked me to be this bookkeeping maid, so I'll be it. Go find Su Xiaoboon's father to get involved with the mineral industry, and then contact the Snake Orochi 8 families. Before the script starts, I have to act as a chancellor of the exchequer, the top commander. Easy for you to say. Sakode skimmed his lips and stuck his hands in his pockets. The boss didn't say a word about this variable of Lumini awakening the spirit of speech, and even spying on him was an impromptu move on our part. Chip chick, you call this a top commander? The two walked to a crosswalk and stopped, looking at the stoplight ahead. Sake Takumi's Chinese was so well spoken that no one realized that there was even a Japanese person mixed into the block, and just assumed that it was just two female college students out for a shopping spree. High-end commanders only need the simplest form of command. Long legs, you just follow my actions. Suanshi's gaze looked into the distance, looking extremely deep. You are invincible, Sakode Mamoru said helplessly. She doesn't eat this. There are some things that can't be realized just because Suanshi thinks about it. And controlling Genji Heavy Industries, one of the 8 families of Orochi, is like a fool's errand. Even if people are experiencing a big cash flow situation, so what? Can you be the biggest debtor? The red light turned to green and the pavement thinned and thinned. Suddenly, Sakoku Mamoru froze, looking at what was beside him. Is this a Maybach? Suanshi sniffed and looked her eyes over. As expected, Maybach 62s, the very one that the boss gave to Chu Tianxiao. Even the license plate number is exactly the same. Worth $9 million of luxury cars. There was no passerby who didn't recognize this limousine as it lay on the pavement. After all, in addition to some of the supercars purchased by the second generation of the rich and wealthy, this is already the top of the top, and only families worth more than $1 billion can afford to harbor. It's really... Suanshi was slightly surprised. I didn't think this uncle would park his car so ostentatiously on the road, so that Luminaire would see it and would probably be stressed again. Sakode Mamoru was unconcerned. People are just specializing in monitoring Lumingfi, and they must have other purposes for parking their cars here. Idle people like us don't need to care about this aspect. Come on, let's borrow your house tonight so I can play that new 2-player game you were talking about too. Which one? Shinigami vs Naruto. Lin Mai looked at the two young girls who were walking away from each other on the crosswalk, and the thoughts in his mind sealed the implementation. Sunhei and Sake Demai. Upon seeing this original character actually exist in his field of vision, Lin Mai was in a state of almost holding his breath, not missing any information from the two men's words. Is this starting to involve Japanese business? The gears of fate began to turn as Suanshi became the biggest debtor of Genji Heavy Industries. Since they still wanted to dabble in the island's hybrid race power, it meant that Genji's people were still in the city and hadn't gone far. There should be a few more discussions with the Su businesses. Perhaps this mess is one I can stick my nose into, Lin Mai muttered mentally. The number of important people one can influence in this big coastal city has increased by 2. Chu Tianjiao, since he wants to monitor Lumingfei, is divided in jurisdiction over this car of his own. Shirlan Middle School is free to move between the moments of going to school and going out of school. With the power of Xian Wistan, victory was inevitable. Right about this time, the group chat's beep sounded suddenly. Iron Man with a big heart sends an exclusive red packet to the viaduct in the Storm Arc reactor. Seeing this, Lin Mai was stunned. Ha! Scrolling forward through the chat logs reveals that the newcomer actually sent red envelopes to every member of the group. Broad-minded Iron Man, I've gone back and used the energy of Stark Industries to mash up some small token of appreciation for saving my life. So please take it. Dame V, fine. Dame V, I'll take your red packet. The Great V receives the exclusive red packet of the broad-minded Iron Man, the Arc Reactor. Group leader / subspecialized Munchkin, at all members. Perks are being given out. The rich woman of the universe is me. Ilu a broad-minded Iron Man. The rich woman of the universe is me. Do you want to return the favor? Broad-minded Iron Man, it's not necessary. I'm the rich woman of the universe. I've received an exclusive red packet from Iron Man. The Arc Reactor. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, I can't believe I'm still in it. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, I don't know if it's useful, but I'll take it for now. Seeing the group members collect the red packets one by one, Lin Mai looked to his own copy, and then he also realized to double-click and claim it. Tick, there was a brief clearing sound, and a core of light appeared in front of him. So this is the Arc Reactor. With the experience of receiving multiple red packets, Lin Mai already knew what to do with the contraption in front of him. It can be refined with only a slight touch. With it, one's Autobot form will be able to have a flying function. It's not a huge boost, but it's one more way to move around. And if you can't beat it, you can run. And if you can beat it, you can launch a pursuit against an enemy with equal flight ability. Buzz. The interior grips deflected again, contacting the arc reactor, replacing the electrically powered portion of the original engine, and disappearing into the spacious compartment. Viaduct in the Storm receives the exclusive red packet of Iron Man with a big heart arc reactor. Viaduct in the Storm, thanks. Wide-minded Iron Man, after all, you guys are the ones who relieve me of this pressing need as well. It's just a mutual benefit. Broad-minded Iron Man, by way of introduction. This is a research creation of one of my experimental partners and I, known as both the arc reactor and the arc reactor. Iron Man with a big heart. The principle of the energy supply is that deuterium and tritium are injected into the reactor's containment, boosting the energy for it and causing the electrons to break away from the host's atoms to form a plasma. Broad-minded Iron Man, I don't usually replace it easily, and even with the Iron Warrior armor iteration, I still use it as my power source. Wide-minded Iron Man, the steps to try and get it installed would be a bit more complicated. Though, Cyberpunk 2077 World. V looked at the interface of the subreddit chat group with an expression that looked a bit strange. Are the installation steps a bit complicated? Suddenly, his eyes went black. What? And need a hole in your own chest? End of chapter. Marvel Universe, Stark Industries building. Tony had returned from the terrorist base and had changed into a new and presentable suit, and a blue light blossomed in his chest. As a genius inventor recognized by the Earth's scientific community, the installation of the arc reactor was obviously an operation of such precision that there was no way to explain it in a few words alone. As it was, he was now facing a dilemma in the subreddit chat group. Dame V, first this, then that? Cosmic rich woman is me la, you're right. But I think installing the arc reactor needs to be paired with 42 concrete, or else it's going to affect the excavator's torque. Group leader / sublime little munchkin, this I learned to set up a trade. Group leader / sub-specialized little munchkin, it feels like this is something that still needs to be done by someone with a big heart. I can't do it. Look at the interface in the chat group. Tony sighed. After all, he had been a little too reckless with this behavior. When he installed the thing back in the day, he also utilized the power of a surgeon, which would have been incredibly difficult to do with just his personal abilities. Suddenly, a discordant part of the many messages appeared. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, it's hard? King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, I disliked that gadget straight into the fire. Nothing happened, just felt like I suddenly perked up and enhanced. King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, based on the experience of this, it's clear that Maybach did it too. Maybach did it too. Lin Mai looked at the chat group interface in front of him, and yes, he did do it. However, it wasn't a forced fire structure. It was absorbed as much as it could be inside the compartment. A more advanced method than Megatron's. It just wouldn't be disclosed. Viaduct in the Storm, aha. Viaduct in the Storm, it also seems easy for me to receive this arc reactor, now that it's practically installed. Dame V, damn it. Big name V, looks like we'll just have to get help from a prosthetist. Group leader / sublime little munchkin, better try tinkering with it yourself at home first, so that the prosthetics doctor will likely just steal it when he sees this newfangled technological artifact. Group leader / sub-specialized munchkin, properly repair the wound with a storm recovery potion. If you do so, you'll have a higher healing rate than surgery, and it won't malfunction. Group leader / sub-zero little munchkin, if you're afraid that your ghost won't come back to you after you fail, get the ghost-repelling mahogany sword. Group leader / subspecies munchkin, finally, don't die on my chat group. After listening to the group leader, the other group members' minds opened up at once. Yeah, if you use the storm recovery potion, not only will it not destroy the construction of the arc reactor, but it will only be a harmless pass for the body, creating a second heart directly. Big name V, genius. Big name V, I'm going to try, and if I'm not back in an hour, it means I passed away. Dame V, it's too late to mourn for righteous body transformation V. Next to arrive on the scene is Dame V Iron Man. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, begging for a break. Cosmic rich woman is me lol, makes sense. It's a special type of surgery. Too bad I don't really need this. I'll show it to Skrukelbeltum later. Cosmic rich woman is me la, as a resident member of the Genius Club in the Black Tower Space Station. I'm sure it will have its own interpretation of this thing. For sure. While Lin Mai was browsing through the chat, the car door was pulled open a crack once again. Lifting his eyes, he saw only that school had ended. Chu Tenjie laboriously squeezed into the car, while Chu Zihang sat peacefully in the back seat. Along with the engine starting, the Maybach, which had labored all day, began its unpretentious transportation work. leading to the villa area where Chu Zihang's home was located in 2 points. This Maybach, it's really getting better the more you use it. Chu Tianjiao couldn't help but sigh. The car used to jog when he drove it, but now the whole thing was so uncharacteristically stable that it even gave him the illusion that 100 kilometers of acceleration didn't require a lead time. But, or it could just be an illusion. After all, if the automobile industry can do this, then this one Maybach is indeed enough to surpass even the gods. Villa area, Chu Zihang's house. Evening. The moonlight was crisp and clear, spilling down onto the green grass of the courtyard, and Chu Zihang, who had finished writing all his homework, closed his eyes. At the head of the bed, a yellowed sticker stood out. Zihang, mommy is going out shopping with her girlfriends. You need to drink the hot milk by yourself at home. Love you. The back of this love you draw a clumsy heart. The font can be described as extremely shoddy in the eyes of Chu Zihang, who has practiced calligraphy, but Chu Zihang will not mind the ugly font, because the other man was his family besides his father. Mother's character as always, even a handful of age still like to go out to play. Chu Zihang likewise will not dislike this point of the other party, but she is nagging. Some time ago is even directly give up the luxury of desire. Stay at home claiming to take care of Chu Zihang's daily life. So-called adults are sometimes so stupid that when a child reaches out to try to comfort her a little, she thinks you're asking for food. Gulp. Chu Zihang rolled over. For some reason he could never sleep tonight, as if something was bothering him. Never mind. Get up and read some more. He sat up, dressed in his pajamas, and reached out to light the table lamp by the table. The warm glow reflecting Chu Zihang's thin figure on top of the white-painted walls. Rubbing his eyes, the halo of light in his vision gradually enlarged. Snap! Chu Zihang got up and opened a book, a high school math exercise book. His level of learning has surpassed his current stage, and when something breaks through to the point where it cannot be broken through, he actively seeks out the next path. Swish! 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 The pen transmitted a crisp scratching sound on the paper. After writing a few finale questions in a row, Chu Zihang slightly felt a touch of drowsiness. He surreptitiously extinguished the table lamp and then looked out the window. Then, one saw a scene that Chu Zihang would never forget. Buzz! The lights of the Maybach, which was supposed to be parked, suddenly lit up, and the fierce as a beast engine began to check itself, and a ghastly hiss suddenly erupted from the car's exhaust. Immediately after that, the 4 tires spun rapidly, increasing in speed, seemingly heading in an unknown direction. It was the turning of the machinery contained within the carcass of the automobile. It was the roar of the internal combustion engine. Maybach was taken? Seeing this scene, a question mark appeared above Chu Zihang's head. End of chapter. Chu Tianjiao coming out so late was something Lin Mai hadn't expected. This middle-aged man dragged his tired body, pulled open the door of the car in the middle of the night. Unlike the mildness of picking up and dropping off Chu Zihang, he pushed the gas pedal to the bottom with one foot and sped on the road. Buzz! Within seconds, the speed was accelerated to 120 mph. Drive quickly out of the local villa area. As a driver, Chu Tianjiao's travel never needed navigation, or worry about leaving a record of the trip. He only drove with the memory of the road in his mind. Lin Mai also gradually realized that this direction of the other party's advancement seems to be the Su family business. Su Jiannan looked at the old man in front of him and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Mr. Orange Masamune, we are able to agree to all the conditions your side has given. Just why are we raising another crowd tonight? Orange Masamune nodded slightly, and the young man following behind him looked as pure as water, holding out a touch of oppressive aura inside this brightly lit corporate company's meeting room. I wonder if your company understands the bio-industry. Cold eyes met. For some reason, Su Jiannan saw sinister venom in Orange Masamune's eyes, like a long snake, spitting out its letters, looking up at himself right there in the gray grass. Some dabbling. Why? Su Jiannan couldn't help but bring caution to his tone, and as he watched, Orange Masamune said something to the young man next to him, and with that the latter took the former's counterpart's place, sharply launching into a negotiating stance. Genji Heavy Industries is focusing on this type of project. The terms of cooperation are that we grant you a smelting industrial line, while you pay an equal portion of technical support. Genjisai's face was calm as he spoke slowly. Mr. Tangerine Masamune is not only the man in charge of the company, but also the great head of the 8 families of Orochi in Japan. He would like to have a chemical industry laboratory as an additional condition. What would be your opinion? Words. Su Jiannan was relieved that it wasn't some blatant request to renege on the content of the contract on the deal. It's only a matter of time between now and then. We promise. He spoke with a slight nod, a slight smile spreading across his face. Good cooperation, Boss Su. Genjiro's Chinese was also very fluent. Only the sharp as a sword temperament of his whole body made it impossible to see this handshake as a proof of cooperation. But this is not important. After all, Both parties here understand that Su Jiannan has already agreed to this condition. Happy cooperation. As Su Jiannan smiled, he was likewise scrutinizing the young man in front of him. Minamoto Wakamori is supposed to have a strong relationship with Orange Masamune, possibly as father and son, perhaps as heir, and the two seem to have very different personalities, but essentially they share a commonality. Just, what do they want with a chemical industry lab? Seeing the situation, doubts flooded Su Jiannan's mind. Genji Heavy Industries, which specializes in manufacturing giant mechanical products, is now asking for a transformation to build a chemical industry laboratory. What's more, it's looking for himself, the coal boss. As the 8 families of Serpent Orochi, they theoretically have richer business resources. While there's nothing wrong with the setup in terms of broadening business channels, it's a transition that's too abrupt to use factory labels to pinpoint customers. The only thing that can be associated with this is that Genji Heavy Industries has no intention of making a profit on the products of the chemical industry labs. Bio-industry? The thoughts in his mind flashed by like lightning and flint, a burst of them rushing through Su Jiannan's heart and soul. Then, we'll go on ahead. Genjisai loosened his right hand and spoke sincerely. With that, he turned around and slowly left towards the outside of the company, with the other members of the 8 Serpent Orochi families closely following the pace. And from time to time, they also turned back to look at Su Jiannan, who was standing in the same place. Orange Masamune, on the other hand, was the last to move. The white-haired old man stood up, gathering his close-fitting clothes and dusting them off with unintentional dirt, disappeared into the night under the gaze. Worthy of being the 8 Serpent Orochi families, even doing business has such a Yakuza accent. A waiter in the company murmured, "Aha." Su Jiannan nodded, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared, transforming into a look of extreme gravity. After so many years in the business world, from starting from nothing to leading a business into a rich neighborhood, it was the first time he had seen such a pure layout of deep eyes on a human being, that is mixed with stoicism and prudence. Orange Masamune is harboring secrets, and it's never as simple as being the head of a Yakuza family today. Even if you're talking business with the company, it's possible that you're just trying to pull yourself in. Is it really worth it to break into this mess just for such a smelting industrial line? Su Jiannan is not sure. All he knew was that he shouldn't get too involved, and after sending a few personnel to build the lab, he was going to have to be the one to moderately reduce his cooperation with these guys. He sighed and whirled around to look at the waiter next to him. Xiao Lu, go and tell the technical department to take a trip to Japan with their tools and help our partner build a chemical industry laboratory. By the way, inform the outreach department to decline all cooperation with Island Industries for a short period of time after this cooperation. That's all. What the hell is going on over there in the Hachi family of Orochi? Chu Tianjiao's face was puzzled. At his side, Sakodmai was maximizing her meditative illumination, enveloping Maybach and Suanshi, monitoring every move inside this commercial building. Unclear. Suanshi chewed on a potato chip, her eyes staring straight at the whereabouts of the Serpent Orochi Hachiya's group. I think they're going to make some more moves. Why don't we follow them there and see? Okay. Chu Tianjiao didn't show any objections. He pulled open the car door at once, signaling for Swinksy and Sakodmai to get into the back seat. Come on, take my car. They go fast. It's really you. Sakutako Mamoru held his forehead, and then he took the lead and stepped inside the carriage. Sansei followed, buckling her seatbelt. After the three were seated, the Maybach's engine started accelerating in an instant and chased after the direction the attendants were walking, and Lin Mai was analyzing the situation in his mind. Genji Heavy Industries' chemical industry labs turned out to be taking shape at this point in time. In the original, Orange Masamune secretly cultivated a large number of Deadpools in the shadows, and even played the roles of both the King General and the Great Chief for a long time in order to complete his plan to incarnate the White King. This incident not only deceived the entire mighty ghost congregation, but also the entire Orochi H family. It was only on the eve of the end of the Ryuzen storyline that Orange Masamune's years of viciously intentional planning finally came to light for the rest of the world to know. If one blocks this at this time, so will this act change the fate of multiple important people, drastically tweaking the world line? End of chapter. No, it shouldn't. Lin Mai quickly denied the idea. In the course of Chu Tianjiao's surveillance just now, he also peeped into the negotiations inside. From the way the original story plays out, Genji Watson doesn't even know about the chemical industry labs underneath Genji Heavy Industries, and it's clear that this collaboration between the two has nothing to do with what's to come. That doesn't affect the world line one way or the other. As for chopping up Herzog, there probably won't be any feedback, because according to this old turtle's character, the one sent to negotiate is more than likely a stand-in. After all, the original plot showed that the king would die while Orange Masamune would not. Soon, the low-speed Maybach caught up with the crowd of the 8 Orochi families. In the view of the front view mirror, He could vaguely see Orange Masamune talking to Genjiro about something. All it takes is a chemistry lab and you're done? Genjisai sounded doubtful. If that were the case, the assistance the Gattuso family would be able to provide would be much greater than the Su family's businesses, and would create a greater benefit as well. Suddenly, he felt the atmosphere was a little off. Orange Masamune steeply stared straight into his eyes, and the attendants beside him suddenly became silent. Even the air in the vicinity became as if it was dead silent, and while Genjisai was slightly bewildered, knock knock, the sound of the clappers suddenly rang out, and immediately afterward all the scenery in front of him began to change wildly. It didn't take long for Genjisai to fall to the ground in response. Well, it's time to move on with the plan. Let the young lord sleep a little longer. Orange Masamune clapped his hands. His gaze went to the masked henchman who was banging on the clapper, his eyes showing a look of appreciation. The crowd quickly walked to the back of an ivory jeep, and as the trunk opened, it presented a crate full of water. However, came forward to inspect. Instead, you can find some miniature juvenile creatures floating inside the box, and the pungent smell of fish hits you. Ghost-toothed dragon viper. Suanshi's pupils dilated. She couldn't believe that this group of snake manifestation 8 families would bring something like this. This thing, like Deadpool, is tainted with the blood of dragons, and does the bidding of the dragons to control it. But if left unchecked, this bloodthirsty creature multiplies and slaughters at such a rapid rate and with such extreme ferocity that it is supposed to exist only in the Noga Mountains of Tokyo. I'll stop them, Sakodmai said lightly, and was about to get out of the car at that moment. Take it easy and see what happens. Chu Tianjiao opened his mouth. The expression on his face was likewise extremely grave. It wasn't that he hadn't dealt with similar incidents. Basically, the only way to solve the problem was to burn it with fire. Lin Mai, on the other hand, was slightly contemplative. That should be enough if you're at this distance. Viaduct in the storm, at sublime little munchkin. The ghost-repelling mahogany sword is a special offense against things that have passed away, right? Group leader / subspecialized munchkin, yes. Group leader / subspecialized little munchkin. It only acts as a distraction though. It doesn't do any direct damage. Group leader / subspecialized little munchkin. What's the matter? Some dead ghosts from the dragon world suddenly started attacking you? Viaduct in the storm, pretty much. Big name V, nice guy. Big name V, if it wasn't for the group leader reminding me of this, I would have almost forgotten that there is this stuff in the level 1 mall. If you don't know, just ask, do cyber ghosts count as things that have passed away? Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, that doesn't count at all. Big name V, damn. I was thinking I could filter out the spam ads with this thing. Iron Man with a big heart, a ghost-repelling mahogany sword that can interfere with things that have passed away? Let me save up enough group points to redeem it and hopefully work out the principles. The chat group was extremely quick to brush up on the information. With a movement of Lin Mai's consciousness, the qualities of the ghost-repelling mahogany sword covered his carcass. All of a sudden, there was a movement in the tank across the street. Suanshi, who was staring and observing from afar, froze. This group of ghost-toothed dragon vipers, why did they suddenly jump out en masse? What? Chu Tianjiao sat up at once, as if interfered by some inexplicable force. A group of red threads quickly struggled out of the tank, and upon closer inspection, it was found to be the larvae of the ghost-toothed dragon viper. Adult ghost-toothed dragon vipers can survive without water, but the larvae are especially hungry for water, and today's situation is completely counterintuitive to the extreme. They squirmed obscurely on the ground, and it wasn't long before they all turned red and hard and dried up and died. And Orange Masamune's expression turned to shock. The gaze of both eyes couldn't help but look backward. Yet under the optical invisibility of the speech spirit meditation, it was completely impossible to detect the presence of a group of 3 people and a Maybach. In his eyes, these ghost-toothed dragon vipers were as if they had been interfered with by a mysterious force, moving towards a suicidal end in an unfathomable way. There's been a change of plans. Take the young lord and leave. Orange Masamune hurriedly urged the crowd to abandon the dropping of the dangerous creatures and get into the jeep and speed away from the scene. Late night, after completing the surveillance, Chu Tianjiao drove the Maybach back into the villa area. Lin Mai secretly retrieved the ghost-repelling mahogany sword. I didn't realize it worked so well. The chat group produces the best of the best. According to this effect, if one were to enter the Nibelungen, I'm afraid that if one were to face the Deadpool, one could also cause them to fall into a long-lasting stasis. Looking at the middle-aged man's back as he gradually left under the streetlights in the middle of the night, Lin Mai glanced at the time. It had already reached 1 a.m., which could be called a late night. Just then, a familiar beep sounded. Ding! Detected, influencing the fate of an important character, Herzog, and altering the world line to a certain extent. Rewarded with 10,000 group points. Current group points detected, 16,898. Hear the familiar harvest. Lin Mai instantly surged with a touch of joy. making progress towards buying the level 3 mall at full price. According to the way the world line gathering points are changed today, probably after waiting for a few more days, one's strength will be able to usher in another wave of jumps again, but this time it's still a trivial matter of chicken feathers. It's still a bit of a pity that it didn't affect the fate of the Chu Tianjiao trio, or else the group points earned could have been a bit more, Lin Mai murmured in his mind. But there will be plenty of opportunities like this in the future, so it's only slightly sad. The main thing is to maintain the current identity without revealing it. Thinking this way, Lin Mai opened the Sublime chat group. Cybertron on WrestleMania King, well, the duel is officially on. Dame V, it's on? King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, yes. Next I'll be turning on the group broadcast and attacking Autobot City from the first view. Cybertron on WrestleMania King, Autobots, greet your king. The king of wrestling on Cybertron is now on the air. End of chapter. Lin Mai froze at the sight. So fast? When he then tapped on the live feed, he saw Boss Wei beating up Big Pillar. As for the means of attack used, in addition to the rays of his own transformed firearms, there was also the electric laser given by the arc reactor, and the latter's skill had just become perfected with a few practice sessions. Dame V, it's hard to be taught. Big Name V, taking Stark's tech and beating up Cybertron's Autobots is right. Transformers World. Optimus fended off Megatron's attacks, his large frame gradually becoming untenable. Surrender, Optimus. Megatron approached his opponent step by step, his chest flickering with azure and violet halos, and his bloodshot eyes faintly displaying suffocating electric aura. It had fired a number of different attacks earlier, and with the fusion of the powers of several members of the Decepticons, it had beaten its archenemy to death. As we agreed before the battle, the Decepticons and Autobots decide the rule of Earth by winning or losing. And now you've lost. No one will ever stop me from introducing 8-hour slavery again. Suddenly, right at this moment, a bullet burst straight from the distance, hitting Megatron's body. Boom! It skimmed its head at once. Optimus stiffened and turned his head as well, and there was a pang of expression. Ironhide, what are you doing? Megatron merely glanced at the sneaky Autobot, and then promptly refocused his gaze on Optimus Prime, greeting him towards his back. Hercules, take this nonsense Autobot into custody. Hercules, who had just finished a battle, rushed forward at the command, quickly pouncing on Ironhide, who had rushed to his support. He held him firmly above the ground, preventing him from struggling to escape. Ironhide, facing a giant cyborg assembled from multiple Cybertronians, had absolutely no room to resist under the suppression of his size, and was instantly controlled by his limbs. Even one of the firearms grasped in his hand was thrown aside into the open space extremely quickly. The Autobots have made a mess of the area under their control. Many Cybertronians fainted and fell to the ground, but when you looked around, you basically couldn't see any Decepticon members. Even with the long-planned combat holographic projection technology with the human side, it didn't deceive any Decepticons in this part of the battlefield, and all the big picture had been set dead. It's an overwhelming war. The Decepticons, who are military robots, are dominating the war with a bizarrely ironic hand. Dame V, what a quick pass stream. Cosmic rich woman is me. I didn't expect it to be over so soon. The rich woman of the universe is me, by the way. Aren't you going to implement 8 hours of slavery? Why don't you take this opportunity to announce it? Look at the 3 pop-ups flashing before you. Megatron shook his head and whirled around, taking a few more steps towards Optimus Prime's position. How? Megatron was not a good-tempered person. It was only to avoid leaving a violent impression on the group members live that he chose to confer with the Autobot leader in front of him. What will you do to humans? Optimus Prime's face looked a little forced. See this scene. An evil grin flashed across Megatron's face as he looked out over the crowd that had stopped to watch beyond the battlefield. That's natural slavery. At these words, the sea of people boiled over. Yet before the angry vocalizations could come, the smile on Megatron's face grew even wider. Next, I will declare the content of the enslavement. You will work 8 hours a day. You will be provided with only 3 meals a day plus snacks, and you will be given milk only in the morning, with a lunch break of only 1 hour, and you will die of exhaustion. You only get triple pay for overtime. You have a mandatory 1-hour gym session after work. You only have counseling 1 day a week. You only get bonuses 3 times a year. And you only get 2 months of annual leave. And the worst part is that you only get a raise every 4 months. Most importantly, I won't be drawing on your life energy like the Autobots, because I want you all working for the Decepticons until you retire at 50. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Megatron, who was laughing maniacally on the air. Lin Mai searched General Wei's brain was afraid that it was not very good. This 8-hour slavery argument was a complete blessing for the humans of the Transformers universe. Okay. After all, the guys were so used to being cattle and horses that the amount of slavery in Cybertron was child's play. But it's true. After all, Megatron never decided to limit himself to that. Its ambition is to rule the entire universe. The Earth's resources, though abundant, are not inexhaustible. After leaving his Decepticon powers behind, Megatron would continue to travel to different planets. The goods that will be brought to the group members then will be worth waiting for. Cosmopolitan body parts, even replicated leader modules, organic-inorganic combination of technology. These top-of-the-line scientific research products of the entire universe can be eaten even in the world of Avalanche Iron. Thinking like this, Lin Mai couldn't help but feel hopeful about Megatron's future. Another fat sheep. The live broadcast of Sebastian on King of Wrestling has ended. Cybertron on the King of Wrestling Resistance, the fight is over. And now I am the master of the earth. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, anyone want to make a trade with me? We're selling Autobot fire structures at a low price right now. And you can get one for 500 points. Wide-minded Iron Man, at the King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron. I'm going to need to build up my points for a while yet. Can I please reserve a copy? Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, yes. The rich woman of the universe is me. Give me a fire structure. I'm quite a family man. Dame V, I'll take one. King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, at Big Name V? You kid, forget it. Mano a mano is prohibited from bidding. Big Name V, I'm super. Don't. Dame V has been honest and begged to be spared. Exit the interface of the subreddit chat group. Lin Mai closed his vision and fell into a sleepy state, quietly leaning close to his parking space in the villa area. Even though he had become a car, he still needed sleep to recharge. Villa's second floor. Bedroom, single room. Chu Zihang stared at the ceiling above his head, his mind constantly recalling the scene he saw. Just at 1:30 a.m. in the square, Chu Tianjiao parked this car in its original position again. And for the first time he realized that probably every night Maybach will travel. The night was already very late, and Chu Zihang couldn't figure out what the other party was doing, so much so that it took a long time before he drove home. Forget it, it's probably just a distraction. He shook his head. How could his old man be so decrepit that he was hiding some amazing secret? Chu Zihang is past that age. Fantasize about your daytime and nighttime pops being a superhuman species, keeping the city safe every night, or an assassin, hiding an identity that can't be revealed. These unrealistic fantasies were crushed to pieces the day my parents divorced because of reality. End of chapter. The next morning was a brand new day. Ding! Logging into the chat group has been detected, and a check-in has been performed automatically. Points for this check-in, 999 points. The group chat beeped. Unsubscribe. Lin Mai sighed. Having traveled into a Maybach, he still had to suffer from this timed alarm clock. He had sort of figured out the 999 points per day sign-up feature, which provided very little help for his own purchases, but more than enough for transactions in the group chat. In other words, what you eat and discard can only add up to a small amount. Exit the points mall and enter the chat screen. Viaduct in the storm, good morning. Dame V, good morning. Sebastian on Wrestling King, folks, 8-hour slavery is in effect, and it's working like a charm. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, no surprise. Soon there will be enough energy dug up to last everyone in the Decepticons for hundreds of years. Cybertron on Wrestling Resistant King, also. I've managed to get the leader module from Optimus Prime. And for me, the energy has never run out. King Wrestling Resistant on Cybertron, planning to return to the planet Cybertron next. Do you have any instructions? Group leader / subspecies Munchkin, well. Group leader / subspecialized Little Munchkin, at King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron. You've got the leader's module? Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, right. Group leader / sublime Little Munchkin, then don't go back to Cybertron. It's easy for Unicron to find out. It's still hundreds of thousands of times bigger than you in robot form. I'm the rich woman of the universe, hundreds of thousands of times? Cosmic rich woman is me, wouldn't that be as big as Star God? Is that still a robot? Group leader / subspecies Munchkin, don't worry. The entire planet of Cybertron can also be transformed into a supersized cyborg. And whichever one it is isn't something that the current we general can handle anyway. Transformers World. This, Megatron's eyes flashed with outrageousness as he listened to such a horrifying description. Hundreds of thousands of times bigger than yourself? He thought that Unicron couldn't be any bigger than 10,000 meters in height. After all, inside the original plot, with himself and Optimus Prime joining forces, he all but decimated him. As for Cybertron turning into a robot, this is Megatron is even more difficult to imagine. Estimated that at that time they only have to flee. Relying solely on the current leader module and a group of grassroots certainly cannot fight. Will it win? It will die. King Wrestling Resistant on Cybertron, then forget it. I'll spend a few more days inspecting the planet before I take the retribution to conquer the rest of the alien life.
The rich woman of the universe is me. My comment is to recommend the continuation of 8 hours of slavery.
Cosmic rich woman is me, within the tenets of the Interstellar Peace Corporation.
This behavior of yours is enough to become one of our qualified cadres.
Dame V, envious.
Big name V, when is Boss Wei coming to rule the city of night?
I feel like I can't stay. Cybertron on Wrestling King, well, I rule the city of night.
And you're going to burn the city of night,
aren't you? So I can't help but know your boy's wolfish ambitions?
The familiar sound of a carriage door opening sounded.
Lin Mai's consciousness instantly exited the secondary chat group, briefly ending his time in the water group. Only today the atmosphere in the car was not quite right. Chu Zihang sat in the back row, his gaze fixed on Chu Tianjiao sitting in front. You don't just drink and socialize, right?
Chu Tianjiao froze.
What? Last night?
I saw you leave in the Maybach and then drive back at 1:30, which is at least 2 hours apart.
Words. Chu Tianjiao's heart and mind tightened, but he quickly opened his mouth with another playful flirtation. What? Still not allowing Pops to have a night out? Chu Tianjiao blinked, and through the rearview mirror, his eyes looked straight at Chu Zihang, who was seated in the back row,
and his tone was so calm that it was as if nothing had happened.
Nothing. Chu Zihang shook his head.
It's just that if there's anything important,
it's better not to go out at night in the future. Staying up late hurts your body. Hearing this from my son,
Chu Tianjiao couldn't help but freeze for a long time, then turned into a smirk pursed at the corner of his mouth.
Good. The wind howled, eyes lowered and raised. The sky lit up and darkened. The Maybach weaves steadily through the warren of pavements, overpasses and under the Huading Lake. And even at the end of the afterglow you can see the Oriental Pearl Tower, known as a spectacle. Standing tall, Lin Mai, however, was not interested in enjoying the scenery. He only felt that the car was bursting with information. Chu Zihang had actually found out that Chu Tianjiao was traveling in the middle of the night, which meant that the other party was also a master who did not sleep peacefully. Not buddy. Why didn't you tell me about this?
Lin Mai had already imagined what kind of a piece of truth Chu Zihang would have confessed if he had driven himself automatically last night.
However, after this experience, Lin Mai,
a car with a subjective nature, wouldn't need to worry about being found out.
The owner of the car, Chu Tianjiao, will become the new king of backstabbing. Soon, it was time to arrive at the entrance of Shirlan Middle School. Phew.
After Chu Tianjiao watched his son enter the school, he skillfully closed the car door.
He turned around and suddenly saw two acquaintances. What are you two doing here?
Only to see Su Enchi and Sakoku Mai standing on the opposite side of the street,
right in the direction of stopping the sidewalk.
And by the look of their expressions they seem to be looking for themselves. There is no other.
Only spying on Luminaire. Su Enchi spoke faintly.
A bag of classic Ritz original potato chips tucked in her hand.
What about you? Chu Tianjiao looked over to Sakuraku Mamoru. Come along. There's nothing to do.
Sakata Mashiro exuded a helpless tone, and exhaustion was evident in her expression, clearly not having rested even after going back in the early hours of the morning. The two had been gaming all night and had only gotten 2 hours of sleep, which was a serious lack of sleep even for a hybrid species, and was close to having decadence written all over their faces.
Lumini will be fine with me watching over him. Seeing this, Chu Tianjiao's face was filled with black lines. This is a job assigned to him by the boss. What are these two little girls doing here? So, Su Enchi pondered for 2 seconds. Uncle Chu, other than that we actually have one thing we want to ask you.
You say. Chu Tianjiao sniffed and made a listening gesture.
So the question is, why is Luminaire afraid of this Maybach? Su Enchi's gaze looked not far away.
Only Lu Mingfei happened to pass by,
and after seeing the parked Maybach, he was instantly shocked and took a step backward, before speeding up his steps to enter the campus. We've been watching him for 2 or 3 days now. He does this every time we see this car. Do you have any clue? End of chapter. I don't have much of a clue. After a long time, Chu Tianjiao helplessly confessed.
My guess is that something happened inside the underground garage that day, but the surveillance recordings were deleted by our boss, so I'm not quite sure what exactly happened.
Said. His gaze went to the Maybach on the side, flashing a complex look. However, since it was the spirit of speech that awakened there, it's possible that he saw this car of mine. Hearing Chu Tianjiao's words, Su Enchi and Sakata Mai opened their thoughts at once. There was indeed this possibility. After all, people are creatures of sight and seeing a doll can bring back memories of childhood. If you happen to see a Maybach when you kill Deadpool, then maybe it might also cause a relevant amount of consternation. Makes sense. Su Enchi nodded and reached in the bag to grab up a chip. Uncle Chu, do you want one? Then I'm welcome.
Chu Tianjiao happily picked up the chips and chewed on them. I'm going to go keep an eye on Lumini. You two play a little longer while there's still time. Don't wait for the boss to make you officers and then think you don't have enough time to spend. He waved his hand at the two, and then he walked idly in the other direction. even without the speech spirit ability of Hades' illumination. This experienced old father had the certainty of bypassing everyone's line of sight and getting into the dead center of every surveillance in Servalan Middle School. Looking at Chu Tianjiu, who gradually disappeared at the end of her vision, Su and she sighed. So are we still spying today? No more surveillance. It's enough to have him do this. Sakode Mamoru spoke helplessly. After all, Chu Tianjiu in this field is considered to be their senior. Authority aspects need not be said. Since the other party's so open, then there is no need to get involved. What's more, the other party did clear up their doubts, and it was impossible to pull a face and continue to do what they were doing. It's better to leave professional things to the professionals. Listening to the words of the three, Lin Mai, who was not far away, was pondering, has the surveillance been deleted? This incident happened unexpectedly, and Lin Mai had been worried about it. Now that I've heard the news, the hanging heart finally seems to be good. First rule out that Maybach will transform. Lin Mai spat in a soothing mood. After all, his identity was indeed very sensitive now, and without actual evidence, basically no one would suspect that he was actually a living creature. Nowadays, only Lumini in the entire world knew what he, Lin Mai, really was. But this statement was no longer appropriate. After all, Lin Mai had added a number of brand new abilities in addition to the fire structure of the time, so it was not what it used to be. If that decrepit kid saw that his chest could still light up blue like Iron Man, he'd probably have to expand his mental shadow area a little bit more. No, dude, you're Tony Stark, right? Lin Mai could already imagine the shocked expression on Lumini's face. It was at this time that the group chat beep sounded. Lin Mai pondered for a moment, then quickly sank down in consciousness into the chat group. The rich woman of the universe is me, at all members. Help help help. Cosmic rich woman is me, what should we do? The whole space station is in a mess right now. Big name V, huh? Dame V, what happened sis? Cosmic rich woman is me, a sudden invasion of the antimatter legion's void pawns while I myself am still in the mechanical colony cluster of Urilo 6. Cosmic rich woman is me, damn it. If I had known that this invasion was coming so fast, I wouldn't have gone to the mechanical colony to catch these starpiece robots from hundreds of years ago. Group leader / Sub-Zero Munchkin, huh? Group leader / Sublime Little Munchkin, no sis. You could have gone to the company to buy these robots. Your family's status is so high. Why would you want to go far away from home? The universe rich woman is me la, so I am now very distressed. The manpower of the space station simply cannot deal with it, unless Ms. Black Tower to take action. But relying on her, the founder of the space station, I also feel a little ashamed. The rich woman of the universe is me, by the way. You guys might not know much just by saying it. Cosmic rich woman is me. I'll search the space station surveillance and record a few pictures for you. The rich woman of the universe is me, picture. Seeing the picture in the chat group, Lin Mai realized to double-click to open it. A humanoid creature whose entire body was as black as iron, with a purple halo blooming on top of its head, and holding two light golden light blades in its hands was then presented within the field of vision. Hollow Pawn, a component of the antimatter core, and usually considered the lowest-ranking soldier. But it's also not comparable to normal human fitness. They follow the path of the star god of destruction, aiming to destroy all intelligent civilizations within the universe. So the Black Tower space station is disturbed by it from time to time. That's all for the District Void Pawns. If we encounter the same type of elite monsters, I guess the Black Tower space station is really in danger. Lin Mai pondered briefly, then continued to direct his gaze towards the chat group. Dame V, I'll go. Dame V, I can tell just from the way it stands. It's terribly strong. I can't beat this. Cybertron on Wrestling King, indeed. This guy gives off a sense of aggression at a glance, but it should still be a little less interesting if he fights me. King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, at Broad-Minded Iron Man. By the way, does that primordial iron battle armor of yours have any way to fight this creature inside the picture? Broad-Minded Iron Man, well, from what I've seen, it shouldn't have the ability to drive flight. Broad-Minded Iron Man, look at it this way. Maybe I can consume these guys at altitude and use the plasma cannon to do some damage to them. Dame V, it's over. Dame V, now I'm really the bottom of the pack in terms of combat power. Big name V, at Universe Rich Girl is me. How many of these monsters are inside that space station? Cosmic Rich Woman is me la, I can't count them. There's a lot of them anyway. And with just the battle power of the staff in the space station, I doubt they'll be reunited anytime soon. Cosmic Rich Woman is me, it's a shame. I didn't realize I'd have to face such a tragic end just after taking over the Black Tower space station. The Universe Rich Woman is me, make a wish. I would trade V's 50 years of life for a group mission. Big name V? Just then, the beeping of the Sublime chat group suddenly rang out, reaching the minds of every member of the group. Ding! The chat group has released a group mission, to purge the 157 void pawns in the Black Tower space station.
This time the number of participants is limited to 5 people. End of chapter. Star Dome Railroad World. Yarilo 6. The Mechanical Colony. What? 157 false pawns? Amidst the snow-covered mountains, Aista was instantly shocked at the sight of the group mission. Had the Black Tower space station she had represented actually fallen to this extent? Over and out. She looked hatefully at the dozens of automatons gathered at her feet, knowing that she shouldn't have rushed over to temper these things. Even with the Tempest Recovery Potion, they'll have to fight the Antimatter Legions in the Black Tower space station later. Wait, I can take the group quest. 2. Esta looked at the quest panel floating in mid-air, only to see the pickup line faintly lit up. She had a flash of light. Since the location of the mission was at the Black Tower space station, wouldn't that mean that as long as one took the mission, he or she would be able to return to the Black Tower space station from the Yalalo 6 immediately? What a way to go! Esta instantly double-clicked in realization, took the quest, and mentally thanked the groupie named V. Ding! Congratulations on successfully grabbing the quest qualification. As the third group mission, this mission will open the group livestream at the same time. Participants, the Viaduct in the Storm, the Great V, the Rich Woman of the Universe is me, the Iron Man with a Big Heart, the King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, and will be given group points based on merit. Note, this subgroup mission level 1 star. Buzz. With a strong suction force coming from her, Esta's entire body was immediately pulled within the Black Tower space station. All that was left was a bevy of automatons at their feet looking at their now vanished masters for a moment of bewilderment. Half a minute later, the Black Tower space station. What are you guys? And what is this car? Esta opened her eyes. In front of her, one of the base station workers was pointing at the rest of the group members who were in this place with her with a trembling voice and fear inside their eyes. Seeing this, she stepped in at once to explain what had happened. They're friends of mine, here to clean up the void pawns from the station, Esta said, flashing her badge, which held the very position of agent of the Black Tower space station. Is that so? The staff sized up Esta, seeing that the dress and face were as usual, and that it couldn't be someone else pretending to be him. He was instantly relieved. Ms. Esther. With Ms. Black Tower debugging her simulated universe and Mr. Scruko out of the station, we were all set to turn our backs on you, but luckily you returned early. The false pawns are everywhere now, and there have been quite a few fights already. It's simple. I'll just start a group, won't I? Before the words fell, Megatron rose into midair and transformed into a firearm, gathering a beam of terrifying power that erupted towards the staff's position in a flash. Boom! The staff dodged and looked at Megatron instantly with anger on his face. Immediately afterward, he realized that a void pawn secretly wielding a light blade behind his back had just hit him squarely in the center of the brain, running from his head through his entire torso, losing all vital signs. Snap! The body of the false pawn fell to the ground. You'd better get going, let's clean up the next space station, Megatron kindly reminded. Thanks. The staff sniffed and stopped shivering, running at once, seeking to find a safe place to hide. It didn't take long to see anyone. The floor of this space station is pretty hard. Megatron frowned, looking at the intact floor tiles in front of him. This was his strengthened cannon, which was supposed to be able to break even a 10-meter thick iron wall, but now it didn't even manage to break, failing to penetrate the armor. It's okay. Esta nodded. After all, it was a Star Piece creation. Before that, there was a Pathfinder that had been placed for hundreds of years and was still in warranty, and the materials used to decorate the place were only ordinary, just the basic operation of the company. In the middle of the large Black Tower space station, the heads of void pawns poked out of almost every room with a blocking wall. The sheer number of them was simply breathtaking, and it was hard to imagine the force required to clear them. And because of that, the crew of the space station is almost entirely in hiding. After all, even any of the void pawns had the ability to kill them. Seeing such a dense number, Lin Mai, who had just teleported over, was somewhat excited instead. After all, the mission objective is simple. It's just a matter of eliminating 157 void pawns, which means that the more you kill the better you'll get the MVP of the group quest, and you'll then be one step closer to purchasing something from the level 3 mall. Buzz! With a blue light illuminating, Lin Mai's entire vehicle instantly folded into a 3-meter humanoid, followed by the flames of ionizing radiation flickering under his feet, supporting his body as it levitated upwards. In his vision, the number of void pawns on each floor was clear. In just an instant, the car door in his hand had transformed into a chainsaw steel blade, and Lin Mai slowly landed on top of the floor. Wow! Immediately, Lin Mai accelerated at once. Xian Weinstein. The scenery around him was as if it had lagged, and Lin Mai saw his carcass continually dividing, as if it was arranged in a straight line like a single domino. The virtual pawns, who were also moving,
became extremely slow at this time, and were quickly wiped across their throats by his sharp, turning chainsaw steel blade. The light blades in their hands couldn't do any good. As an extraterrestrial visitor to the Star Dome Railroad world, Lin Mai not only had no destiny, but he was also unable to weakly strike. But just as all gifts have a price tag already marked in the dark, Lin Mai will have no weaknesses, and the only way to interfere with him here is to inflict damage. However, it was obvious that those void pawns that rushed over at great speeds could not even touch Lin Mai's body at this time. Wow! With only an 8-second duration, Lin Mai instantly accelerated his entire body, clearing the false pawns as far as the eye could see. Step, pirouette, turn, chop. Every move he made had a purpose, simply to increase the speed of the kill. 21/157. Buzz. The duration ended and Lin Mai's speed returned to normal, and the second floor is down to the last 2 dummy pawns. These creatures with low-level intelligence took one look at Lin Mai, who had already gone killing mad, and turned to face the wall, as if hoping that their presence would go unnoticed. But obviously, after detecting the footsteps, there was no way for them to remain calm. Quack! In a flash, the 2 void pawns turned and rushed towards Lin Mai. Dang! Lin Mai didn't panic and raised his steel blade to block it, creating a slight spark between the friction of the light blade and the chainsaw. Ergo, he quickly reclined and straightened, the face of the blade quickly retracting to hit the curved plane. And while the 2 void pawns were in the process of stiffening up, he directly body-hardened the chainsawed steel blade through and through, as clear as a wind chime. The bodies of the 2 false pawns were broken in 2, with their livers and brains on their backs. Lin Mai didn't hesitate. The blue light of the arc reactor lit up again. Flames rose under his feet, and the entire vehicle flew towards the location of the 3rd floor. And in the eyes of the Antimatter Legion, the 2nd floor, which he had ransacked, was already like a hell on Earth. End of chapter. Meanwhile, the space station security system, Alan, with his greatsword in hand, was struggling to slash against the false pawn. As the only combatant in the system, Alan's duty was to guard the station from invasion. However, now that the wood had come out of the fire, it was only possible to minimize the damage. Boom! The end of the sword lit up with a flash of lightning, and then it swung up and down, cutting the virtual pawn in front of him in 2. The Antimatter Legion, while amazingly described as being composed entirely of antimatter, is actually only slightly more powerful in combat than ordinary people. Under the attack of the Fate's power, it was rare to find one that could survive 10 rounds. Ding dong! Suddenly, just then, the screen of his cell phone suddenly lit up. A letter from Ms. Black Tower? Aaron looked around the room, and after seeing no other false pawns in it, he instantly lowered the greatsword in his hand. Open the message to see the details. Are you still clearing out the void pawns? There are some strange people coming from the space station, and at this rate, it'll be another minute or 2 before they're all cleared out. Ha! Alan froze, and then he saw the Black Tower send several pictures which showed some oddly shaped beings. In addition to a cyborg, there's a bizarre species that can morph into an airplane at a height of about 10 meters, and the 2 are killing it in the void pawn-strewn space station. These visitors are quite interesting, and I intend to visit them one by one, so make sure you watch the movements for me. Is that so? I know. Alan mused for 2 seconds, sent the message on his screen, and then whirled in the direction of the stairs. Since these stabbings were taken care of, he would just do the job that Ms. Black Tower had asked him to do. At this very moment, Black Tower Space Station. Support module segment. Sure enough, it's better to make the first move. Lin Mai looked at the 2nd floor which was in a state of disarray, and a touch of emotion could not help but rise in his heart. Megatron is better than him in terms of hard power, but is ultimately too large and can only use his airplane or gun form to round up the void pawn. Coupled with his own early action, he now had more than 24 head counts over the other side. Next, it's off to the platform. With a thought, the flames under Lin Mai's feet rose once again. While the holding bay section of the Black Tower space station had only 2 floors, the support base section was divided into several parts, with the platform being one of the non-secure areas. Among the original episodes, the Pathfinder party also encountered the Doomsday Beasts near here, which can be mounted with no regard for risk. Buzz. In the middle of the day, Lin Mai slowly descended on top of the platform, and not far from his view, a virtual pawn in the form of a centaur was moving languidly, its hoofed legs, blooming with silver-white light, making a crisp knocking sound against the ground. Obviously, this is the Void Pawn Trampler, as an elite monster positioned as a monster of the Antimatter Legion. Its skills would not only be more than the normal void pawns, but its effects would also be more powerful. As far as Lin Mai could remember, this guy seemed to be able to just hoof it and whirl around to summon a bunch of void pawn minions out, which could be downright lethal at some point. But, for the current Lin Mai, this skill was instead a benefit. Thinking about it, Lin Mai instantly moved. turning on his chainsaw steel blade to charge and run towards the void pawn trampler in front of him. Quack! The trampler instantly sensed Lin Mai's sight and raised its hooves to fend off the speeding steel blade. The blow did not show. The material on top of the horse's hooves was slightly worn, but only to the extent that it was worn. And unlike the void pawns that were directly chopped apart, the tramplers could even be considered to have not even lost their bloody skin. And under that loud hoof beating, already 3 or 4 void pawns had responded to the call, and uncharacteristically arrayed themselves beside the trampler, like guards arching over the queen, looking at Lin Mai in unison with hostility. Good. Lin Mai didn't hold back. This is coming over to deliver, is it? He glanced around and saw that the other group members hadn't arrived yet, and his hanging heart dropped. With the opponent's skill mechanic, he or she is perfectly capable of keeping it in a bloodlock and then using the summoning ability to trick the other void pawns into killing them. Following this approach, there should be no need to go elsewhere to screen for surviving void pawns. 39/157. With a flash of the blade, the void pawns that swarmed around were chopped into cinders as they defended themselves, and the panels for system tasks are updated as a result. 43/157. 10 seconds ago, base control module, V was engaged in a one-on-one duel with a void pawn, the blades of both clashing constantly. There's a break. His eyes lit up and he instantly stabbed his mantis blade forward. However, it had not yet touched the body. The virtual pawn in front of him then disappeared as if summoned by something, and even the tip of the blade slashed into the air in a split second. Looking at the scene in front of him, V went black. No, you can even cut it short yourself? Such scenes have occurred in other areas, and no group member has been spared. Lin Mai didn't realize it until after he cut it, either. One of the void pawns even had bullet wounds caused by a plasma cannon, and it was unknown which of the swarmers who had installed the arc reactor had done so. Under his sustained attack, the trampler began to hoof it again and again. It didn't take long for the entire Black Tower space station's void pawns to have become lambs to the slaughter, and live streaming pop-ups dedicated to this phenomenon ensued. Group leader / subspecialized Munchkin, Tisk. Group leader / subspecialized Little Munchkin. After looking at the group chat screen, all I can say is that Maybach is playing a real thistle. At these words, the others were at a loss. Extreme? That's what it means. However, the group leader didn't say anything explicitly next, so the group members had no choice but to go in search of the remaining dummy pawns. Except that judging by this number, it's probably hard to find one even if you do anything else. 150/157. Quack. With a final hoof call, all 6 of the remaining void pawns were summoned. Above the platform, Lin Mai's eyes lit up. A floating machine gun immediately sprang up behind him amidst the charging of self-ionization. Boom! Wrapping up all the excess charge energy within the arc reactor and converging it completely into a single strike. It instantly exploded towards the void pawn directly opposite. The void pawn trampler raised its hooves to fend it off, but the beams of spears gathered by the thunder directly cracked through it. Since the invading antimatter legions were here, Lin Mai was no longer merciful. In the next moment, the arc of electricity spread out. Lin Mai saw the right moment. The chainsaw steel blade in his hand reached its maximum power. Taking advantage of his opponent's brief paralysis, he instantly lowers his head towards the vulnerable part of his opponent's neck that was flush with his own. Golem! Before the buzzing sound fell, the trampler's head had dropped above the ground. As for the other void pawn soldiers, they were just as if they had been killed by the arcs of electricity that spread out. Ding! Detected mission objective achieved. The person with the most credit for this mission, the viaduct in the storm, gaining 5,000 group points. End of chapter. The King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron gets 4,000 points. The rich woman of the universe Isni gets 2,500 points. Iron Man with a big heart gets 2,500 points. And the great and famous V gets 2,000 points. Due to the difficulty of this group mission being 1 star, an additional 500 points will be given to each participant. And now that the mission is over, the group members are being repatriated back to their original world. Lin Mai couldn't help but sniff. Group quests are so rich in points? Compared to the last mission accomplished at the terrorist base in the Middle East, it is clear that the total amount given this time is a little bit bigger, directly exceeding twice what it should be. Perhaps the star rating is just an appearance, and is actually divided into upper and lower levels, like this mission to clear the space station, which is close to a 2-star difficulty by any stretch of the imagination. It's done. Go home first. Lin Mai stood still and waited for a while, and then the chat group's teleportation arrived as promised. Under the tight suction, his figure quickly disappeared above the platform of the support base section, as if he had never arrived in this world. Black Tower Space Station. Monitoring Room. Ms. Black Tower. These visitors have disappeared. Even Ms. Esta. Alan typed in the message in amazement. just as he had just seen the image of all of these people inexplicably disappearing into the interior of the station. He had thought that by keeping an eye on the movements of these people, he would be able to control the positioning, but he did not expect that the other party actually possessed the ability to make spatial leaps, which had played out. Take it easy. I observed it as well, but I was able to pinpoint Istasan as being in the mechanical colony of Urilo 6. The others are not sure. The other end of the screen. Black Tower office. The young girl in the purple and black hood observed everything thoughtfully. Unstable parameters? A glint of interest flickered in the Black Tower's eyes. The reason she had debugged the simulated universe for so long and had no way to restore the real one was because of these phenomena. It's as if there are bugs in the program, but underneath those bugs, there is some truth implied. For example, if a star god is rare in reality, his secrets can often be unearthed in the simulated universe. And perhaps this path to the end of the road will lead to an initiation ticket to becoming a star god. As the 83rd seat of the Genius Club, things that are difficult to explain scientifically are also of interest to the Black Tower. After returning to the original world, as Lin Mai could see, the chat group boiled over with the naked eye. Dame V, Tisk. Big name V, at universe rich woman is me. Curse me for 50 years of life. I'll bounce right back. Cosmic rich woman is me. Actually, I was just talking about it casually, but it actually turned out that I actually sent out a mission. Cosmic rich woman is me, however. It does seem like it would be worth it if I traded your 50-year lifespan for the safety of the Black Tower space station. Dame V, taught. Big name V, I didn't realize that half of my lifespan would just be lost in this group quest, and I happen to still be the one who gets the least amount of points. Group leader / Sub-Zero Munchkin, awkwardly dark. Group leader / Sub-Zero Munchkin, the average lifespan of a normal person in your world isn't 100 years. Group leader / Sub-Specialized Munchkin, actually, if you were to follow your normal life path, you'd be in the negative with such a deduction. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, joy. Cybertron on Wrestling Resistant King, so, it looks like all those guys of mine have been with the Decepticons for a lot longer than the Swarmas. Big name V, darn it, don't talk about it. Dame V, by the way, when you guys were playing Void Pawns, did you ever come across a situation where your opponent suddenly broke away from the fight, revealed a breach, and then inexplicably disappeared? At that, there was a moment of silence from the members of the group. Is it inexplicable? Lin Mai immediately realized what happened. So the hoof beeping of the trampler was not an invocation, but a psychic spell. Kidding, the virtual pawn suddenly disappeared. How to think this involves the ability of spatial leap. Someday must grab over a trampler to study it. With that thought, he instantly dives into the group chat with his consciousness. Viaduct in the storm, I did it. Dame V, huh? Group leader / Sublime Little Munchkin, that's true. Or I wouldn't have said that Maybach played it to the limit. Group leader / Subspecialized Little Munchkin, but also, I didn't expect that the way the Void Pawn was summoned was to just disappear from where it was. I thought it would come from all directions. Broad-minded Iron Man, expand on that. Group leader / Subspecies Munchkin, the Void Pawn Trampler. A product of the Antimatter Legion's use of the War Furnace to recast warriors by fusing them with the remnants of the ancient beasts. Group leader / Subspecialized Little Munchkin, though relatively scarce in number. It combines the intelligence of a warrior with the power of an ancient beast, and its hissing is capable of summoning a large number of void pawns to it. Group leader / Sublime Little Munchkin, inside the live broadcast just now. Diggy Maybach encountered this monster. Cosmic Rich Woman is me, HM. I seem to be a bit impressed. Cosmic Rich Woman is me, no way. A trampler was actually encountered in the space station? That's not something a normal Fate Walker can kill. Cosmic Rich Woman is me, if you look at it that way. Not only did the remaining void pawns get taken out by the Maybach big guy, but even that trampler. Cosmic Rich Girl is me, if you don't know. Ask, are all the Cybertronians this strong? Marvel Universe. Stark Industries building. Tony stared at the chat logs with a complex expression. With the strength of my current plasma cannon, it would take 3 to 4 hits for one void pawn to kill. The completion time for this mission is 5 minutes. Doesn't that mean that it has a combat efficiency that is more than 10 times higher than what I have now? Thinking back to the 8-meter class Maybach that was like a god descending in the terrorist base, Tony then welled up with a flash of deep awe. The other party did have a floating machine gun attack at that point in time, utilizing the same energy source of ionizing radiation. The red packets you give away yourself probably just serve as one more channel to recharge. Looks like I still need to improve my configuration soon, or I won't be able to keep up with this group. Think about it. Tony instantly sank his consciousness into the middle of the dimensional chat group and found Megatron's avatar. Wide-minded Iron Man, at King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, requesting to purchase the Autobots energy core. Cybertron on Wrestling King, oh? Finished the quest to gather enough group points, huh? Broad-minded Iron Man, yes. Wide-minded Iron Man, now. I'm going to use Cybertron's fire to improve the initial version of the iron battlesuit.
End of chapter. Transformers World. Megatron stood at the top of the mine,
overlooking the workers digging for energy in the distance along with some of the Decepticon members selling their physical labor.
Is 8-hour slavery being seriously practiced?
It turned its head to the shocked-faced Red Spider on the sidelines.
Aha! Starscream nodded.
A day had passed since that great battle, and the Earthlings and Decepticons had managed to come to an understanding and work together to form an alliance of mutual help. As the Decepticons' second-in-command, Starscream was given the job of global supervisor during this time,
responsible for counting the amount of resources mined.
That'll do.
Megatron nodded,
and then turned his attention to the message in the chat group.
There's one more thing I need you to do.
What is it?
Starscream gave a start and looked at Megatron suspiciously. Go get me a fire. Just about the same quality as the last one. Hearing this familiar dispatch again, Starscream sighed and whirled into an airplane,
heading towards the nearby Autobot Spark warehouse, creating a rumbling sound wherever it passed.
Seeing the situation, Megatron couldn't help but reveal a pleased smile as his consciousness re-entered the chat group.
This subordinate who can't do anything right has finally done a rare personnel.
Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, take it easy. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, I'll have my men go to the warehouse and look for stock of fire, and then come back to complete the deal with you when I have a good quality resource. King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, Megatron, do my work,
and my main focus is a truthfulness.
Cosmic Rich Girl is me, inventory? Cosmic Rich Woman is me, so it seems that Bossway's fire business has been able to wholesale? Cybertron on Wrestling Resistant King, not really. I just cleaned up the remnants of the Autobots,
and now the fires can be 2 per swarm member.
I think.
Cybertron on the King of Wrestling Resistance. As for the ones who had a shaky stance, I also incorporated the Decepticons' power. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, the so-called 2 tigers are nothing more than those 8 words.
Invite to be beheaded. Accept as a dog. Cybertron on King of Wrestling Resistance, in order to recruit Optimus Prime's old guard, I added the peace-loving label these Autobots need to the Decepticons' teachings. King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, however, this piece is only superficial, and one day I will extend my 8 hours of slavery to the entire universe.
King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, when the time comes, they'll realize who they're working for.
Dame V, tisk. Dame V, I didn't realize it was actually handled this way. I thought you were incompatible. King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, there are no absolute enemies, only absolute interests, and as long as I can achieve a peaceful reign that I dominate, then I will do whatever it takes. Cybertron on Wrestling Resistant King, however, it's not very practical to work with you anymore. King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, remember, son, one day is a man-machine, the rest of your life is a man-machine. Dame V, bounce back. Megatron looked at the red warm V in the chat log and couldn't help but fill his eyes with a smirk. When people get old, they like to tease the kids, and at the end of its field of vision, the red spider returned. Unsurprisingly, with the fire structure well above the rooftop. Chief, the stuff is here. Starscream delivered a black and purple alternating energy core into Megatron's hand, and then flew off towards a short distance away. With the experience of the last one, it also understands that as long as this thing comes to the hands of the Way Boss, then it is not authorized to browse. And when it comes to this kind of thing, it will just fly away. Aha! Megatron nodded slightly and took the energy core, then opened the chat group and sent it over. In the next moment, the fire structure that inspired the vast energy completely disappeared without monitoring, as if it did not exist in this world at all. The King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron sends an exclusive red packet to the Man of Steel with a big heart, Spark Structures. Broad-minded Iron Man, roger that. Wide-minded Iron Man, thank you. Boss Megatron. Let's hope my improvements work. Iron Man with a big heart sends an exclusive red packet to the King of Wrestling on Cybertron, 500 points. Looking at another deal made in the group. Luckily, I just joined the group to buy energy cores that are for sale for 50 points. Linmai couldn't help but feel that this was a 10% discount. Even at today's price, Linmai still thinks that the other party has lost a lot of money. After all, group points are not useful for much more than facilitating transactions. In Linmai's eyes, it was not inevitable that a level 3 mall would be able to buy items like the Cybertron Energy Core, and to be able to sell it with this amount of points. Boss Wei was also a god. If that's the case, we might be able to use the information gap to buy the Annihilator from Esta later. Linmai pondered slightly, but quickly vetoed this idea of his. The person, Esta, obviously had reserves of economics, and Missy had grown up with an ear for science, which led to the points given out of hand being reasonable. Like the night vision device sold to V was given a price point of no less than 200 points. If you want to buy a Star Destroyer, it is estimated that people will give a converging price after careful consideration.
and you will not be able to buy it for the time being.
Never mind. Don't think about it so much.
Lin Mai put away the thoughts floating around in his mind and turned off the subreddit chat group in front of him. Having just fought and consumed a lot of his physical strength,
Lin Mai,
who hadn't rested well last night, closed his vision and entered a state of hibernation.
In the evening, Chu Zihang's house. In the middle of the school hours as usual, Chu Tianjiao picked up Chu Zihang back home, with the bodywork going round and round.
Lin Mai also woke up the moment he reached the parking space in the villa area. There's the place.
Seeing this,
Lin Mai let out a sigh of relief. He had thought that he would have to do his best to hide the fact that he could move on the road, but it turned out that this sleep had saved him effort.
The actual proof is that even if you are not awake,
you still have the functionality of a normal car.
Soon, Chu Zihang and Chu Tianjiao opened the doors of the car,
and then they each parted ways,
heading in different directions.
It wasn't long before the two were out of sight. Lin Mai knew that now was not the best time.
After all, Chu Tianjiao had just left.
If he started it rashly, he would still cause Chu Zihang suspicion.
He decided to wait half an hour for now. After all,
he was going to a very important place tonight.
The Su Enterprise building last night. There, one still has what one has to do. End of chapter. Another corner of the city. Within an internet cafe. The long,
poorly arranged wooden tables,
cluttered with computers and keyboards reflecting the blue light. Snap.
Lu Mingfei rubbed the mouse, and it didn't take long to beat the opposite player's intergalactic mother nest into a sieve, and his superb maneuvering soon made the other party redwarm. Looking at the burst of shielding language coming from the opposite side, Lumini sighed helplessly and exited the game interface.
Ugh, every time I play the game. It was the second time that Luminify came to this internet cafe,
and the second time that he played StarCraft here. I don't know if it was talent or not, but he was introduced to this very high-threshold computer game right off the bat,
and in just a few matches, he had perfected it. As for the words of each opponent's scolding, either they were saying that he was playing dirty or questioning him about opening up, and in any case, in the end of the drama, it was always Lu Mingfei who surrendered of his own accord. In other words, when playing StarCraft, Lumini was only happy when he was abusing people. That's it for today. I have to buy my cousin his favorite novel illustrated in a few minutes. Lumini shook her head and drained the round glass of fizzy drink. Just as he stood up to go home, a black sedan flashed before him. Maybach?
He was startled. Lumini rubbed his eyes and peered out once more before the glass door and black steps of the internet cafe,
only to see a scene that horrified him even more.
The front seat of this car was empty. He didn't know why his vision had suddenly become so clear, but the sight he saw in front of him instantly made his pupils dilate. His body trembled slightly as the memories of his death suddenly began to attack him, and in the vague vision, Lumini could hear his heart beating like a warhammer. So what I saw that afternoon was real. What Lin Mai had to do was simple. That would be to go down that road and collect some of the ghost-toothed dragon viper carcasses that haven't been cleaned up yet. As a dragon-blooded creature, the ghost-toothed dragon viper possessed traits that were clearly different from the normal species, not to mention the fact that the blood that flowed through it itself was a wonder that contained transcendent power.
Maybe it can contribute to my getting stronger. Lin Mai's expression was slightly contemplative. An egg-born ancient dragon could utilize its dragon blood to become one with an object, but that was a manipulation that the latter executed on a dead object, and he's obviously conscious. If Lin Mai had access to clean dragon blood, he couldn't say that he would be the one to manipulate the other party, or they could just send the specimen to the group members for them to study, and then improve a biological colonization with a speech spirit out of it based on the results of the study. Lin Mai was not a risk-taking character, and after a short period of thinking, he chose the second course of action. Soon, under the high-speed tires, Lin Mai then steadily stopped near the Su family business. Follow the memories of yesterday. Lin Mai traveled west for a few moments and immediately spotted some ghost-toothed dragon vipers stuck to the ground. Except that today these larvae are no longer considered to be silk threads, but more like tiny versions of severed earthworms, so mixed with the dust on the ground that it's hard to discern the form. Luckily, though, the red packet works fine. Lin Mai muttered a thought to himself, and immediately stepped his tires on top of these ghost-toothed dragon viper corpses. Consciousness sank into the subreddit chat group. Viaduct in the storm, at Cosmic Rich Woman is Mila. It is suspected that a mysterious creature has been found. Is there any instrument in the space station that can make an identification? The rich woman of the universe is me, yes. Cosmic Rich Woman is me, but it's kinda troublesome to use it as it requires authorization from Miss Black Tower. The rich woman of the universe is me. Besides, the gene pool only includes 99.1% of the creatures in the universe, so you may not be able to find the mysterious species you're talking about. Group leader / subspecies Munchkin, what mysterious creature? Let me see it first. Viaduct in the storm, well, Viaduct in the storm, I think it's called a ghost-toothed dragon viper if I look at the name. Some world where the aura is revived.
Xin Xingluo looked at the message from the Sublime chat group, and a flash of amazement appeared in her eyes. Ghost-toothed dragon viper? As a reader familiar with the dragons, she of course knew that this was a class of dragon-blooded creatures that appeared in Dragon 3, with extremely powerful killing power and proliferation. Once released, the consequence is often the demise of the entire regional ecological chain. Think about it. Xin Xinglu instantly looked at the chat interface floating in front of her eyes with a grave expression, and her consciousness quickly typed in the text. Group leader / subspecies Munchkin, seriously? / Viaduct in the storm, aha. Viaduct in the storm, if the picture hadn't been taken so clearly, I'd have sent it by this time. Group leader / subspecialized little Munchkin, if that's the case, then I really can't grasp it. So I'll just have to have the little rich girl see if there's any way to assay this thing's blood. The rich woman of the universe is me, blood? Does that have anything to do with the traits of that mysterious creature? Group leader / sublime little Munchkin. The reason Chu Zihang was able to awaken the spirit of speech is essentially because his bloodline contains a certain concentration of dragon blood. Group leader / subdivision Munchkin, and this ghost-toothed dragon viper is a dragon-blooded creature through and through, with this magical blood flowing throughout its entire body. Dame V, hiss. Daimyo V, so it seems that this fish-sounding guy also has a speech spirit? Group leader / subspecies Munchkin, no, but if the blood is fully dissected, then modifying a dragon-blooded biocolonial or converting a normal human into a hybrid species should be within the technology's realm of fulfillment. Wide-minded Iron Man, biocolonization? Wide-minded Iron Man, at Viaduct in the storm. Do you still have stock there? Cosmic rich woman is Mila, I'll take a copy of that too. Let's see the results of the lab tests later. Or at least let me know what exactly is a dragon-blooded creature. Seeing that there were already 2 group members who were interested in the ghost-toothed dragon viper, Lin Mai saw that the time was ripe and immediately sent out the red packet. Viaduct in the storm sends an exclusive red packet to Iron Man with a big heart ghost-toothed dragon viper. Send a red packet to the rich woman of the universe at the Viaduct in the storm ghost-toothed dragon viper. At his feet, 2 thin red threads that had been stretched extremely long quickly disappeared and were teleported to an unknown location. End of chapter. Seeing that everything has been done in a big way, after taking the first stretch of road, Lin Mai proceeded to circle back around the same way he'd come, pedaling through the streets of this coastal city. There is still no doubt that giving the transcendental items of this world to those research-type group members to study can also make you stronger. After all, this is the thing that combines 2 benefits. On the one hand, they gained the technology. On the other hand, they themselves enjoy the technological products brought about by the enhancement of the war power. A win-win belongs to is. Viaduct in the storm, shipped. Big name V, damn. If I didn't have a lab, I'd want to fix one up and see. Dame V, did any of the groupies who arrived take a look at what that thing really looks like? It's not a fish with a dragon head on top, is it? The rich woman of the universe is me, tisk. The rich woman of the universe is me. What if I said that this thing is actually very shabby looking? The rich woman of the universe is me, picture. Cyberpunk 2077 world. Traveling in a blackish Inaka soared to the southern section of Night City. V sat in the driver's seat and drove leisurely. With Sion Wiston's prosthetic body, even if he crashed the car, he had a way to be safe and sound in it. Sent it over so quickly. Upon seeing the picture sent by Esta, V immediately realized to double-click to open it. Immediately, he saw an extremely long but extremely thin red-striped creature lying across the tabletop, and a gloved staff member to his right grimaced at this. It was only after the HD zoomed in that he got a good look at the thing's lurid visage. Instead of topping a dragon's head, it looked like the evil spirit of a fish, with sharp but not yet complete teeth and a wrinkled face working together to create a ghostly head. On top of the body, it was even more bloody, with something similar to a mutilated fin in general. It's a dragon blood creature? A question mark popped up over V's head. In his perception, how could it be a beautiful species that could be crowned with dragon's blood? Big name V, huh man? Dame V, no wonder it says you can't tell what it looks like from the screenshot. So it really looks so abstract. Broad-minded Iron Man, no way. Broad-minded Iron Man, I just pulled a microtube of blood out of its body, but it kept bursting as soon as it came into contact with the air, and now it's all evaporated. Broad-minded Iron Man, with the instruments I have at hand right now, there's no way to do a complete genetic analysis of it. Broad-minded Iron Man, video. Seeing the situation, Lin Mai also rose in interest and clicked on the video. In his viewpoint, Tony was taking a precision, fine-barreled steel needle and extracting the blood that remained in the body. And soon this flash of black and red was covering the inside of the needle, before Tony could remove it. However, the entire steel needle exploded in an instant. In the next moment, the splash of blood red rose in the air, condensed into the volume of a drop of water, and finally completely diffused and disappeared into the air of the laboratory. The video ends here. The Maybach sped through the night,
traveling at the same constant speed toward its starting point. Lin my sighed. We dragon-blooded creatures are like that. After all, dragon blood is one of those things that is extremely unstable and powerful, and the modern medical equipment in the original plot was completely helpless against the stuff. I would have thought that Tony would have had a way to store it and study it, but judging from the video, that's out of the question as well. The one thing you can hope for now is a little rich girl. Cosmic rich woman is me. Luckily I had my assistant research it in a vacuum. Cosmic rich woman is me. It's just that genetic analysis will take a while, but if it's entered into the gene pool, will Ms. Kuroda be amazed? Dame V, tisk. Big name V, that assistant of yours has a really strong mental capacity. I'd have to get down if I were you. Cosmic rich woman is me. It's okay. I lied to everyone else and said it's a scarlet earthworm. And the dragon's blood I said was body fluids. How's that for smart? Cosmic rich bitch, that's me pulls through, at Viaduct in the storm. It'll be a couple hours before I can finish parsing the dragon's blood, so there's no need to wait in the meantime. Viaduct in the storm, good. Lin Mai looked at Esta's reminder and instantly closed the interface of the Sublime chat group. Tisk. He shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, the equipment of the space station was still barren. If Missy was allowed to take the company's hard goods, I'm afraid that she would have already straightened out the biocolonization suit by now. Soon, Lin Mai arrived at the villa area. After settling into his original parking spot, he closed his eyes and fell into a state of automotive hibernation. Early the next morning, by the end of the weekend at Servite High School, the junior class had a rare double break. As an aristocratic school, the requirements for coursework here are quite severe, but at the beginning of the school year, it still doesn't carry out such a miserable act as single break makeup classes. However, Chu Zihang got up extraordinarily early, for no other reason than schoolwork. He has to deal with the mandatory weekly tuition classes. This includes not only interests but also subjects. Knock knock. Downstairs, Chu Zihang quickly faced the vehicle, and Chu Tianjiao poked his head out of the window. Get in the car. Son, look at the scruffy middle-aged man's old expression. Chu Zihang skimmed his lips, pulled open the hidden door, and settled down in the carriage. He knew that Pops had made another nighttime move last night, but seeing the other man's spirit now glowing with glory, he didn't say anything more. After all, the guy wouldn't admit it if he did. This car, sometimes it just feels different. After driving a lot, I've worked out the truth that you need to be in shape to drive. In the rearview mirror, Chu Tianjiao fussed. I suddenly felt that this car was a lot smoother a few days ago, but guess what, yesterday, it actually didn't work again. Really fake. Chu Zihang perfunctorily said that it wasn't once or twice that he had heard his old man bragging while riding in the car. If the other guy was really as good as he said he was, Mom wouldn't have divorced this guy. He had learned the story of his parents' love for each other, that his mother was a pillar of the city's dance troupe when she was young, with suitors like carp in a river, and that the only reason his old man was able to marry her was that he was able to charm her by compiling a bright future with a single mouth. With this mouthpiece, anyone listening to him has to take a few things seriously. Knowing the father is not like the son, Chu Zihang knew that there were not a few words of truth in his old man's mouth, so he listened to it as a pleasure. End of chapter. Of course it's true. Chu Tianjiao's expression was extremely serious. It's a feeling as if the whole car is answering your call, that you and it are comrades in arms and have been fighting alongside each other for many years. At that, his eyes suddenly lit up and the steering wheel in his hands spun more vigorously. Look, this warhorse, it's coming. Ding. Logging into the chat group has been detected, and a check-in has been performed automatically. Points for this check-in, 999 points. Another day of being super awakened by the group beep. Lin Mai ghostly opened his eyes and was startled. Where is this for me to do? But in no time at all, he recognized it as a signpost for Xuchang Road, leading to the city's children's palace. Apparently a limited weekend route, where dreams begin. Lin Mai murmured an emotion in his heart, and then he observed the dynamics of these two people in the dark. After all, just look out the window is too boring. Chu Tianjiao's car skills cannot crash, pass the time or have to dip into the dialogue details, act as a Sieberton electronic squash. Look at the way I'm palming the car now. It's just unbelievably silky smooth. The feeling of being in control, know what I mean? It's like playing in a regional racing championship. Chu Tianjiao makes a big deal out of the fact that there are times when driving is all about a state of mind flow. The reason people go for better features is partly to show off the car, to show off the parts, and partly because the experience of driving a good car is genuinely stronger than a crappy one. Aha! Chu Zihang nodded slightly in greeting, looking at his son's impassive expression. Chu Tianjiao helplessly freed his right hand to hold his forehead, believing that it was necessary to show some real skill. Never mind, those words are still hard to understand for people who don't drive. He sighed. Son, any interest in learning to drive? At those words, Chu Zihang was stunned, and then quickly reacted. I'm a minor. I can't get a driver's license yet. Can I? It doesn't matter. Pops, I'll just secretly teach you. At that time you'll understand what I'm talking about feeling.
Chu Tianjiao's tone continued to rise, but it didn't sound like it was forged.
After all, he really meant it. In Chu Tianjiao's all-out effort, the car speed in the range of not and the penalty for fast traveling. The city juvenile palace cram school complex is already close to the eyes. When Chu Zihang's eyes were somewhat intent. Just for today, Chu Tianjiao proudly promised, when you finish all the cram classes today, I'll open the sunroof on the dirt road in the spring outskirts to teach you how to drive. Aha! Chu Zihang nodded with a light in his eyes. With that said, the Maybach pulled up in front of the kendo hall, lined up in the highway parking space. The two then slowly walked out from it. After sending Chu Zihang out of the range of vision, Chu Tianjiao nodded his head in satisfaction. It's in his schedule. After 6 p.m. the surveillance of Looming Fei was changed to teaching his own son to drive. City Children's Palace, Kendo Hall. Next to the towering, developed buildings, shiny black limousines quietly reflect the light from the clouds. It didn't strain, and the machine souls are coming up whole for me. Lin Mai spat. Also did not expect his awakening to affect the state of use of the car. The next step was afraid that he would have to praise the god of all machines. O.M. Messiah. Fast forward to ringing the big bell 3 times. It does, however, drive its body on its own to a higher ceiling than regular driving, and can smash the speed dashboard 3 or 4 times in a circle right now. With the external objects, Lin Mai's current strength was not the same. While the world's most advanced car is nothing more than a mere mortal, Lin Mai has long since ascended to Cybertron, and is equipped to kill all competitors in its class. And this advantage will expand even more when you get the biocolonization. The rich woman of the universe is me, parsed. Dame V, so soon? Dame V, I thought I'd have to wait until at least tonight. It looks like the level of equipment on your space station is still very professional. Wide-minded Iron Man, miss. Would you mind sharing the harvest of your interpretations? The rich woman of the universe is me, good. Cosmic rich woman is me la, speech spirit is actually a manifestation of dragon blood energy. And the reason why there are so many variations of different racial abilities is simply because there exists some sort of rules of permutations and combinations of the energy. Broad-minded Iron Man, is that so? Broad-minded Iron Man, no wonder these dragon bloods don't fit with the air. So it's just energy escaping. Cosmic rich woman is me, pretty much. There's no problem understanding it that way is all. Cosmic rich woman is me, now. Although there's no way to decipher the exact rules for now, it's still easy to create a biocolonized picture. The rich woman of the universe is me, at the viaduct in the storm. Thanks to Maybach Big Brother, I'll send the second biocolonization suit. Viaduct in the storm, okay. I'm the rich woman of the universe sending a red packet to the stormy viaduct biocolonized suit, Dragon's Blood limited edition. Along with the red packet pickup, a drop of black blood suddenly appeared in front of Lin Mai's eyes, hovering in front of the rearview mirror in the compartment. This is a biocolonization suit? He didn't hesitate, and the rearview mirror moved forward, instantly refining the black blood in moments. Large chunks of information flooded into the mind. In a flash, Lin Mai understood its ability. As soon as it was turned on, one's entire body would be covered in a layer of crimson blood colonization, similar to the stance of a venomous symbiote. The first is to enhance one's defense, and the other is to make one's attacks carry a burning characteristic. In addition to this, as long as a hybrid or dragon blood stains oneself with biocolonization turned on, then one can replicate the other's speech spirit. It is also the characteristic of the spirit of speech mirror pupil. Inside the original episode, only Zero, a 3-less girl, had shown this power when she robbed the court at Castle Academy. I'm sure it's still a little rich. Lin Mai couldn't help but sigh with emotion and hurriedly opened the Sublime chat group. Viaduct in the storm, received. Viaduct in the storm, thanks. It works great. Kids love it, even if it's a human machine. Dame V, yes. A human machine's life is a life too. Make sure you send me a biocolonized suit as well. The rich woman of the universe is me, good. The universe rich woman is me, you give me recharge 100,000 group points. I will give you a set for free. Dame V, farewell. Cyberpunk 2077 world. V looked at the subterranean chat group lifelessly. The sadness of life does not lie in the 3 mandarins and the 3 farewells, but in the fact that the group knows that it is a good product, but the seller is asking for an exorbitant price. Another day without wool gathering. End of chapter. Star Dome Railroad World. Is this the new twist you were talking about? The Black Tower asked suspiciously. She looked at the dragon's blood colony floating in the air, the drop of liquid showing an extremely complex construction, the explosive energy causing it to vibrate inexplicably at all times. She was only supposed to move around the office and let the dolls do everything for her. As a result, when she heard that Aista, who had returned to the base, had some kind of new research, she immediately hoofed it inside the lab.
and only then did she see the true face of the so-called new research. But it does seem to be pretty awesome. She peered closer again. The only reason this thing appears black is because the colors are so mixed and messy. In addition to being red to the core, there was also a gilt-like hue inside that required a closer look to discover, presumably correlating with the power of this blood source stream. If it were loaded, there would be no need to consider a mechanical rebellion, and everyone would have power comparable to that of a Fate Walker. The Black Tower thought about it and finally gave it a high rating. She could tell at a glance that it was something like a biocolonization suit, not mechanical. And while there was a chance that it might awaken self-awareness, it was better than an Iron Man rebellion. Regardless of whether it was immortal Botluafu or the rest of the civilizations, the control of artificial intelligence was extremely strict. Aista was able to develop this technology, obviously running to benefit the public, and she herself as an old-timer should probably encourage it. Suddenly, her pupils dilated slightly. Wait a minute. This energy structure, it's different from all creatures known to the universe? Poof. Aista crossed her arms, full of triumph. That's right. That's why I said it's a new twist. How does Ms. Black Tower feel about it? She had been waiting for the scene in front of her, not realizing that it would take so long for the Black Tower seniors to react. It was a cute pinch. Tremble, old-timer. I have taken from beyond the world the power to deny it. It was just okay. The Black Tower skimmed her face in arrogance. She didn't realize that this Missy agent on the space station had actually given her a whole handful of good jobs. The neighborhood of the city's children's palace is crowded. Within the Kendo Hall, Chu Zihang was conducting one of his mediocre lessons. Lin Mai observed from outside the glass, only to see that the other party's sword fight was a complete crushing game, and the other's wooden swords were already vigorously cleaved off before they could even get close to them, and were subsequently eliminated from the field. It's not in the same order of magnitude at all. There may be a mixed race advantage in there, but from the later episodes where Chu Zihang is called a sword saint level even when he goes to Japan to slash people, it's clear that it's pure talent in there. With this strength, the red temperature cannot even warm up. No wonder it is called the Juvenile Palace Sword Saint. Inside the worldview of the dragons, swords are also good weapons. Before the 7 deadly sins have the ability to cut dragons. After the demon sword Marayu Muramasa cut iron like mud. From the current strength, Lin Mai did not know who was stronger or weaker compared to himself in the future. Hand-rubbing incendiary bomb intensity Juneflame plus Chu Zihang holding demon sword Muramasa. You can try out the dragon blood colonization by the end of the night. Halftime. Lin Mai thought so to himself. After all, he had just gotten that thing, and hadn't yet tried to find out exactly how powerful it was, just that he knew he could give his enemies hanging burns, while his defense was greatly enhanced. With this item's power-up, one should be able to outperform the third-degree Blood Rage hybrid race version of Chu Zihang. Tap. Right about this time. Suddenly, a young blonde girl who looked to be only 13 or 14 years old stood in front of the entrance to the Kendo Hall. The face was extremely plain, mouthless and expressionless, making it difficult to figure out what was going on inside, and a pair of sky-blue eyes stared intently at the inner arrangement of the Kendo Hall. She had a cell phone in her hand. With his enhanced eyesight, Lin Mai could clearly see that the above was a conversation with the note boss, and the content of the conversation was discussing looming phase matter. I don't know why, but the other party stopped at the entrance of this interest class with only Chu Zihang. It's over, and the 3 young girls have come to the city. Lin Mai was shocked when he saw this. The young girl, whose real name is Renata Yevgeny Checherin, escaped from Black Swan Harbor 13 years ago with Experiment Zero, which is suspected to be Luminescence's main body, and has been working here ever since. This guy is Su and Shi Windamai that hangs out, merging into a trio under the boss. Chu Tianjiao is merely spying on looming Fei before being specifically sent to this city. One can unlock the corresponding speech spirit and devour the energy in the blood to strengthen oneself through the dragon blood colonization, which is tainted with the blood of hybrids in dragons. Whereas this module to unlock the corresponding speech spirit, the young girl in front of her was born with it. A top A-ranked bloodline that allows her to strengthen her weaker speech spirit and replicate everything underneath the extinction-ranked speech spirit is totally the loophole of loopholes. Luckily, it can't spot me either. Lin Mai breathed a sigh of relief. What bad thoughts could he have in a Maybach of his own? He continued to watch the movements of the young girl in front of him, but it didn't take long for him to freeze. Only Zero gently pushed the door open with one hand and walked towards the Kendo Hall that was in business. And Chu Zihang, still in the midst of a fierce battle, looked toward the young girl in the doorway. Zero bypassed his opponent's line of sight and directly found the Musashi Hall master who was watching the battle from the sidelines, his face rippling. Boss, how much is a semester's tuition? At this moment, the other end of the surveillance, a girlishly dressed room with a computer desk topped with a techie desktop keyboard. Good. Successfully cut through the Kendo Hall. Su and she operated the display in front of her, and it really presented a high-definition zoomed-in surveillance scene.
As a civilian, it makes sense to have a little hacking skill. Chips, are you sure messing with this stuff is going to help? Sukodmai covered her face. These days the potato chip girl Suanshi had given her more or less a whole hard job. But today's scene was completely unnecessary. You can't have people's co-workers come all the way here just to spy on Chu Zihang, right? It works. Long legs. You don't understand. Suanshi's entire body was stretched out on top of the recliner with a slightly lethargic expression. We're helping Uncle Chu with his child. Not only do we have to be a driver for our boss, he also has to keep an eye on Luming Fei. He's very busy all day long. If we help him supervise Chu Zihang, I wonder if he'll even thank us. Sakoku Mai. He has to thank us? Sukodmai almost didn't strain herself. That's something only the out-of-control Suanshi could say. What parent's child can still laugh when they're being spied on? It's over. Fast forward to the boss's banner turning against them. Okay, it's all up to you. She shook her head helplessly and sat down on the sheets next to Swinxi's recliner. Just then, the screen of Sakode Mamoru's cell phone suddenly lit up with a note to the boss. After Chu Zihang leaves class, place a Deadpool at a specific location on the outskirts of the city. Specific coordinates are listed below. Map. End of chapter. A red circle stood out on the map of the suburb. Sakode Mamoru's frame shook slightly. Chips, did the boss send you a message? Upon hearing this, Suanshi was slightly skeptical. She backed her computer out of the monitor screen and glanced at the text message section, shaking her head decisively after seeing nothing new. Nope, you got a mission? Suanshi is still clear about what is more important, but also during the period of no mission to let Sakode Mai accompanied by their own fooling around. Really encountered things immediately returned to the state of martial law. Right. Sakode Mamoru nodded, which was a relief, and whirled around to show the text message in her hand to Sensei for inspection. It's the same rhetoric as the underground garage, but this time, it's for us to place Deadpool in the suburbs. The addition of Zero was just a hiccup. The Kendo Hall was always enrolled, partly because the old man who owned the hall was stingy, and partly because according to the other side this helped to wait for the right person. And Chu Zihang just happened to take this time to rest for a moment and took a bottle of mineral water and drank it all in one go. This new trainee, if you've just arrived, would you like to try your hand with Chu Zihang first? The Musashi curator asked with a wicked grin on his face. No, I'll just follow the normal course. Zero shook his head, then retreated to the group of female trainees, his slender fingers grasping a wooden knife. Anyone who felt that he could not beat Chu Zihang. Chu Zihang was also unimpressed and nodded slightly. Well then, Cadet Chu Zihang, let me arrange a new course for you next. The Musashi Pavilion Master's eyes snapped. Fight me. 2 minutes later, with the wooden sword clattering to the ground, the Musashi Hallmaster looked incredulously at the expressionless teenager in front of him, as if he had seen a monster. Chu Zihang took the wooden sword back into its sheath, and gasps of surprise from the other trainees came from the surroundings. In their eyes the Musashi Pavilion Master was already divine. Nay, Chu Zihang was even more powerful, already possessing the level to open a remedial kendo class in the city's juvenile palace. Teacher, are there any other programs? No more. Your moves are all complete, and I've taught you all I can. The only way left for you to stay inside our kendo hall for the rest of your stay is to continue honing your skills. Master Musashi shook his head. One has to serve one's age. Unfortunately, the teenager in front of him didn't give him face, but whenever he was on point and didn't knock down the wooden blade in his hand, he himself wouldn't feel like losing so completely. After the sparring match ended, the other trainees instantly became interested and practiced their tricks even more vigorously, striving to one day be able to have a few moves with the male god Chu Zihang as well. Soon enough, the kendo hall welcomed the dismissal bell. After this, piano, guitar, go, culture class. All kinds of remedial classes passed through one by one. Chu Zihang always maintained abundant brainpower to receive all the knowledge, because there was one more thing on his mind. Learning to drive with the Maybach sunroof open on that springtime suburban dirt road with the man who had long since ceased to be a member of his family. For the sake of this matter, Chu Zihang had to make sure that he had complete energy. It's 5 p.m. and the sky is bright. A bush lined both ends of the roadway, and the potholed path was overgrown with weeds, while a black limousine sped by above it all. Lin Mai was also not expecting that Chu Zihang was actually interested in driving as well. I don't know if this guy thought about the fact that he might go and blow out the axle of someone's wedding car for a dear friend in the future. At this very moment. How's that for steady driving? Chu Tianjiao's mouth cannot be suppressed. He never envisioned his own this handcar skills. One day can actually take out in front of his son to show off. Aha! Chu Zihang nodded. He wanted to smile heartily, but a flaw in his facial muscles left him impassive, just feeling the near absence of bumps in the road and silently closing his eyes. It seems to be true, as the other guy said, that the car skills come with the feeling, and now the more you drive, the better you get.
Yet the moment he closed his eyelids, a dark shadow flashed bizarrely through the bushes outside the window, and the smell of fishy rot and decay was fleeting. Soon, the sedan drove into a vacant lot. Okay, want to try it first? Chu Tianjiao stepped out of the car and looked over at Chu Zihang, who was standing in the backside of the clearing, pulling the front door open a crack. Good. Chu Zihang nodded and stepped into the carriage, and Chu Tianjiao was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, specializing in pointing out the functional roles of car parts for him. As the car door closed, Chu Tianjiao then signaled for Chu Zihang to step on the gas and try it out. Never mind all that. Try taking a step forward. Chu Zihang nodded slightly and stepped on the gas pedal falsely, so the car's tires turned slowly, feeling the whole car moving slowly. In an instant, he understood what the feeling Chu Tianjiao was talking about was. It was a feeling of melting into one as he went along. It's as if it has the spirituality of a human being, where anything can be realized. Well, son, have you ever driven a car? Chu Tianjiao froze. How does the son's technique feel as skillful as his own? Could it be ancestral talent? But then talent also need others to help get started. No. It's just touching this one car and immediately getting that feeling. Chu Zihang looked at his hands, and then immediately returned the steering wheel, turning the car in front of him in an arc and returning towards the original road. The entire movement not unnatural. Then next, he tries acceleration, or high-intensity in-situ cornering, and a host of mandatory maneuvers are easily achieved with his maneuvers. The more Chu Tianjiao looked at it, the more outrageous it became. This is the capital of a great emperor. According to this stance, there wasn't anything he could teach Chu Zihang. It was just for the other party to skill up the operation he just did a few more times. Tell you what, let's go get some food first, and I'll teach you some mastery skills in a little while, Chu Tianjiao solemnly said. Under the other party's strong pull, Chu Zihang was forced to helplessly give up the car he was skillfully working on. Soon after, looking at Chu Zihang and Chu Tianjiao's gradually distant figures, Lin Mai let out a sigh of relief and immediately turned his gaze towards the place he had just passed by. It wasn't his delusion that there were Deadpools here. The only reason why he didn't follow while driving was because he was disturbed a little by the ghost-repelling mahogany sword on his body. Roar! A faint low growl came from the bushes. Seeing that both of them have gone away, Lin Mai also finally stopped being polite. After all, he was going to change the fate of an important person, so this would cause a certain degree of volatility to say the least. In the next moment, the black car's body was constantly changing, the machinery pulling out of its body and then reshaping itself into a new shape, its entire body drenched in crimson blood, a titan of steel that was rising with heat. Dragon blood colonization. The figure, set at a minimum of 3 meters, quickly thundered forward in the direction of the bushes. End of chapter. Before the steel blades could get close enough, the searing air currents were dense in the vicinity of the bushes. Deadpool has no sense of pain, Lin Mai muttered. The blade flashed, and the dead man evaporated into murky blood within moments, dissolved into the soil. At his current level, it would be unreasonable to tangle with a separate Deadpool again. Last time it was a smooth slice through, but now loaded with the chainsaw modification module and empowered with the dragon blood colonizer. The ultra-high RPMs and temperatures reduced the Deadpool to a puddle of flesh. With the equipment on his entire body now, Lin Mai had evolved to the ancient dragon's first grade of combat power. At this moment, Zero Fang arrived. In order to reassure the duo, she had been monitoring Chu Zihang's whereabouts, almost counting on not moving an inch. It only made her curious. For some reason, the man named Chu Tianjiao clearly noticed himself, but didn't point it out. Was it to show off a son who had been taken from him by someone else to himself as a co-worker? Zero doesn't speak, stepping to observe. I vaguely remember a dark shadow flashing past just now inside this bush. Wow. She reached out and peeled back the grass in front of her. In a flash, a foul stench rose up to the sky, and at the same time presented in front of him was the bubbling meat sludge, the whole presenting a picture of the color of being boiled. Deadpool? Zero's eyes were startled. It was true. This odor was mixed with a bit of roasted meat incense, but it was indeed a product of alchemy in the Nibelungen, the land of the dead. Only, aside from the duo inside the car, who else could have the ability to kill a Deadpool in the middle of nowhere? Puzzled, she put her eyes around her, only to see, directly in front of the field of vision, a Maybach parked as if nothing had happened. Its shiny black UV-protected glass mapping the direct rays of the sun. A skylight bloomed open, free of the smell of any creature's blood. Obviously, rule out this car. Looks like that guy's gone. Zero sulked for a few seconds. She quietly jumped into the shade of a nearby tree and turned on her cell phone to communicate with Mamorusa Code. Your Deadpool was put away but slaughtered. I took pictures of the body. Check it out. After entering the above message, Zero then twirled his fingers, sending the picture of Deadpool, who had been reduced to a puddle of blood,
He waited for a reply from the other side of the room, Sake de Mai, and slowly took a shortcut out of the outskirts of the city. At night, Lin Mai finally returned to the villa area. What he didn't expect was that this Zero had actually followed him so closely that he almost realized he had transformed. Luckily, though, as evidenced by the fact that the other guy had only taken a few pictures of Deadpool, the guy shouldn't have realized he was there yet. Next, it's time to open the chat group and try your luck. Lin Mai took a deep breath. The moment his consciousness sank, he heard a familiar tone ringing in his ears. Ding! Detected influencing the fate of the important character, Zero, and changing the world line to a certain extent. Rewarded with 3,000 group points. Lin Mai froze. How could it be Zero? But soon he understood. There is no relationship with today's hacking and slaying of the waiter. This thing will not affect the trajectory of Chu Zihang's life. It is more than just a little bit different from the timing of the awakening of the spirit of speech. It's just that Lin Mai's behavior these days does somehow push the envelope, causing Zero to arrive in this coastal city more quickly. Now it was even more so that the other party was suspicious that Chu Zihang's father and son might have a mysterious person who could kill the servant by their side. All of this variety stacks up. It's changing the other person's future destiny. It might even allow the Russian triple amputee girl to stay in the city for a long period of time, participate in the duo's operations, and be exposed to things that have to do with Lumineers. That's a good way to get to the bottom of it. Lin Mai didn't strain himself. The process was all wrong, the answer was all right. But it's good to earn group points. Take a look at how many group points there are. He pondered for 2 seconds, and then he opened the level 3 mall interface of the chat group. Whole body flexibility module. Level 3, price 20,000 points. Remarks: change the position of any part in the whole body range. Convert or strengthen the defense and attack power. Bioquadrant charging engine. Level 3, price 30,000 points. Remarks: SOSO enhancement facility that absorbs a creature's energy to strengthen the rest of the hardware with 100% efficiency, and can be generalized with plugins of the same type. Group points detected, 26,897 points. Do you choose to purchase the item? Lin Mai skipped right over the first one. As a transformer, moving and shifting parts of your entire body is just the basics, and this first item serves as nothing more than a transformer gear. If he hadn't received the fire structure given to him from Megatron's side, this thing would have been his saving grace, but alas, it was no longer needed. Late and deep love is lighter than weeds. Maybe it would work wonders for V, or maybe Iron Man Tony, only it depends on whether the other guy can save up the money. But after seeing the second one, Lin Mai's expression just rocked. This thing could even strengthen his body's hardware? The effect brought about by the dragon blood colonization was nothing more than strengthening the colonization itself. And how much more powerful it would be thereafter would be after turning on the attachment state. It is for this reason. Lin Mai's size range was constrained by the hardware, and there was no way to break through the 50-meter height, and the dragon blood colonization suit could only bring about an increase in combat power, but couldn't solve the pressing problem in this area. To say the least, his defense is average, except for the steel blade loaded with the chainsaw modification module, which would surely be gone if he were to be slashed by the antimatter legion, and the bioquadrant charge engine at hand is the optimal solution in this regard. Unfortunately, there aren't enough group points to purchase it. Lin Mai shook his head. The latter required 30,000 group points, and he was still that far behind at the moment. Only way to earn the rest of the points is to wait a few more days to do the quests, or sign in. With that in mind, he exited the group mall interface and opened the Sublime chat group in the process. Viaduct in the storm, good evening. Group leader / Sublime Little Munchkin, folks, I've got an emergency here. How do I get out of it? Cybertron on WrestleMania King, what's the rush? Group leader / Sublime Little Munchkin, my strength is average, but the school requires every martial artist to go on a secret hunt for dead beasts, and I can't even beat this. Group leader / Sublime Little Munchkin, so, are there any bigwigs out there who would recommend a cultivation method from your world that I could get started with quickly? Dane V, it's hopeless. Wait for death. Farewell. The universe rich woman is me. Do you want to try the path of destiny? Although I don't know if there are any star godlike existences in your world. End of chapter. Some world where the aura is revived. Destiny Walker? Xinxing Luo cupped her chin and searched for a path that might also be a good one, so it was a thought to return to the group chat. Group leader / subspecialized Munchkin, fine. The rich woman of the universe is me. It means that you have to know and do the essentials of your destiny. For example, if you are destroying your destiny, then destroy it, and if you are rejoicing, then rejoice to your heart's content. I'm the rich woman of the universe. As for me, I'm the symbol of the guardian's life path. Come guard. Group leader / subspecies Munchkin, so that's how it is. Group leader / subspecialized Little Munchkin, have you reached the realm of knowing and doing? Xin Xinglu seems to understand. The design of this destiny is still too metaphysical a little bit. Deliberate knowledge and behavior and so on. I'm afraid I cannot do it in this life. As it is, merriment should be the easiest. But such a magical way to embark on the path of destiny is not for initiates by any stretch of the imagination. After all, the Star Dome Railroad world was full of people without transcendent powers. And if one was wasting time here, one might as well figure out how to spend the few hundred group points at hand. Change a few more storm recovery potions and you should be able to die a decent death when you get out of the secret world. Group leader / subspecies Munchkin, is this option of embarking on a destiny something that can't be realized in the short term? The rich woman of the universe is me. Aha. Cosmic rich woman is me. I personally embarked on the destiny, but also because of an accident, just to see the group you are talking about to give this advice. King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, at Sublime Little Munchkin. Spend 500 points on a fire structure that is guaranteed to have basic self-protection. King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, Megatron. Still have a reputation for this aspect of my business. Dame V, what openings for bargaining have become tombstones? King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, Rage.jpg. Viaduct in the Storm, if it's a dead beast, taking a ghost-repelling mahogany sword should give it a try. Viaduct in the Storm, after all. In my world, the monster known as Deadpool can be interfered with by items in this level 1 mall. Group leader / subspecies Munchkin, really? Xin Xingluo's eyes immediately penetrated. Right, their own home props also have a ghost-repelling mahogany sword. If even a living thing like Deadpool, who survives in the land of the dead, can be interfered with, then it means that this thing isn't even aimed at the spirits in the creepy movie. Rather, anything that has passed away can be interfered with. Villa area, evening. As soon as Chu Zihang returned inside his home, he saw the usual 2 post-it notes, one for the mother and one for the stepfather. The words above are a mess, probably about the need to do business, the need to hang out with girlfriends, the lack of time for myself again tonight, etc. Having a rich dad who has to do his duty to himself doesn't sound so bad, but Chu Zihang felt he didn't need it. The bedroom window was open. The cold wind with rain poured in. Chu Zihang wrapped up his hoodie tightly, put his hands in his pockets, and continued to be lost in thought. That's the way the weather is in coastal cities. It comes and goes, and I've only just learned to drive in the countryside in the afternoon, and now it's pouring with this kind of heavy rain in the dead of night. Snap! Chu Zihang reached out his hand to close the window and put both hands to his mouth and took a breath. He opened his cram school homework and after swishing a few questions on it, he looked out toward the window again, only to see that the Maybach was also drenched by the rain. The man, who was clearly a driver for another company and had no obligation to transport himself, insisted that it was a task assigned to him by his boss. Ugh! Chu Zihang shook his head. Where he couldn't see, the raindrop wetness on Lin Mai's body existed only for a moment, and in the next moment it was melted by the dragon's blood colonization suit attached to the surface. This stuff is kind of taken right. Lin Mai couldn't help but lament. If you had such a biocolonized suit when you were a human, you wouldn't need an umbrella on a rainy day. You'd just walk sideways. The self-scorching effect burns the rain into a hot vapor that convects with the rain landing above, forming a barrier directly around his body. Even if some rainwater manages to penetrate and fall on your body, it's pure water without any dust, so it's better to think of it as a wash for your car's torso, which does no harm. Ding dong. Just then, the group chat beep sounded. Lin Mai froze at the sight. Spinning around, he opened the interface of the Sublime chat group to inspect it, and instantly knew what was happening. Group leader / Sub-Zero Munchkin, it's done. Group leader / Subspecialized Little Munchkin, at the viaduct in the storm. Thanks to the recommendation from Big Brother Maybach, the ghost-repelling mahogany sword really interferes with the dead beasts on my side. Group leader / Sub-Zero Little Munchkin, just flash the peachwood sword and all these dead beasts won't move a muscle. Sub-Zero Munchkin sends red packet to viaduct in the storm, 100 points. Group leader / Sublime Little Munchkin, a small red packet. No thanks. Big name V, huh? Dame V, no one controls the dead beasts in your world either. Right. So in that case can I also exorcise the cyber ghosts on my side of the world with an exorcism mahogany sword? Viaduct in the storm, try it. Viaduct in the storm, this thing should be able to specialize for anything that has passed away. And it should work for AIs fed by the data of living people. Viaduct in a storm, if they are the ones sending ads in your computer then it should be possible to block them. Big name V, it's still true. Dame V, I just took out my ghost-repelling mahogany sword while surfing the internet, and all the computer ads disappeared. And even the person I was talking to didn't move a muscle. Dame V, come on. After all this chatting, it turns out it's a data life too. Big name V, Maybach big guy. You're my god. Lin Mai smiled helplessly and accepted the red envelope from the group leader. It was also true that there was no one more familiar with the items in the group mall than him, and as the man with the most points inside the Sublime chat group, He was carrying too many missions. That's one step closer to purchasing a bio-quadrant charge engine. The money for the mahogany sword got itself back. Ghost repelling mahogany sword. Looks like 100 points to sell, but actually 0 points to get. Who's the king of small price/performance ratio? Next it's time to think about tomorrow's layout. Lin Mai pondered slightly. Since even a random small detail could induce a change in the fate of a character, there was much more room for his own next maneuver. Pulling one hair and moving the whole body, he took action on the nearest Chu Zihang by his side. End of chapter. It stopped raining. It was a thunderstorm that lasted only 2 hours before the clouds deposited in the sky tilted away. Lin Mai is in the parking space below. The dragon blood colonization did not require any physical exertion, and the bioenergy from within the bloodline source flow invariably maintained the balance of this state. After cutting down a Deadpool, his dragon blood colonial, while not directly getting some sort of speech spirit attached to it, was that slightly enhanced in both burn and defense? Following this trend, the method of raising one's battle power would add a hacking and upgrading. Viaduct in the storm, at Universe Rich Woman is me La. When designing the dragon blood colonizer, what was the ratio calculated regarding energy utilization? The rich woman of the universe is me, it's very low. The universe rich woman is me, to achieve a high proportion of transformation, itself requires materials and facilities that cannot be formed under no mechanical conditions. Cosmic rich woman is me, among our space station regulars is a member of the genius club named Screw Cobaltum. Cosmic rich woman is me, he has no higher or lower views on inorganic and organic life, just also elaborates on some of the drawbacks of organic. The rich woman of the universe is me La. Like for example, there is no way to achieve a conversion of more than 5% in the end for a dragon blood colonization suit built by mimicking an inorganic life form. It means a 5% conversion. Lin Mai pondered a little, and although it was a bit counterintuitive, it did seem to be the case. Throughout history, machinery has been far more efficient than manpower. Whether it's a pulley block, a steam engine, or a power station, the so-called flesh and blood suffering from weakness and mechanical ascension is such a thing. Viaduct in the storm, so it is. Viaduct in the storm, look at it this way. The flesh and blood additions from here on out will only be used as a branch. Or will you have to go with the main mechanical school? Dane V, is it true? Righteous Father? Daimyo V, in that case, send me the dragon blood colonizer. I'm a schoolboy. The rich woman of the universe is me, what a reacher. The universe rich woman is me. Where is the thing where this lady gives something away and someone else turns around and gives it away? If you want it, give me 100,000 group points for free. Dame V, broken defense. Big name V, to actually be able to say something like recharge 100,000 group points for free. She really, I'm crying my eyes out. Lin Mai happily exited the group chat interface. Goodwill for no reason. He wouldn't have it. After all, the dragon blood colonial was at least a bargain that he had grabbed for himself. When the time comes, as long as one dabbles in a little bit of Hades' Illumination's speech spirit, then it will be great for one's play at this stage, and one can completely circumvent the sight of normal people trying to spy on him unless the speech spirit is the scythe that reigns in detection. A few more days of saving up swarm points for the bio-quadrant charge engine will make up for the disadvantage of not being able to get bigger than 50 meters in terms of body size. It's done. Go to bed first. Lin Mai closed his eyes and waited quietly for the dawn after the rain had washed over him. Within an abandoned factory, Chu Tianjia was not the last to arrive. Behind him there was Zero, who had first arrived in the city not long ago. For their part, Sakode Mai and Sansei showed up early. All members of the boss's staff. They exchange information unspokenly at this secret meeting point. So what? You two didn't tell me that this somewhat fairy Russian girl came to the city. Chu Tenjio held his forehead and was the first to speak. He sounded a little helpless, looking to the expressionless trippy girl on the sidelines. Originally, when he bumped into it while driving this afternoon, he thought he was on some kind of mission, but it turned out to be that he was called by Sake Demai and Su Enshi to be forced to open for business. It's like this, how do you say? Sometimes three people are kind of helpless in the city overseeing Lumineers. Su Enshi explained. There was a secret story hidden behind this matter. She couldn't say that Zero came to the city to spy on Chu Zihang. To really explain it like this, it is estimated that Chu Tianjia directly opened the time zero of the S-class hybrid species, and none of the three people on the scene together could beat it. Aha! Sakode Makoto was a picture of a fervent man. Zero was sandwiched between a few people who didn't comment. She just knew that she didn't have to say anything at this point. Just be a transparent person who saw a needle in the eye inside this interview. Alright, let's talk business. Chu Tianjiao didn't pursue the matter, and had little doubt about Zero's motives. After all, in front of these several are sister level. Their own as a senior is not too harsh. This is not a conventional workplace. Engage in that set of infernal path would not be interesting.
Their purpose today is simply to reach a community of destiny where messages are shared.
Aha. Sansei nodded her chin. First of all, the people from Genji Heavy Industries have left the city, and my next plan is to string the 8 Serpentine families through this chain by working with Su Enterprises, eventually becoming their sole and largest debtor. That's a lot of ambition. Chu Tianjia cupped his jaw, unable to see that this little girl in front of him was quite a set. But Genji Heavy Industries was a plutocrat in Japan. So did the other party really have the certainty to achieve the goal described in the words? Of course, if this is the boss's will, then victory is inevitable. As for the others, they reacted differently. Genji Heavy Industries is gone? So soon? Sakoko Mamoru was shocked. She still doesn't know this information, and for the past few days she thought Suanshi was groping for fish. But it turned out that the one who ended up groping for fish was herself? That's a little bit abstract. Well, of course we're going. Otherwise we'd have to explore over there tonight. Suanshi sighed. In fact, it wasn't just hacking. She had learned something similar through certain sources, that the Japanese who had dealt with Su's business had gone away or something like that. It was clear, though, that the other side would certainly have been here a little longer without that previous night. Okay, so talk about something else, Chu Tianjio said inside. I was out trekking with my son today, teaching him how to drive, when I saw a dead pool out in the countryside. There's a dead pool presence. Either there's a Nibelungen presence in the neighborhood or it's a deliberate act by someone with a heart of gold. And I'm personally leaning towards the former of the two. That is, there could be a Dragon King lurking around any corner of this mediocre coastal city. Sakodmai and Su Enchi looked at each other. Is there a possibility that the deadbeat was released by the two of them in the countryside at the behest of their boss? End of chapter. Uncle Chu, don't be in a hurry. I'll exchange some things with the three-less girl first. Swanxi gulped. After seeing Chu Tianjiao's slight nodding gesture, she instantly tightened her neck to look at Zero beside her. Did that message go to Sister Longlegs? Aha! Both of them were communicating in whispers that were almost considered to be ear to ear, and even Sakaida Mai, who had specialized in ninjutsu, only slightly heard them. Ahem, Suanshi said with a straight face. Uncle Chu, that deadbeat, has already been taken care of. With that, she picked up her cell phone and a white light flashed. After this light, the picture that was presented gradually densified inside the vision, and it was exactly a Pepsi stew-like remnant of a bloody body. Even through the pictures you can feel the fishy rot. Is it cut so crumbly? Chu Tianjiao froze, knowing that Deadpool's body was as hard as steel and extremely aggressive. Other than his own demonic sword Morrisame, splitting gold and breaking iron, there was no way a normal low-grade hybrid would be able to break the defense of these overly dragonized creatures. The ones that could go up against it were, to say the least, B-rank hybrids, and the speech spirit was bound to be powerful. Nothing to do with the three of us. Suanshi instantly skimmed the surface. Sake Demai nodded, and Zero on the side also nodded slightly in greeting. Seeing the situation, Chu Tianjiao's expression gradually became grave, which meant that there was at least one B-class or above hybrid species in this city, and it was still unknowingly during his own picnic in the countryside. If he had this ability, the other party would not be a nobody by any stretch of the imagination. Did you find any traces at the scene? Chu Tianjiao inquires about Suanshi, who feels the need to find the mixed race guy he's hypothesizing about. If it is true that the other person is someone they know, then this meeting can pull people in, and there is agreement within the short-term goal. No, nothing but a Maybach. Swanxi opens her mouth and cuts it off. Someone is going to have trouble sleeping tonight. The following morning, the sky was clear and blue, being the second day of a double break. Chu Tianjiao obviously didn't sleep well last night. Chu Zihang, who was sitting in the back seat, also saw it. You went out again last night? He looked at his father in the rearview mirror with slightly dark circles under his eyes, and his tone took on a rare note of worry. Aha! Chu Tianjiao nodded. But soon, a forced smile grumbled. I had a meeting with the guys at the company yesterday, and it ended up being 2 in the morning. I did not expect I'm a driver, to pay no wages, to time is time, but no sleep. Son, you say I'm not angry. These words are spoken without expounding the real truth. After all, according to the accounts of his fellow officers, it was true that he could not see anyone moving in that suburban land, while it was possible that he and Chu Zihang had been under surveillance. Whether it is good or evil, enemy or friend, I am dark and he is light. Chu Tianjiao only knew that in order for his son not to follow the same path as himself in the future, he still needed to hide his mixed-race bloodline, to let my son live out his life in peace. He wouldn't have had this opportunity if it weren't for this high-risk occupation and his own status as an S-ranked commissioner of the Castle Academy's executive department in the world of hybrid species. All one can do is to protect the other half of one's bloodline in this world to the best of one's ability. Aha!
Chu Zihang vaguely felt that what Pop said in his words seemed to contain another set of things, but he didn't point it out and just sat in the back row and nodded silently. And Lin Mai was wide awake at this point. Ding! Logging into the chat group has been detected, and a check-in has been performed automatically. Points for this check-in, 999 points, with the group chat beeps etched into the DNA. Lin Mai's consciousness instantly cleared. Hearing the words Chu Tianjiu was recounting. What? A meeting with the company last night? Seeing the other party's tired eyes, Lin Mai instantly guessed that this guy must have gone to exchange information with Su and Shisikoku Mai and the others. Of course, today this trio is not enough. There is just one more zero to add. In that case, Chu Tianjiao's wariness should have been greatly increased. Lin Mai sighed. He had planned to make a move on Chu Zihang, but now it didn't look good to make a move. In terms of goal theory, one should first get a little bit of blood by surprise from Sake Takumo, and whirl around to turn on the Dragon Blood Shirkai's meditation form. With that set of optical cloaking, it's much safer to screw around than it is now. Ding dong. It was at this time that the group chat beep sounded. Lin Mai clicked on the group to take a look, and it turned out to be Tony sending out a spelling bonus. At once, he clicked to collect it with a thought. Congratulations on grabbing 5 group points. Taking a look at the value of the entire red packet, which was only the size of 30 group points, it was clear that the other party was not trying to reward the group members, but just wanted to use that method instead of summoning the whole group. Learned. Lin Mai nodded. Indeed a good method. At that time, he himself sent a red packet of 1 point per person on the line. Courtesy belongs to Is. With that, he realized he was entering the subreddit chat group to see what Tony was trying to ask. Wide-minded Iron Man, picture. Wide-minded Iron Man, how do you all feel about the before and after of my 2 versions of the Iron Man suit? The rich woman of the universe is me, the second version is good. Cosmic rich woman is me, the first version looked dull and clumsy, with a tin shell feel, and I don't know how you made it fly at the time. Cosmic rich woman is me, as for the second version, the body's silver white, rich mechanical sense. Feel the level of technology immediately went up. Cybertron on Wrestle-Resistant King, ha 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 ha. Did you use the energy core I gave you? Dame V, hard to say. Dame V, if I had used the energy core you gave me, I wouldn't be shooting battle armor right now. Group leader / subspecies Little Munchkin, this is different from your future iron battle armor. Isn't it a bit bulky? Broad-minded Iron Man, well, here's a unified response. It's using the fire structure given by the group. Wide-minded Iron Man, and the bulky side of the problem was solved, as I went with a dual energy core plan, using the fire and the arc reactor together. Wide-minded Iron Man, next up, a hands-on session. Broad-minded Iron Man, video. Seeing the situation, all of the group members instantly put their eyes on this video that Tony had sent out, only to see that in a large laboratory, with a radius of about 100 meters distance, and a height of 50 meters above and below, there was a scarecrow placed on the target range right in the center. With a flash of awesome light, the scarecrow was instantly pierced by a beam of ionizing radiation. Buzz. And in the chest of the steel battle armor, 2 distinct rays of light fired through the air, and Tony wrapped in the steel battle armor instantly slid through the air in a burst of air, 100 meters per second. This is a far cry from the first version of the Iron Warrior armor. End of chapter. This speed, Lin Mai couldn't help but be shocked. Sure enough, Cybertron's tech tree is much stronger than the current size of Stark Industries. Nowadays, the speed of the Iron Warrior suit is such that it can make the next generation swoon and cry out for a bit of sensitivity hair. Dame V, against all odds. Dame V, from this hourly speed, a head-on could create 10 deaths for me. Cybertron on Wrestle-Resistant King, be bold. 50. Group leader / Sub-Zero Munchkin, wait. Group leader / Subdivision Munchkin, can this generation of suits support long-distance flights at such a high hourly speed? Broad-minded Iron Man, can. Broad-minded Iron Man, while the exterior hasn't reached a particularly hardened level yet, it doesn't fall apart the way the Generation Iron Warrior armor did anymore. Wide-minded Iron Man, still, it takes a little longer to assemble. A minute or so. Dame V, invincible. Dame V, this time is nothing at all. With this speed, the ability to save your life is directly pulled full alright. Cosmic rich woman is me, stop. You still have to combine that with the world people are in. It does seem to be pulling out all the stops when you put it in your futuristic metropolis. Cosmic rich girl is me, but in that Marvel universe, where planet-level existences are all over the place, it's still just doing the bare minimum to stay alive. The rich woman of the universe is me, at broad-minded Iron Man. Is this iron battle armor the final form? If not, look for me to procure some metal. The rich woman of the universe is me, don't worry, it's absolutely inexpensive. Broad-minded Iron Man, there is no intention of procuring new metals. And I still turn to my butler Jarvis for guidance in the improvement of the Iron Warrior suit. The rich woman of the universe is me, okay. cosmic rich woman is me, then I'll also say in the group that those who want to buy powerful parts, or rare metals, can also exchange them with me in a private chat.
Is this the whole promotion thing?
Lin Mai thought about it for a moment and thought that it was quite reasonable. After all, it was just a reasonable choice that people had made by utilizing their own identities in the Star Dome Railroad world,
choosing between the two, group points and credits. For the well-dressed Miss Aista, it was obvious that the former was still a bit more important to her. You can keep an eye out for this yourself. After all, since the beginning,
Lin Mai's main way to become stronger was still the power of the group members' worlds, and even though they wouldn't help each other for no reason, they could still be utilized a bit. After all, he alone accounted for a large portion of the total number of points for the entire group.
Meanwhile, inside the kendo hall, new cadet. Who the hell taught you the sword grip? With an odd expression on his face, the Musashi tutor looked at Zero in front of him. The other party looked like he didn't care about his lessons at all, and that point made him feel annoyed. Even though he lost to Chu Zihang yesterday, that was just the other party's superior talent. How come this girl child looks down on herself today? Seeing that Zero continued to ignore him, the Musashi Pavilion master immediately looked to the other students, and those dumbfounded gazes made him realize that his credibility in this pavilion had diminished. Tell you what, you and I will spar once.
The man drew his wooden weapon and looked serious.
It seemed necessary to show these little waifs the real deal. In this way,
I can also point out any discrepancies in your cultivation above the way of the sword.
Just take these basic skills I taught you and fight. I won't let go. In the distance, when Chu Zihang saw this scene, the expression on his face was somewhat hesitant. As someone who had fought against the pavilion master, he knew full well that this middle-aged man was more powerful than anyone he had ever seen, and that his victory was just a fluke of great strength. Wouldn't it seem a bit too bullying to have the new trainee fight against this veteran senior? Good. Zero nodded, his eyes ancient.
She followed suit and took the weapon in her hand, like a lion with freshly grown milk teeth facing the eagle head-on.
Ta! Soon after,
he was defeated in just one round, having his wooden blade easily knocked away by the man in front of him.
Your Master Musashi's eyes crinkled even tighter. Little girl, use your full strength. I can see that you don't seem to want to practice your sword here very much. If that doesn't work out,
I'll remove your spot from the list and you won't be staying in this kendo hall,
whether you still want to practice here or not.
Zero's ears twitched. Chu Zihang noticed that the person in front of him seemed to retrieve the keyword. Something had changed,
but he couldn't tell. He only knew that it was brewing around him, where no one can see.
The deepest pupil of that pair of azure eyes kept swirling. 55th of the periodic table of words and spirits.
Mirror pupil. Buzz.
The wind seemed to be blowing outside the window,
and the air-conditioned kendo hall, which was already on,
had somehow dropped several degrees steeply, and a chilling aura was rising. A sword is iron with open edges on both sides. That's all. Zero put down these words as if he was mumbling. Then the wooden sword that had just been put down in his hand flew out and chopped. The swift and dazzling speed made people's eyes completely unable to react.
Just for a moment,
the Musashi curator then felt the threat to his life and instantly poked half his body backward.
And a harsh wind sound arrived in an instant. Chu Zihang instantly froze.
In his line of sight, the wooden sword held in the Musashi tutor's hand gently skewed,
and then the whole thing snapped in half,
with the tip of the blade above it falling from the wooden handle like a tumbler and crashing to the ground with only the sound of a crisp bone-crunching sound following it. The wooden weapon in Zero's hand, on the other hand, had passed through the Musashi Tate Master's block, and she appeared behind the Tate Master like a swordsman who had cut out the most powerful blow he had ever been born with.
How did you do that?
The Musashi tutor looked at the broken wooden blade in his hand in disbelief. He didn't feel the strong arm strength coming from between the palms of the girl in front of him. It was just as if he was cutting off water. The speed of that blade light was too fast, too sharp, and in just an instant it cut through the blade weapon he was supposed to be resisting.
If one has no defense,
I'm afraid this so-called new student has already cut himself into 2.5 pieces. The rest of the trainees turned their gazes to Zero, who stood behind the pavilion master. They didn't know the gold content of this strike. They only knew that another person had defeated the pavilion master.
And the purpose of these people taking over the study is just to try to be the next in line again. End of chapter. Soon, the bell rang.
The aura of the entire kendo hall was extremely depressing, as if it had suffered some kind of decadent blow. According to Master Musashi himself, he suffered a worldview-shattering defeat in the midst of this duel and needed a day or two to calm down.
This lesson, followed by a free-for-all,
and Chu Zihang had long been unable to press on. Only someone who had practiced kendo would understand how counterintuitive the move Zero had just made was.
To take a wooden blade right through the same weapon of another person? Is there any justice in this? Just as he exited the door of the kendo hall, he called out to Zero, who stood walking nonchalantly a short distance away. That move just now, how did it work? Words.
Zero turned his head at once. After surveying and realizing that it was Chu Tianjiao's heir, she thought better of it and didn't continue farther, but instead took a closer look at the calluses on the other party's hands that were worn down from sword fighting. Sword practice. How long has it been? When Chu Zihang heard these words, he froze slightly, and then he replied without thinking. A few months. How has it been powering up? Grab the wooden handle and force it down, just fast enough to knock someone's instrument off, and if you do that level of work with every blow, you'll win. Wrong. Zero's words were decisive. The moment she had just opened her mirror pupil, she had already ascended the art of the sword. In that case, it was clear that Chu Zihang's understanding floated on the surface, and perhaps it could be refined afterward, but right now it was just relying on a strength advantage. There will come a time when you will meet a comparable opponent, and then it will be hard to say whether you will win or lose, and you will need to correct it in time. Looking at the other person who was already tickled, her mind moved, and she slowly turned around and walked towards the crowded area. A layman would think that just wielding a bladed weapon is considered chopping, but without control, that inadvertent angle formed between the blade and the force when holding the blade can lead to a loss of power. That kind of swing is more of a strike than a chop, and only possesses a futile momentum. A true cleave brings the blade and the trajectory of the swinging force infinitely close to being in unison, revealing nothing but the stream of light that the blade cuts through. That's the chop. It is both the foundation and the mystery of sword techniques, and when it is close to perfection, it is possible to wield a chopping blow that can be called bladeless. As Lin Mai listened to Zero's explanation from afar, he instantly realized that it was somewhat similar to his own situation today as well. With the chainsaw modification module, though, the mechanical steel blade is more than a little sharper, and can even take a run at a normal void pawn of the antimatter legion. But when it comes to tramplers, there is no way to cleave them with a single slash, and you still need to pull up to the chopping block line. And during this period, if not for the other party's intelligence is relatively low, just the product of the war furnace, in exchange for a normal person directly to their own seconds, a few shots of the bow under the equality of all beings. Now it seemed likely that it was the result of the fact that one's chop was not aligned with the power of one swing. The talk was really dry. Lin Mai's face showed emotion. A big help. When I get a chance to transform at night, I'll try out the power of the chopper myself. Tricky things, if played well, should be felt on their own as soon as the shot is fired, in the same way that a cowboy in the West settles the action after firing his gun. Zero, as the owner of the Mirror of Words pupil, had easily conquered calculus at the age of 3 as Renata while in Black Swan Harbor, Siberia. The ability of this spirit of speech, since it analyzes and replicates other people's spirits of speech. In essence, then, it is intellectual thinking, computer-like thinking ability, proficiency in anything at a glance. I think no matter what world you put it in, it's a very desirable existence. I wonder if in the world of the Star Dome Railroad, he would be able to attract the attention of the end of the intellectual life path, the honorable master of knowledge, and become a member of the Genius Club. Dragon blood colonization. Lin Mai pondered slightly. The reason why he still chose to receive this branch of the flesh and blood module was because the Dragon World speech and spirit system was still a great possibility. If utilized well, it can also be used as an aid to greatly enhance existing combat capabilities. Just then, ding dong, the beeps of the subreddit chat group suddenly rang out. Dame V, at the viaduct in the storm. Maybach big guy. Ask if the 2 items in the level 2 mall are worth it in terms of price or not. Dame V, I've followed along with the group quests a few times now, and I've just saved up enough group points, so if it doesn't work out, I'll just wait for the level 3 mall to be refreshed. The rich woman of the universe is me, see for yourself. Siebert non-wrestle resistant king, little V. You're not being sincere here without sending a red packet. Don't you know that it's a good idea to show your belly when you're asking someone a question? Big name V, crawl. You're the wee one. Dame V, I'm sincerely inquiring about this from someone's Maybach big brother. Wouldn't it be undignified to show my belly? Is the group finally looking at the mall? Lin Mai expected this result. After all, a few missions down any more points. This group of missions time and time again is even more heavyweight. I guess it's not a problem to buy a level 2 mall at full price. Viaduct in the storm, it's okay. Viaduct in the storm, just look at the item notes and buy it. The chainsaw modification module should have an increase in sharpness for any instrumental weapon. Viaduct in the storm, as for the floating cannon, with the arc reactor you can also consider getting it to maximize its proper power. Dame V, thanks. Daimyo V, ugh. It feels hard to be taught when I think about attacking Arakasaka Tower in a few days. Group leader / Sub-Zero Munchkin, what? Group leader / subspecies Munchkin, so soon? Have you hit Dogtown yet? Colonel Hans taken out? Dame V, well, as you said about the play-by-play process, I've advanced everything to the final stage, and it's just waiting for a moment to hit the ground running. The great V, turn my body into fire. Dame V, however, I also found out a cold fact about group quests. The house owner has the power to reserve a spot for any group member before the quest begins. Big name V, since Biggie Maybach did me a favor. This spot is a done deal. Cyberpunk 2077 world. Under the Arasaka Tower. V held his sunglasses in place. His vision underneath the lenses like a sharp sword stabbing at the top of the Tower of Babel-like building. You are trying to be a nobody. Or is it famous? End of chapter. The rich woman of the universe is me. Okay. Cosmic rich woman is me. It looks like you're booking a group mission position for someone else's Maybach bigwig. But in reality you're just using empty gloves to get the other party's help. Right? I'm the rich woman of the universe, I've learned it. And I'll live to use it next time. Dame V, taught. Dame V, the emotions that were just brewing were just ruined. What an atmosphere group sister. See the message on the chat screen. Lin Mai didn't really feel anything. After all, he had meant to participate in the group mission. The other party so reserved a position that is actually also in their favor. It is considered a good intention. However, V has graduated by this time, and judging by the strength of that close-quarter saber stream, the margin for error is still relatively low. The thought made him meditate slightly. The level 2 mall is a good value, but it's not a venue to splurge on. The problem with the close-quarters sword and blade stream is that it has poor defense and relies solely on Sion Wiston's time-stopping wandering. That V buys those two items, yet it's clear that they only increase aggressiveness. Wouldn't that be the Empire's most ferocious tiger, Vikrama Vichiro? That's a little too assassin. Viaduct in a storm, at Dame V. Any word on defense? Big name V, mod. Daimyo V, after all. Whether or not I can burn the city of night is, in the end, just a matter of whether or not I strike fast enough. And there's no time to lose for the massacre of Arasaka Tower. Daimyo V, if you are lucky enough to trigger the group quest, please take a look at the spectacle of this financial city at the center of the world burning. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, okay. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, then I'll be honest if I don't put up a fight when the time comes and push you into the front row as a meat shield to cover you. Cosmic rich girl is me, don't worry. I'll definitely give backstabbing then. Seeing this guy's mind is pretty firm. Lin Mai sighed. It is true that V this living Yen Wang is still reckless. If you let yourself be born in the city of night, not go to enough strength certainly will not make a move. You know, the current V is nothing more than a brittle one. Not much stronger than the later stages of the original game process, and stacking attacks is just a matter of passionate mutual seconds. Still need to add some defense. Lin Mai gathered hardware configuration enhancements not only to pursue a big body type, but also to make up for his low defense a bit. Being balanced on all fronts and becoming a hexagonal warrior is the path every group member should take. I just don't know what Zero is going to do. Lin Mai exited the Sublime chat group, looking at the figure that was getting farther and farther away in his field of vision, and muttered with emotion. The important people who appeared in this coastal city nowadays, he was by and large able to fathom some of their psyche, but Zero was the only one who was completely impenetrable. On the one hand, there are too few appearances. On the other hand, the behavior is too treacherous. The purpose of Zero's appearance at the Kendo Hall, it was thought, should be to monitor Chu Zihang's every move, but hastily displaying the speech mirror pupil. This mission could not be continued. He was a little curious as to what would happen next. After Zero left the Kendo Hall, he turned his head to look for the Chip and Long Legs duo. I struck out. Under a shade tree, she looked at the two men directly across from her, her tone calm. What? Sue and she froze, and her action of eating potato chips stalled. Do you mean you used the ability of the speech mirror pupil at the Kendo Hall? Were they discovered? That's right. Sakode Mamoru turned her cell phone off and answered for Zero. She had just been focusing on the security footage. Unlike the woman next to her who seemed to be eating potato chips at all hours of the day and night, and was instead concentrating on this job as a watchdog. Zero was also a frequent trio out on missions, and Sake Takumi knew the look of his opponent's outbursts. The pupils in those eyes would rotate in imperceptible arcs, and within the party's Kendo Hall, the surveillance, though blurry, was roughly understandable. Levon Hooker, known as Sake Damaiko. What can be done about that? Sue and she was worried. This proposal was still her idea, but it ended up falling apart just one day after it was carried out. As a team think tank, it was her mission to provide helpful programs, but in the few days since arriving in the city, all of them had come to little avail. But the librarian didn't let me drop out. Zero cocked his head. That means we get more chances to test Chuck, right? There have been many high-blooded hybrids throughout history whose heirs have more or less awakened the spirit of speech. And since it's not our duty to spy on Lumineers, don't. That's a bit too far out. Sue and she was sweating. Spying on Chu Zihang could not be the boss's order at all. Once exposed, then Chu Tianjiao would have to make a move. It wasn't that she was inconsistent, The main reason was that this mission was indeed self-imposed and lacked a purpose, and she decided to cancel the operation after meeting with Chu Tianjiao. Then let's keep it that way. It was then that Sakoku Mamoru spoke up. Hearing that it was the other party who spoke, Suanshi suddenly froze as a whole. By all accounts this guy had always been a vetoer of this type of mission. How did he come to this side this time? Before she could express her doubt, Sakade Mashiro then spoke. You continue to monitor Chu Zihang's movements. In his body, he should also display some of the qualities of a mixed race of the high bloodline class. So since there is such an opportunity, don't let it go. Having said that, Sakode Mai slipped her cell phone back into her pocket and turned to leave. Aha! Zero nodded slightly in appointment. Seeing this, Suanshi swung both ways and eventually chased after him towards where Sakade Mai was. Long legs? What do you mean by that? The boss has told us to place Deadpool on the outskirts of the countryside. The same treatment as Luminaire. Don't you get it? Sake Takumi glanced at him without any goodwill. What's more, my intuition tells me that Chu Zihang isn't simple either, and that his father isn't the only big shot on his side. As for where the other big guy is, it must be close to him anyway. Maybe right around the corner of life. This mystery could definitely lead to a bunch of things later on. Instead of dealing with it later, it's one less thing to deal with now. Another. Bigot? Suanshi fell into deep thought and looked toward Chu Zihang, who was on his way to the English improvement class. Suddenly, her pupils widened. Behind Chu Zihang, followed by a girl? End of chapter. This girl looks a little familiar. Suanshi watched for a long time, then whirled around and pulled out a laptop from somewhere. Long legs? You want to come and check it out? Upon hearing that one suggestion, Sakode Mai waved her hand. Stop. I'm not interested in opening the box. Just check it if you're so goddamned good at it. That girl bag isn't the big guy's. Well, Soon-Hei loaded the image for a quick lookup. Soon, it was straightforward to get the birth date of the girl who was quietly following Chu Zihang. Natsuya, born in Zukudian, Beijing, specifically on January 22, 1992. Parents' information is sketchy. Is in the 6th grade of the Shirlan Middle School Annex, and has excellent grades? Look at this information in front of you. Suanshi's brow furrowed. Her database encompassed the entire network. It was indeed quite normal to see it that way. I told you so. Sakode Mamoru closed the laptop. Let's go. We have our work for the night. Lin Mai's car torso shook. There were still experts? Natsuya? When he saw that Chu Zihang was followed by a girl, he realized that something was wrong. Obviously this stalker is not Zero. I didn't realize that this small coastal city could actually invite so many great Buddhas, and it really deserves to be used as a warm-up before the emergence of the plot of the King of Sky and Wind. From the perspective of the original analysis, Xiaya probably to Chu Zihang Jr. graduation will not be acquainted with each other. The two's first time in the same frame or rainfall wild flow of darkness. At the current stage, the opponent's state is still uncontrollable. It looks like the cautionary tale is going to be +1. Lin Mai muttered mentally. After all, it was the King of Earth and Mountain. Not on the same level as any of the other characters that appeared in the plot, and as the one who ruled over the extermination rank speech spirit, its power transcended the heavens and the earth. In terms of threat alone, the other party was even more dangerous than the King of Sky and Wind. This guy's fate can only be modified in secret by himself. Soon, after Chu Zihang entered the cram school, Lin Mai's field of vision could no longer capture Xiao's figure, and the whole atmosphere of the shopping street turned flat. Without Zero, without Sakode Mamoru, and without Sansei, his mood instantly relaxed and he didn't need to run so tightly. The next step is to seek out Mr. Wei to discuss matters. Lin Mai's face was straight. The other party, as an Earth Lord, must have the most resources at hand right now, and he happened to have accumulated quite a few group points. After all, the Bio-Quadrant charge engine couldn't be put together for a while, so it might as well go to Chief Wei to gather a bit of wool over and pass the free time as well. With a thought, Lin Mai knocked on Megatron's private chat interface. As a special feature of the subreddit, once a private chat is initiated, another member of the group will be alerted immediately. So there is no question of starting a private chat. Cybertron on WrestleMania King, what is it? Viaduct in the Storm, just wanted to ask. What resources are available for sale here besides fire structures? Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, that one. King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, in addition to the fire. There are Autobot goggles, Autobot flippers, Autobot joint parts, and Autobot memories. Viaduct in the Storm, nice guy. Lin Mai barely tensed. Satan has to have Megatron tattooed on his back, which is a direct play on all the residual value of the defeated Autobots. So it looks like the leadership module is not for sale. Watching the other party pull out a long list of goods, and seeing the delayed appearance of the leader's certificate in it, Lin Mai nodded his head at once. This was still a wise choice. If the other side even sells that stuff, It's a real departure from the big picture. After all, while all the other items had ping-pongs, the leader module was unique in its value. Basically the equivalent of the Tesseract in the Transformers world. Boss Wei still has a bit of wisdom. With that thought in mind, Lin Mai instantly threw his consciousness into the private chat interface of the Sublime chat group. Viaduct in the Storm. I wonder if Mr. Wei has ever heard of the existence of Mini Monkey Kong? Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King. I've heard of it. King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron. I ran into a lot of this stuff when I was raiding Earth. And a lot of Autobots are swooning over it. But I'm fine with that. King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron. I usually hand them out to my subordinates to play with. What? Want to buy them? Viaduct in the Storm. Aha. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King. Alright. Cybertron on Wrestling King. In that case, it will be sold at 500 points apiece, depending on how much you can offer. Transformers World. At the top of the supervisor building, Megatron grabbed a couple of sleeping mini-dragons that he had just collected, his eyes glued to the chat interface in front of him. Such a useless toy. And someone still wants it? Megatron looked at the 3 pentagons in his hand, and although there was disbelief in its eyes, it saw that Maybach actually meant to buy them, so it accepted them openly. As far as it was concerned, the only thing this thing was good for was just a scaled-down version of the Transformers. Ha 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 ha. Newbies are so gullible. Taking just a few of these little mechanical gadgets and being able to scam 2,000 points was a bloody good deal, but it's kind of unethical. Megatron clenched his jaw in contemplation. Although I don't know the specific usage, but also after all, it is the thing that the Decepticons and the Bo faction have been fighting for 10,000 years, and the so-called Ancestors' Law cannot be changed, which means that it cannot be sold. Now that it's come to this, there's only one decision that can be made that goes against the Ancestors. It resyncs its consciousness into the group chat. Viaduct in the Storm, make that 3. Send an exclusive red packet to the King of Wrestling on Cybertron at the Viaduct in the Storm 1. 500 points. Seeing the situation, the corners of Megatron's mouth were about to break into a grin. To have just happened to take all 3 of the mini-dons he was holding? Well, this is a real winner. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, okay. With a thought, it instantly teleported the 3 sleeping mini-Vajra in its hand as well. I can't believe it's really that hoity-toity. Lin Mai looked at the sleeping mini-con lying quietly in the carriage with a slightly pensive expression. He was going to wonder if it was real. The mini Donkey Kong is pentagonal when dormant, and when awakened can shapeshift like a transformer, comparable in size to a human being, but with actually idiosyncratic features. In addition to being able to combine with other transformers, they could also be combined with their kind, such as the Star Sword, Heavenly Thunder Shield, Soul Suppressor Cannon, and Perceptor. And the prerequisite for this one-of-a-kind combination to be turned into a weapon is to reach the size of 3. Ask for a monthly pass and push a book along. End of chapter. In that case, take your chances. With a thought, Lin Mai twisted the rear in-car couch in the compartment and began to refine it. Soon, rambling information poured into the mind. Only the names of these 3 mini Donkey Kongs were Retrospect, Oval, and Spiral, belonging to the special group of Mini Donkey Kong Clan, the racing group, which could form the Sky Thunder Shield. While in its usual state, it can be used as a functional pendant of an intensifier to strengthen your body. Surprisingly, it's a combination of Heavenly Thunder Shield. Lin Mai saw this and presented a flash of joy. After all, what he lacked the most right now was defense, and the Heavenly Thunder Shield specialized in that. As a cell of the Universe Emperor, the special props that Mini Vajra assembled also tended to possess properties that could be described as indestructible, unless the enemy's attack was like a wave that surrounded one. The Heavenly Thunder Shield that stood up and could be more than 10 meters in size would be enough to block most of the damage. In other words, he was already a small hexagonal warrior. Chainsaw Modification Module specializes in attack. Sky Thunder Shield strengthens defense, and the rest of the props greatly enrich one's means of combat, which can be described as a bottomless card. Viaduct in the Storm, received the goods and will buy again next time. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, medium. Cybertron on Wrestle Resistant King, next time you have something else to purchase. You can also approach me for some negotiation and I'll look at the value of the item to give an estimate of the group points. This initiated private chat has ended. Looking at the message alert on the screen, Lin Mai smiled slightly. Another day where Boss Wei lost money and blew up. Exiting the private chat interface, the time had already reached the middle of the afternoon. Sunset tilts the sky at the city's juvenile hall. Chu Tianjia walked towards the car and waited. As always, next to the large glass building in front of him, the cigarettes in his pockets having all been squandered. He leaned idly against the door of the car, gazing at the flaming clouds that bloomed to their fullest extent at the edge of the distant sky, and wondered what was going through his mind. In the middle of the day, Chu Zihang walked out from inside and met Chu Tianjiao's eyes head-on. how was your class today? Chu Tianjiao recovered from the movement of half leaning on the body to standing normally, his face with a smile as he looked at Chu Zihang. In principle his task was not to transport Chu Zihang. After all, he was not the chauffeur of his stepfather's family. But Chu Tianjiao knows that his affiliation with the Black Prince Group is just a front for the boss. And this car seems to let himself be used as a chauffeur. But in fact it is his ownership. After all, there are only 3 people in this world who can start the engine of this car. One was Chu Tianjiao, one was Chu Zihang, and the other was that godforsaken boss. Which was what the boss had explicitly told himself. It was okay, the teachers were nice to me. Chu Zihang was non-committal. His attitude towards these home-scheduled lessons had always been calm. Nothing he wanted to say, just ending it with the attitude of completing the task. No fatigue could be felt on his face. Teenagers at this age have a lot of energy. So, come home soon then. Chu Tianjiao didn't care that much, pulled open the car door and let Chu Zihang sit in first. Aha! Chu Zihang nodded and sat in the back row. Along with the vehicle's driving, Chu Tianjiao deliberately laxed his attention, no longer gazing at Chu Zihang inside the rearview mirror. Just now, he detected a bit of different emotion from the usual in the other's micro-expression. It seemed to be a kind of joy at the lifting of confusion that would not normally appear on the face of one's own son. After all, with his defective facial muscles, and only extremely strong feelings would be evident on the other's countenance. Chu Zihang was originally a dragon and phoenix among men, and it was impossible for these interest classes and tuition classes to touch each other anymore. Ironically, something happened today. Chu Tianjiao somewhat wanted to understand, but then he shook his head with a bitter smile. It's just a matter of time, and it's not going to matter to him right away. I won't be picking you up and dropping you off in a few days. He spoke slowly, leisurely turning the steering wheel in his hands through an arc, bringing the car around a curve in the flat road. When Chu Zihang heard that, his entire body suddenly froze, and a look of disbelief permeated his eyes. It's only for a very short period of time. I'll have the car parked in front of my house in the villa area by then. You can drive it if you want. Underage. As long as it's off the road. Chu Tianjiao scratched his head. He had just received a mission from the Ministry of Enforcement to investigate the whereabouts of an ancient dragon on his own. Still within this coastal city, of course, only it was an underground mine. Although the task wasn't very large, but it involved the time spent going back and forth. Surely Chu Zihang couldn't be picked up and dropped off on those days. Is there something going on inside the company? Chu Zihang uttered these words in the middle of the day, his face looking a bit nebulous. Well, tens of millions of large single, without a few days' time are not down. I am also convinced that the boss, such a large amount of workload shall not give me this driver to raise wages. Chu Tianjiao flirted and opened his mouth, trying to ease the atmosphere inside the carriage that already seemed a bit stiff. Lin Mai, who was secretly observing, was silently jotting down points of knowledge. These next few days Chu Tianjiao was going on a business trip, while he himself had been staying inside the villa area. Since no one other than Chu Zihang knew about it, it was obvious that he himself could go wherever he wanted during this time when no one knew about it. Although normally Chu Tianjiao also had to monitor Lu Mingfei, at least this time, he didn't have to worry about the other party killing a horse and coming back. So, you parked your car at home. And what is the owner of the company going to drive over there? Chu Zihang found the blind spot. This one. Rolls-Royce Phantom, I think. The boss has a lot of cars under his belt. Maybe I'll let you meet some other models later. Think outside the box, son. I have heard that these rich people's car after repair are very few. The main focus on a half-old. This more than 9 million to do down the Maybach is still brand new. So you know, this car looks like the boss of all. In fact, is our father and sons. Only our poor people like to drive new cars. Chu Tianjiao said, turning on the car's air conditioning, a slight rumble, but deafening in the background. Oh, Chu Zihang absent-mindedly opened his mouth, and the micro-expression on his face that he had accomplished something at the kendo hall today was all but covered by a faint frustration at this time. Again, outside the set, the ballpark, the aquarium, the vague cast of eyes that those places themselves felt. But it wasn't father. He was in need of companionship as well, and at least he was having a good time on his own these past few days. There was a silence in the carriage. Night fell quickly after the fire clouds, and the Maybach, like a creeping black monster snake, rumbled along the viaduct out of reach. Every now and then a patch of orange streetlight spilled its light into the carriages, enveloping every silent figure. The more Chu Zihang thought about it, the more sad he felt. His heart felt like something bursting open. He turned out not to treat Chu Tianjiao as an outsider at all. Even if the family broke up, sour tears in his eyes kept accumulating. It turns out that he is not always so bright and shiny. Prince Charming's world is in fact a gray. Just when he walks to the front of the people always with the light. So people believe that he is a prince, but he even his own white horse are borrowed. The real him is actually just an ordinary child.
And not so scenery. Soon the villa area arrived.
It was also at this time that Lin Miser's finally resounded with that beep as promised.
Ding!
The chat group has released a group mission to assist group member Daimyo V in destroying everything on top of Arikasaka Tower.
The number of participants for this one is limited to 5 people. End of chapter. Cyberpunk 2077 world. Magnificent. Great buildings,
carved out by human wickedness enough to reach the heavens.
This is Arikasaka Tower. The dutiful Maru in V's hand glowed red.
The chainsaw modification module loaded onto it.
And with a single thought, he was able to take the sharpness of the thing up an order of magnitude. Selected, Viaduct in the Storm, as the booking location for this mission. He mumbled something. With a slight movement of V's thoughts, the dutiful pill in his hand transformed into a chainsaw sword in an instant. And there was no perception of the object block being aggravated. There was only the sound of roaring machinery. The purpose intended by opening the weapon in front of the Arikasaka Tower is clearly self-evident. And the next moment, V entered the building. And behind him, the phantom of Johnny Silverhand followed silently. 2023. Bring back yesterday. He also followed in V's footsteps to see the present-day city of night. And the old-time rock star's heart was filled with emotion in the face of this endgame. Without waiting for the security system to make a sound, the dutiful pill in his hand instantly decimated the introductory machine.
And the alarm sounded within the entire floor in no time.
Buzz. In the lobby of the first floor,
a group of company staff armed with firearms had gathered.
Seeing this, V's eyes snapped. Sion Weinstein.
In his vision, his own form was arranged like dominoes, while the next moment the steps of his feet were on all the paths that should be entered. Rushing towards the position from which the bullet had come, sharp knife light flashed as if it was a hell on earth.
Transformers world. Starscream, I have to leave for a while. Megatron's face was solemn. Although it had done a mission,
it still didn't know that this world was suspended for the duration of the mission. So it entrusted the big task to this person who was closest to it.
Fruity? Leader. Starscream's eyes twitched, hiding his excitement. Aha! Megatron sighed.
Although he didn't know if this guy could accomplish great things, but the other party shouldn't slack off much if he left for a while.
Earth is just a small area, and in a few days' time it will go on to conquer the stars.
If Red Spider was willing, it wouldn't be out of the question to hand over the entire solar system to the other party for safekeeping once he had finished appraising the performance of his men.
Join the mission. It spoke faintly into the void,
and in the vision of the Red Spider, Megatron's entire body began to slowly fade into nothingness before the words even left his mouth,
eventually disappearing completely into the air in front of him. Ha! Red Spider wore a shocked expression. The leader of his family was vaporizing? Star Dome Railroad World.
Inside the office of the Black Tower, the 83rd seat member of the Genius Club was surveying Esta with interest.
Ms. Esta, can you perform that one again?
The Black Tower had also heard about the wonders of the other side. That's the ability to pull others to the universe you're in, as well as being able to just travel to other universes,
which sounds a little too postmodern.
Although she had long calculated that there were other parallel worlds beyond the observable universe,
dependent on a certain system of tree-like creatures,
it had never been confirmed.
If Esta could demonstrate it, then it would be another beauty.
Okay, Esta composed herself and pressed the engage button.
Soon, the avatars of all 4 people in the group chat appeared peacefully in the middle of the quest interface, and along with the loading of the interface,
she immediately sensed the familiar suction force.
Buzz.
The person in front of him existed for only a moment, and the next moment he disappeared beyond the vast world.
The Black Tower's eyes widened slightly. Marvel Universe. The Stark Industries building. Tony's face beaming with confidence as he finishes loading the steel suit on his body. Jarvis, do you think I'm fit to go into battle right now? Based on my assessment,
sir, you're in a pleasant enough mood that you might be fit to go into battle.
But a low-intensity workout such as a set of calisthenics would be a bit more appropriate. I think. It doesn't matter. That's enough.
Tony let out a breath and whirled around,
opening the group chat quest interface in front of him and clicking to take it. Ding! Congratulations on successfully grabbing the quest qualification.
As the 4th group mission, this mission will open the group livestream at the same time.
Participants, the Viaduct in the Storm, the Great V, the Rich Woman of the Universe is me, the Iron Man with a big heart, the King of Wrestling Resistance on Cybertron, and will be given group points based on merit. Note, this subgroup mission level 1 star. Buzz. With a strong suction, the steel battle armor disappeared into the empty room along with the people in it. Meanwhile, Arikasaka Tower. 2nd floor. I'm no expert, but I was able to determine that this looks like the mainframe of the tower. Beside V, Johnny Silverfinger pointed out. At that,
V smiled matter-of-factly. We'll see what happens when we connect Otter in after a while and see what happens.
Just then,
as if the sound of glass shattering rang out,
and underneath the smirk on V's face, Johnny looked around warily, as if trying to watch out for any corporate enemies that might appear at any moment. As someone who had fought Arikasaka in the middle of the first corporate war in 2023, Johnny Silverhand knew the tricks the big guy could pull. Concentrate. They may have an ambush. Don't worry. These people are not the enemy. V continued where he left off earlier, and behind him, several members of the group had stepped out of the void one by one. Megatron, Esta, Lin Mai, Iron Man. Seemingly sensing the cramped space, Megatron, who was the first to step out, immediately flew outside the floor, leaving only 3 group members in the room who looked extremely unlike the group in terms of their drawings. A pink-haired girl and a tin man, and a car. Johnny stared blankly at the out-of-this-world visitors who didn't look like natives in any way, and whipped his head around to ask V, "You boy, are they your teammates?" "Yes, it's time for the odd man out." V's hair slightly obscured his eyes, and the Jetamaru in his hand ran at a hyper-frequency, leaving no doubt that if he disliked the blade towards the wall, he could slice through it completely. That corporate war in history is about to reopen in a big way. "Don't worry, I can backstab." Esta tapped the staff in her hand, her eyes glancing at her surroundings. Lin Mai, on the other hand, was transformed from a car into a cyborg, a 3-meter-tall body that burned with the steaming aura of a dragon's blood colonization up and down, a sky thunder shield in his left hand, and a mechanical steel blade in his right. The fire beneath Tony's feet rose, supporting his body as it hovered in mid-air, the fire structure at his chest and the arc reactor mirroring the ghastly energy. "Gentlemen." V glanced around towards the neighborhood, then turned to face the long, rambling corridor in front of him, the light in his eyes so sharp it looked like he could cut through any obstacle. "Let's burn the city of night to the ground." End of chapter. Network hacker operation room. Just like a riot, between the interplay of swords and shadows, the sound of the prosthetic body broken endlessly. In the meantime, Mikashi, the Arikasaka Corporation stores the land of human consciousness. They're calling in. The staff member's face was hasty as he looked at the massive thing standing before him. Years of pampering had left him with an overwhelming fear of death. Despite the fact that this was Arikasaka's territory and every security guard had been professionally drilled, they still panicked in the face of those freaks who saw God and killed God. "Then don't go and watch the place." Adam Heavy Hammer spoke faintly. The mass of the body attached to his prosthetic body was enough to be counted by tons, terrifying to the extreme. The old man, who had been through many corporate wars and whose psyche was polished to the point of extreme terror, recklessly pointed out the division of labor of this hastily arrived staff. "It seems that even this invasion, which has made a great deal of noise, is viewed by him as a clown. Don't let them touch the Mikashi access points or let the hackers take advantage of the situation. Next, let me take care of that prosthetic kid, and by the way, go and meet that person from Rogue. It's best not to let them damage the company's interests." "Yes," the staff member said with trepidation. In his field of vision, after Adam Heavy Hammer finished speaking, he slowly turned and headed in the direction of the corridor, the sound of pounding iron on a heavy landing emanating from each step. There are no living legends in the City of Night. The man who executed all of this is the same man who has been selling out for the company and is infinitely closer to being a lunatic. Adam Heavy Hammer. In the meantime, in the middle of the second-floor corridor, Esta held the staff in her hand. "Cleaned up. You're making great progress, kid." Only broken prosthetics and tissue fluids were seen all over the place, their contents splattered across the floor, but the space was extremely spacious, so it didn't look as bloody and brutal as it could have been. "It's reasonable to spend a couple thousand group points," V said, showing the floating machine gun that lit up behind himself with it, his face looking smug. "Now he can't be the bottom of the group, right?" Tony, on the other hand, was slightly pensive at the sight. Even though I already knew that the two had different stances, I was still shocked by the scene of V's ruthlessness in killing the employees of Arikasaka Tower, who were living beings any way you look at it. It's only right that after V captures the Arikasaka Tower, it can be used to continue labor and surplus value, but since the other side is insistent. Besides, the goal of the mission is to destroy the Arikasaka Tower, so just continue with the clearing. Boom! With a raised hand and a cannon, a full-body prosthetic security guard in the distance was reduced to rubble in a blink of an eye. Iron Man was suspended in mid-air, the bullets passing through its epidermis leaving dents, but there was no way to completely pierce the entire torso, shattering it less than to the core. Lin Mai's expression was slightly shocked. What with the zero-frame start, this damage was already superb compared to the later generations of the iron battle armor. The fact that the Iron Warrior armor was able to reach this level before Jarvis messed with the Space Gem's isotope shows the superiority of the Autobot's fire structure. However, it was thought that if one were to go all out, one should be a few orders of magnitude more spectacular than this. After all, with the increase of the mini Donkey Kong, One's lasers were already unrivaled, combined with the searing damage of the dragon blood colonies, and not knowing how many Tony units were in a single shot, regular security personnel were basically dead on touch. He slowly lit up the machine float gun behind him, ready to take aim at any member of the company that might show up at any moment. Guys, the next step is to find the host. V's face was cold. With such a group of oddballs, the idea of appending the entire city of night has been scratched from its roots to victory. The next question to consider is simply whether the extermination of the Arasaka group is fast enough. By the way, where's Megatron? Esta found the blind spot. It was logical that there were a total of 5 group members participating in the quest, and with the group owner not showing up in person, there was now only one wee boss left in the whole group. Just then, pop-ups floated by in front of them. Group leader / subspecialized Little Munchkin. Boss, we went outside to fight the riot mobile. Group leader / sublime Little Munchkin, you guys fight faster. And when it's time to bombard the entire head office from the inside out, the whole mission will be over. Group master / sublime Little Munchkin, believe me, after this mission, V's will you can glean to be cool. Look at the pop-ups in front of you. V's face was stunned. Wool gathering? Turning his head to the rest of the crowd whose expressions instantly became impish, he finally sighed helplessly. After Mr. Wei, it's true that you can't escape the fate of becoming a V-boss yourself. Without delay, after receiving the news that Megatron had already split up, the group headed towards the entrance of the Makashi to complete this mission as soon as possible. Soon the end of the corridor had arrived. With the opening of the door ring, a chilling aura instantly filled everyone's lungs. Chomp! The blade in V's hand chopped through in a matter of moments, dismantling the guards guarding the doorway after striking the iron a few times. And then, in a whirlwind, he ascended to the top of the handrail corridor and leapt down. It was a wide underground space where a slew of security bullets covered the grounds. Those who were able to guard the mainframe were naturally not idle, and all of them knew that V possessed the lagging ability of Weizhentian, and always kept a certain distance from each other. With endless firepower added to the mix, it didn't take long for V to be pushed back, protecting his steeply weakened frame in the midst of cover. This, within the iron battlesuit, Tony looked hesitant. After all, it was a future tech firearm, and his current level of technology was not enough to face such heavy firepower coverage. For her part, Esta was summoning a meteorite swarm from afar. But nay, the opposite side was fighting a sea of men, and there was no way to finish dealing with it by attrition for a while. Buzz! Suddenly, they realized that a figure around them had disappeared, and the next moment, the ground at the scene was as if a rapidly rotating drilling wind had passed by, exceeding the limit of speed, carrying the rumbling hum of chainsaws. And then later, it was the ultimate one white light. The laser that was magnified to a daunting level pierced through all of the defenses of those remaining near the mainframe in a matter of moments, turning all of the defensive prosthetics into pieces. 8 seconds. With the end of Weizhentian's time, Lin Mai revealed himself in front of a shocked V. What kind of power is this? V was done being shocked, and after so many days, the progress of the big Maybach man was nothing short of miraculous. The lag of Weizhentian could be read, and the damage of the chainsaw steel blade could be read, but that last shot of laser light that annihilated all the guards, he really couldn't read it. You call this a harmless, ordinary little car? It's all just a matter of piling on the defense. Lin Mai spoke indifferently. He wasn't wrong. If he didn't want to pile up his defense, he really wouldn't be able to get the increaser effect of these mini Vajra pendants. With the Heavenly Thunder Shield, any attack that could be reacted to by him would be hard to damage the main body. Kinda. V sighed. After all, he was a hexagonal warrior, and stacking defense was part of his opponent's progression, but picked up the knife in his hand and headed towards one of the chambers in this underground space. Next, he's going to install Otter in the mainframe. End of chapter. The underground space was a mess, with prosthetic limb fragments and tissue fluid scattered everywhere. Under the cold and blinding incandescent light, the palpitating coldness is like falling into an ice cave, and the poor mental quality is going to be shocked by the fierce battle just now. That kind of power is no longer human. An odd force indeed. Beside V, Johnny Silverhand quipped. The party was enough to be called a desperate situation of life and death. If not for this team of gods and men that had appeared from nowhere, it was really possible for the battle to be brought to a stalemate. If we delay too long, when Adam comes down with the heavy hammer, then V can end up in a bad way. I know. V opened his mouth to respond, his eyes flashing as he took 3 steps to increase his speed toward the main control room. On his side, the crowd was gearing up and pondering how they could kill more employees. After Lin Mai cleared out the main force, the difficulty of the group mission gradually became easier. From time to time, it stirred up a sound of falling parts and the crisp ringing of attacking means on metal. Basically within 10 meters from V could be considered an absolute field. Just like that, under the cover of the crowd, V managed to break through the glass hatch in front of him and rolled over to the front of the mainframe.
This is the final place. The fine strands of hair on top of his head covered his eyes, and along with a slight lean of his body, he soon activated the LAN of Arikasaka Corporation. How's that for a big success? Tony spoke flirtatiously. Almost done. Just wait for the mainframe to come up and we'll get rid of everyone in the chamber, said V, bringing up the dutiful pill. In a vision that was uniquely his own body moved quickly, swiftly opening the glass hatch, and immediately afterward slashing towards the personnel that were gradually gathering outside the house. Wow! The floating machine cannon, which utilized the arc reactor to recharge, was also playing a notable effect during this time, and together with the sword in his hand, they were checking the enemy. In a short period of time, the few security guards who had rushed to the front were already dead. I should have known to backstab this man machine. Aista sighed. This task is a big group of people to help him, but the result is still so keen on grabbing heads. Know how to let the old-timer a little benefit but now that the atmosphere was set, it would be wrong for her not to contribute. Star blessing. The words were not yet spoken. The staff in Esther's hand glowed, and this increase fell straight onto each member of the group immediately afterward, attaching the effect of increased speed to them. And in the meantime, the damage boost from her talent, Celestial Image Learning, also hung directly on all the group members, and the homogeneous destiny energy suddenly appeared. As a character whose primary job is to support, Esta provides far more effect to her team than if she were on her own. This power, Tony seemed to feel something in his heart, but couldn't put his finger on it, and had a slightly surprised look on his face. Unlike any element of the observable universe, this seems to be a metaphysical force that descends within one's body and carrier without any medium. Could it be that this is the greatness of destiny? With the addition of the benign effect, the efficiency of the full slash was given another qualitative leap, and attacks that would have barely broken armor turned into lethal damage. This is dripping in Esta. The original meteor swarm needed 2 times to smash a person to death, but nowadays it only needed 1 time to break the armor, or even said to cause a direct hit. Only, these effects were of little use to Lin Mai. After all, with his current configuration, he would have encountered these company members by seeing 1 second. It might work in future 2-star missions, but in today's Arikasaka Tower showdown, which is co-aligned with the cleanup space station to a 1-star upper position, the effect is only minimal. Finally cleaned up, V's eyes showed joy. He walked towards the main control hub in the center and pulled a flash drive from inside his pocket. The next moment, it reached out towards the slot, and at his side, Johnny Silverhand saw the situation, but has not cared about any image, and for the first time in his life is still so close to the realm of complete vengeance arrived. The Gaijin, make your generation despair. Hear the voice ringing in your ears. The corners of V's mouth also presented a smirk. He had heard the story of Johnny Silverhand and naturally knew that it was meant for those Arakan Tower's employees. In the midst of a previous corporate war, the root cause of Johnny Silverhand's demise was being struck to pieces by the artillery that came with Adam's heavy hammer. What time is it? 11:45 at night. The other spoke skillfully, his gaze going to the hub where the flash drive was inserted. Click. As the data was entered, the hub glow dimmed, and at once, the other group members besides V heard a woman's voice coming from the radio. The security system has taken over and control is now mine. Threats to personnel have been cleared. The way to the Makashi is clear. Hearing this voice, the others didn't need to think about it to know that these were the movements that V had made. Let's go. Tony does not want to wait a moment more. Hovering steel armor immediately toward the front. But before reaching the iron curtain is to look away, because the door wasn't even open. At the same time, the electronic female voice on the radio once again came on. Arikasaka's hackers raided the tower's systems. My first priority is to stop them, so figure out how to continue on your own. V's entire body froze at once. So what next? Let's go find the key. Tony's face was cold. The steel battle armor on his body had the qualities of a memory metal, and as long as it wasn't piercing damage it could be repaired. And now it was no longer riddled with potholes. Esta nodded and followed, which seemed to her to be the safest way to go. Just then, there's no need for that. Lin Mai slowly opened his mouth in place. The chainsaw in his hand had somehow attached a layer of streaming edges that were like fire. As the blade light sliced through like lightning, the iron wall instantly snapped in two and slid down. The dull, heavy sound signaling the horrendous power of the blow. That way, we can get in. All the members of the group were suddenly demented. What a violent speed bump. Why is this wall a removable object in your eyes? Meanwhile, Adam Heavy Hammer had arrived, looking at the crowd at the other end of the corridor, and the wall that was reputed to be the hardest in the world but was broken in two. His eyes couldn't help but flicker with a few moments of maniacal rage. He stepped heavily, stopped halfway, and spoke again in an untimely and ghostly manner. You guys, it actually managed to destroy the company's defenses?
P.S. A plea for monthly votes at the beginning of the month. End of chapter.